this hearing of the Senate Financial and Public Administration Legislation Committee into the 2024-25 supplementary budget estimates. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today, the Ngunnawal people. I pay my respects as Chair to their elders past and present. That respect is extended to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. We've set the 14th of November as the date by which senators are to submit written questions on notice, the 19th of December as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. The committee's proceedings will consist of cross-portfolio Indigenous matters as listed on today's program. Understanding Order 26, we must take all evidence in public, which includes questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence, you're protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee. Such action can be treated as by the Senate as contempt. It is also contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance for questions at estimate hearings, which is that any questions going to the operations or financial positions of departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purposes of estimates hearings. Officers are reminded that the Senate's resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has discretion to withhold details or explanations from Parliament, its committees, unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. We've resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy, shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of an officer to a superior officer or to a minister, and this resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised, and I incorporate that statement into Hansard. Finally, as Chair, I seek to ensure that proceedings are conducted in an orderly, courteous and respectful way. I'm mindful that as Chair, I have an obligation to work with the committee and witnesses to ensure that people can participate in a culturally safe way, noting that in having Indigenous cross-portfolio today, it's really important that we carve out that extra space for diverse witnesses that come from right around the country on behalf of First Nations people. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear, and I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference to mute their microphones when they're not speaking. So it's now my pleasure to welcome Senator the Honourable Malarndirri McCarthy, Minister for Indigenous Australians, Ms Jodie Bruin, Chief Executive Officer of the NAAJA, Ms Tamsin Harvey, Deputy Secretary, Attorney General's Department, Ms Meg Brighton, Deputy Secretary, Department of Education, Mr Blair Excel, Deputy Secretary, Department of Aged Care, and Ms Letitia Hope, Deputy Secretary of Social Services. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement this morning?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to you and committee members, and also all those present who will provide evidence to the committee today. I acknowledge that we are on the land of the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. Chair, it is my first Senate estimates as Minister for Indigenous Australians, and I'm deeply honoured to represent as Minister for Indigenous Australians. I'm also looking forward to Senate estimates today, to hear from all senators, to answer questions to the best of my ability and all of the agencies present. But I also remind the committee that my focus as Minister for Indigenous Australians is also to reach out across party lines to work on areas in particular around closing the gap. I will table the rest of my statement, Senator, in the interest of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Who from the Coalition is seeking the call first this morning?
Thank you.
Senator Nampijinpa-Price, you have the call.
Thank you. To begin with, my questions are around the National Justice Reinvestment Unit. So relevant. I'll give time for relevant people to come up. Good morning. So firstly, I'm interested to understand whether the National Justice Reinvestment Unit is up and running. It was previously suggested it was to be up and running by the middle of this year, and I'd also like to understand how much of the $12.5 million budgeted for its design and implementation has been spent.
Thank you, Senator. Esther Bogart, First Assistant Secretary of the First Nations and Justice Policy Division in the Attorney General's Department. Thank you for the question about the Justice Reinvestment Unit. So the Justice Reinvestment Unit, we had intended to have it up and running by the middle of the year, but we have been working to co-design that unit in partnership with a Justice Policy Partnership Justice Reinvestment Working Group, and the process of working in partnership took slightly longer than anticipated, and we are looking now for the unit to be stood up by the end of this year. So recruitment is actively happening, both the rounds for the executive level and ASL staff have, APS staff have closed, as well as a senior executive lead of the unit. So we're assessing applications and hoping to have that unit up and running by the end of this calendar year.
By this calendar year, okay. And how much of the $12.5 million budgeted for its design has been implemented thus far?
Senator, I might have to take the exact dollar amount on notice for that, noting that the funding for the last financial year has been used within the department for the establishment of the unit, but also of the Justice Reinvestment Program. Mm-hmm. That funding will transition to the unit once it's stood up.
Okay, so in May you advised that $38,222,679 had been spent on both programs. Can you please update us on that figure, or is that to be taken on notice as well?
On the programs? Yeah.
Yeah.
One moment and we'll find that amount.
And perhaps just while you're there, and you might want to take this on notice, but some of the details, if you could also provide, including the project names, the grant amount, the organisation delivering the project, the location, the purpose of the project, grant acquittal criteria, status of the project, and expected completion date, if not yet.
Okay, so Senator, I'll start with your first question. So to date, there's now 26 funded initiatives, and we have spent approximately $45.66 million across the following 3 financial years, or we've committed that amount. So that is further expenditure since we last updated you. In terms of each of the different programs, we did provide quite a thorough answer to that on notice after the last Senate estimates hearing. So are you asking for an update of that information on notice?
Yes, please.
And I'll also mention completion date. These are long-term programs. There isn't sort of necessarily a completion date for them. They are intended to be long-term and based on the community's needs. So there won't be a completion date as such, but the grants do have end dates, but communities can continue to apply for funding.
Okay. So the unit itself isn't functional, but there are projects underway, is that correct?
That's correct, Senator. So the projects are being supported by the staff within my division at the moment. So we have a branch of people who've been standing up the program, working with panels to do the assessment of the applications, and we're now working with each of those communities to establish activity work plans and provide support where required until the unit is stood up. So they do have direct support from the department at this stage.
Okay, so to a degree, the department is running the unit before it's in place.
Before it transitions to the interim Justice Reinvestment Unit.
Okay. And Minister, is the government satisfied that the funding that has been spent on the program in these different streams before the required body to oversee the program was established is happy? The government's happy with that, the current situation?
Well, this does come under the Attorney General's area, Senator. So, as the Attorney General's department has advised, this is clearly where it is at the moment. In my capacity as Indigenous Australians Minister, I have met with the Coalition of Peaks in terms of the Justice Policy Partnership area, along with the other policy partnerships areas. And I know that we still have a fair way to go, which I am looking forward to next week at our Joint Council in Perth.
So is the government's view that the immediate need of the program outweighed the need of the unit to be in place before the programs were up and running?
I'll take that question on notice, Senator.
Okay, so if the government's happy with how the program is running, I guess what's the point of the unit?
Senator,
Sorry, Chair. I just said that I'd take that question on notice, so it's not about whether the government's happy or unhappy, Senator. So I'd urge you to reframe your question.
Well, I guess the federal government runs many similar grants programs without a bespoke sort of overseeing body. So given that the programs are up and running, is there a necessity for the unit to be in place?
Senator, the unit is being established. It was actually a recommendation of the ALRC Pathways to Justice report that there be a centre that supports those justice reinvestment initiatives to sort of be established and then to grow and mature to really work with and for the community that they are in place in. So the unit, I think, will be an excellent addition to the program in terms of the ability to provide that support to communities. Communities are at varying stages of maturity in terms of standing up their initiatives, and the unit will provide sort of a centre for excellence to support that work.
Is there support already in place for these programs to be set up?
In what way? Do you mean for the way the department is supporting community? I mean, the department is supporting communities, and prior to that, we have had engaged NINTI 1 to provide readiness support to those communities prior to.
So there are mechanisms already in place to support.
And the intention was always that all of these mechanisms would transition into a more formal unit. The unit will also have an evaluation and monitoring function, so it will be more than just supporting the communities. It'll be monitoring and evaluating all of those initiatives and demonstrating how justice reinvestment works and works in different communities for different needs.
Okay. Just going back to an issue raised at previous estimates, it was an election commitment from this government that the Justice Reinvestment Program would include matching commitments from states and territories. Are you able to update, please, if the program is receiving matching funding from states and territories?
Senator, we're working with all states and territories where there is an active justice reinvestment initiative. We are having very good conversations with those states and territories. They are all very invested and interested in engaging in justice reinvestment. Some of them are already providing funding for justice reinvestment within their state government budgets. So New South Wales, Queensland, Northern Territory are all already investing. And we're in the process of negotiating memorandums of understanding with those states and territories on how we will work together, including how we will co-fund initiatives as they become available.
Can you provide perhaps on notice a list detailing those states and territories that have provided those commitments or are going to?
To date, we don't have any specific commitments of co-funding. We're still working through those, although I note that we do have one initiative in the Northern Territory where the Northern Territory government is also investing in the same.
So as the same as last time, it's just the Northern Territory that is committed to one particular program? That's correct, but we're continuing to work with the states and territories on this. And do we have an idea as to when we think that states or territories will come to the table to match their commitment?
Senator, some of the states and territories are already doing justice reinvestment in other parts of their jurisdiction. So New South Wales has quite an extensive justice reinvestment program. A lot of the communities that we are working with at the moment are in the early stages of their justice reinvestment commitment, so it will also be as they establish their programs and build the work that they're doing, there will be more opportunity to then talk to states and territories about where that co-investment is most needed.
Okay, so at previous estimates we discussed the acquittal criteria for these grants. For example, one of the projects discussed aims was to reduce alcohol abuse and alcohol-related violence and antisocial behaviour. Whilst that was the aim, there was some uncertainty about how that outcome would be measured in the grant acquittal. Do you have any further clarification on this particular issue?
Senator, each community is developing with the department an activity work plan, and each of those activity work plans lists how that particular initiative will be evaluated and the data and reporting that's required for that. So I think I may have explained at the last estimates hearing that it will vary for each jurisdiction, for each initiative, how a measure is evaluated in a particular way. But it's early days for a lot of them. We've had grant agreements up and running for less than 12 months across the board, so it will take some time to be able to start measuring that. Justice reinvestment is a long-term investment.
Okay, so sorry, just clarify again. So the evaluation process is being designed by, in partnership with states and territories, is that correct?
With the community.
With the community.
With each individual activity work plan, and then the Justice Reinvestment Unit will do the broader evaluation work across the program.
Okay. So the project in question was an upgrade of a men's shed, and in May you advised that the KPI for the project was just that the infrastructure was built. So how many of the justice reinvestment projects have the completion of capital works as the only KPI?
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator.
If you could provide a list and the percentage amount on notice, that would be appreciated.
I can do that, Senator, although I might just note that there is a very limited availability for capital expenditure in the grant opportunity guidelines. It's a maximum of $250,000 per project. So we can do that, but overall the capital expenditure isn't the lion's share of the investment.
Okay. Do you have any more questions for Justice Reinvestment?
I'll take the call. Senator Thorpe, would you like? And then I'll come to you, Senator Cox. You children's human rights, if you're interested. Your department met with the National Children's Commissioner following the release of the Help Way Earlier report. Is that right?
Tamsin Harvey, Deputy Secretary, Justice and Communities. Senator, I'm not sure which part of the department you might be referring to. We may have met with her, but just not the entire department's here today either, including the part that is responsible for the Human Rights Commission.
Do you know if the Attorney-General was present at that meeting? Because that's who the Commissioner wanted at the meeting after numerous requests, wanted to meet with the Attorney-General. Was he there?
Senator, I'm not aware of the details of that meeting. It might be a question that was directed to the department on Tuesday at our estimates.
So there were specific actions outlined for the federal government to take in the report. This is about protecting children. I don't know if anyone's interested here.
Senator
but,
Thorpe, Senator Thorpe, ask your question.
Don't cut me off.
No, as Chair, it is my
to
responsibility to ensure that you are orderly. I'm entitled to cut you off if you are rude to officials.
I'm not being rude. I'm asking if there's anyone interested.
No, it is their job to be interested, Senator Thorpe, and they know that. So, Senator Thorpe,
I asked a simple question. If there's anybody on the table that's
Senator
interested
Thorpe,
in the rights
I'm very
of
happy to
children.
withdraw the call from you if you don't conduct yourself in an orderly way, but please continue.
Well, do you want to tell me what I'm allowed to ask?
Please ask your questions in a courteous way and there'll be no issues.
So just for clarification, Chair, I can't ask who has interests in the rights of children.
It's Senator Thorpe.
Is there anyone at the table that has the rights of children? Can I ask that?
Well, I'm sure the answer is everybody, but Senator Thorpe, please don't debate.
Am I allowed to ask that question, Chair?
It is not the question, it is your disorderly conduct that is in question. Now, Senator Thorpe, please ask your questions.
Disorderly, wonder what you've been reading. Okay, let's not worry about the children then. So this is just to be clear, this is a cross-portfolio session for our matters that we care about, right? So it's not about palming it off to anybody else. Is that right? Like you're here to answer those questions in relation to First Peoples in this country?
Senator, I would just note from the Attorney-General's Department, so the Justice and Communities Group has been called, but not the other groups in the department. I'm very prepared to answer questions that I can, but I just note that not the entire department was called.
Okay. Do you know why? Why we've only got some departments and not all when it comes to First Peoples' rights?
Senator Thorpe, yes, the officials that are here are those that have been invited by the committee that work most closely with the NAAJA. But of course, most of the Department of Attorney-Generals has a deep interest in Indigenous affairs, as I'm sure you would find. However, it's not practical to invite them all. Okay. So please, in the future, let us know who you want to call.
So happening right now is the coronial inquest into the death of a beautiful 16-year-old boy, Cleveland Dodd. He was killed by the state after being criminalised, locked up, denied health care and subjected to prolonged periods in solitary confinement, more than 16 hours a day, every day. 16. During this inquiry, the Western Australian Corrections Commissioner, Brad Royce, said that he did not feel bound by international human rights standards. What engagement has the department had with the Commissioner or the WA racist government relating to this disregard for human rights standards?
Senator, I will need to take on notice what the department has, whether the department is engaged with the Commissioner.
Thanks. The federal government's obligations to implement treaties like the Convention on the Rights of the Child and OPCAT, meaning you can't torture our children, but it continues to happen in this country, domestically are grounds for using the external affairs power. Can the department please confirm it would be constitutionally possible to use the external affairs power to legislate a national framework for protecting the rights of children?
Senator, I think that would fall in the category of legal advice, and we're not in a position to provide legal advice to the committee.
So, can I ask any of the departments what your plan is to stop 10-year-old children being put in spit hoods and tortured? Is there any plan to stop that? And if there is, can you tell me about it? Or tell all our mob out there listening.
Senator, we have responsibility for work around closing the gap outcomes 10 and 11, which of course go to the over-incarceration of young people and adults. And that is work that we are progressing through a range of fora. In terms of spit hoods, that has been an agenda item on the Standing Council of Attorneys General. I'm very happy to take on notice what's happened there. It does fall.
It's great that it's on the agenda.
It does fall within a different group within the Attorney General's department.
Of course it does. Okay. So, Minister, can I ask you?
Sure.
What threshold of abuse, neglect and child deaths will compel the federal government to act? How many deaths? We lock up children as young as 10. Like, when does it stop? And what are you doing about it?
Well, I've certainly written to the Chief Minister of the Northern Territory in regards to the recent administration change in the Northern Territory. We certainly had the age at 12 with the view of raising it further. With the change of government, they have now immediately brought in legislation to reduce that. I have advocated very strongly to the new administration against that proposal.
Thank you. What are you doing federally? Besides writing a letter to
Well,
NT,
Senator Thorpe,
are you going to show any leadership and say that everybody needs to follow? I'm still asking my question.
May I answer the question? I was asked what are we doing federally, and Senator Thorpe will not let me finish. I was asked the question, what are we doing federally? I'd like to respond.
Respond. But I hadn't finished, so you be the umpire here. Go on.
It's my job
it's your
to be.
Job. Go for it.
Senator McCarthy, Minister, please answer the question, and when you're finished,
so
Senator
what's the question,
Thorpe may ask
Chair?
the next question.
What's the question, Chair?
You asked the question.
Yeah, what's the question?
What is the... it's not my job to repeat your questions.
Don't
be ridiculous. Senator McCarthy, please answer the question.
The question is, what am I doing federally, Chair?
Sorry.
If that assists the committee. In terms of federally, this is why, as I took on the role of Minister for Indigenous Australians, is to try and call senators together in terms of closing the gap so that we can, in a united way, achieve that process, especially around the Justice Policy Partnership. I have met with the co-chairs of each of the policy partnership areas. I know that the Coalition of Peaks sees this as absolute priority.
A lot of meetings and letters. Where's the action? Our babies are dying. Our
Do you want to
babies
hear my answer? Do you want to hear my answer? Why ask? Why ask? If you don't want to hear the answer, why ask?
Our kids are
why
dying.
ask?
Our kids are
if you don't want to hear the answer.
Our kids are dying.
Senator Thorpe, you're wasting your time on we've got a lot to get through.
But all I'm hearing is I'm going to this meeting, I'm writing this letter.
Senator Thorpe,
where is the action
you may not
from
like
the Minister
my answer,
for Indigenous Australians
if you ask
on stopping our babies from dying in the system?
Thank you.
Otherwise, dying in the system.
I have a point of order before me. There's a point. I suspend the proceedings. Please stop. Thorpe, you can ask your next question. Let's reopen. We're reopening now. Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So that's why when I took on the role of Minister for Indigenous Australians that I wanted to reach across to all senators and even members of the lower house in terms of closing the gap and what we can do as in a united way to try and reduce the high rates of incarceration, but in particular the high focus on our children, young children, across Australia. And this does require a united approach, and it can be done, Senator Thorpe. It can be done and must be done. So whilst you may be objectionable against those kinds of process, it is the way to go in terms of what we can do at the federal level, because each state and territory jurisdiction is responsible for the areas of justice, and I need the support of federal politicians, including yourself, to be able to see what we can do in terms of putting and applying the kinds of pressure that is required to ensure that our kids do not get locked up.
Thank you. So why didn't you back me when I was pleading with your Attorney-General to implement the Royal Commission into Aboriginal Deaths in Custody recommendations and the Bringing Them Home report? Why didn't you back me on that, Minister? Why did you stay silent in that meeting in his room when he screamed at me that day? Why did you stay silent? Why won't you back the recommendations being implemented?
You've put the question.
Yes, she has put the question. I'm not silent on the fact that we need to reduce the high rates of incarceration and the high rates of out-of-home care of First Nations children. The conduct between you and the Attorney-General is your business. It is not my business. Your behaviour that day, as was totally inappropriate. Totally inappropriate.
Screaming at me.
It was totally inappropriate,
Stood
Senator.
up from his desk and shouted down at me.
Your behaviour was totally
inappropriate. No white man does that to me. And
it does not matter.
In front of you.
Does not matter.
And you
Your behaviour. Oh no. You're very capable of making things happen, and you like to set things up so that they do happen. You're very good at that.
Will you
I commend you on
the implementation of the recommendations to the Royal Commission into Aboriginal Deaths in Custody, and will you support the full implementation of the Bringing Them Home report?
We absolutely support that, and we recognise each state and territory jurisdiction has enormous responsibilities to ensure they are fulfilled.
What about the federal responsibility?
Well, I just answered your question, Senator Thorpe. I just answered your question. Senator Thorpe. You're clearly not listening. You're clearly not listening.
To clarify
you are not listening. I have answered your question.
But it's not clear.
I have answered your question. You might wish to go back and answer.
Now rotate the call. I rotate the call now to Senator Nampijinpa Price.
Chair, just a follow-up. I just wanted to get on the record.
No, sorry, it's Senator Cox next.
The recommendations to the deaths in custody, the federal leaders. Will you action those, Minister? Will you action those?
I have answered your question, Senator.
Okay. Senator Thorpe, Senator Cox now has the call. Thank you, Senator Cox.
Excuse me, Chair. Point of order.
Yes.
Point of order, Chair. I ask that Senator Thorpe withdraw her comment due to standing orders of impugning a senator.
I'm asking about deaths in custody.
Senator Thorpe, I do ask you to withdraw your imputation.
That was a weak answer.
Without restating it.
Can't you say that's a weak answer?
Just withdraw your imputation.
Where's the rules there?
It was disorderly. Please withdraw your imputation.
Chair, if we can just all lower the tone a little bit, and across the table, no reflections on colleagues as part of the discussion, I think we'll achieve so much more.
Thank you.
We have a lot of questions. We have a lot of questions to ask.
Well, I ask that the committee chair respectfully asks those questions, and that the senator withdraws her imputation.
Well, Chair, can I say?
Will you withdraw yours?
Deputy Chair.
Chair, look, I think a cessation of reflection on colleagues both ways across the table would be of use to us all, so that we can get on with answering our questions. This whole committee will be served better if the questions and the answers are provided in a respectful way rather than trying to speak over each other, so that we can actually get through the important questions that we have to ask. So can I just say, ask for everybody to be respectful in the way that they address each other and set an appropriate example as part of the work of the committee.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I appreciate your support in upholding the conduct of the committee. We'll now move to further...
Excuse me, Chair.
Yes, Minister.
May I seek the withdrawal from Senator Thorpe for her comment, please?
And I support what your Deputy Chair has said, that it was both ways, and I suggest you take that advice.
Senator Thorpe, are you happy to withdraw your imputation as requested by
It's got to go
myself
both ways.
as
That's
Chair?
what your Deputy Chair just suggested. So if it's not both ways, then
May I speak
it's
to
not
the
both
Deputy
ways.
Chair's response?
Yes.
Clearly the Deputy Chair has not listened to the conversation. There was no imputation made on my part to any senator.
So now there's a reflection on me and my comments. I mean, can we just get on with it and stop talking about what we're doing?
People waiting.
Senator Cox, you have the call.
Thanks very much, Chair. Can I just clarify the total budget for justice reinvestment?
So, Senator, the commitment was $69 million over 4 years, and that funding is ongoing at $20 million a year. And then there was a further commitment of $10 million for the Central Australia Justice Reinvestment Program over 4 years, as well as the Justice Reinvestment Unit, which is a commitment of $12.5 million.
Great, thank you, Ms Bogart. Just picking up on Senator Price's comment around the match funding from states and territories. Do any of the states and territories have a plan for justice reinvestment? Never mind the match funding yet, but do any of them actually have a plan about how they're going to reduce incarceration for First Nations people?
Senator, it's probably not my place to comment on the plans of each state and territory. I know that different jurisdictions are doing different things in the justice reinvestment space. Of course, in terms of reducing incarceration rates, everyone has signed up to the National Agreement on Closing the Gap, and the Justice Policy Partnership plays a role in that, and we work with the states and territories in that forum. But in terms of specific plans for each jurisdiction on justice reinvestment, I couldn't sort of speak to that.
Is there anyone else at the table? Minister, is that something that the Justice Partnership Policy Partnership Group is able to do with producing in and across their jurisdictions specific plans for reducing incarceration rates for First Peoples?
Yeah, thank you, Senator Cox. It's certainly something that I am pushing for. This is why the closing the gap areas of each of the policy partnerships is critical. When I met with the co-chairs of each of the policy partnership groups with Pat Turner, this area of high incarceration rates, the suicide rates, the high rates of out-of-home care is deeply, deeply worrying. And we have the right people at the table with the Justice Policy Partnership, and I want to understand why it is we're not doing exactly what you're asking. So I have put those questions through. We do have the Joint Council meeting in your state next week, which is where I will be thoroughly wanting solid responses to that. And I do want to see this as absolutely in action in terms of reducing those rates across the jurisdictions.
Thank you, Minister. Can I ask who's doing the data collection in relation to the measurement of outcomes, particularly in this area, and who owns and controls that data? Because obviously the data is going to give us some indication of whether we're on track, instead of waiting until the Productivity Commission actually does that reporting for us. But surely states and territories are tracking their own data. But is there any independent evaluation on those outcomes actually happening?
Do you mean with the high incarceration rates, or sorry?
Yes, I do, Minister.
What the Coalition of Peaks is asking for, Senator Cox, is an independent mechanism, and I want to see that established. Sure, the states and territories may collate their own data, but the Coalition of Peaks is pushing for an independent mechanism, and I do want to see that established.
Will that be a feature of the Justice Reinvestment Unit? Will they act as a pseudo-independent evaluator? Will that be a function? Do we know that much?
No, look, no, that's a good question. I would think, and I'd have to have this conversation with the co-chairs of the Justice Policy Partnership, but I would think that they too would want an independent mechanism that actually does this oversight, which is independent of government and certainly has its own sort of statutory role, if you like, but I will come back to you if that's not correct, so that there can be quite heavy influence and effective guardianship, if you like, of what the states and territories are doing and not doing, and the federal government.
Thank you, Minister. Recently, we've seen in the past few years, I suppose, the hijacking of state-based issues in relation to, events that are happening in jurisdictions that continue to throw off track, I suppose is the word, our plans in relation to justice reinvestment, and we've seen that in different areas. Are there any assurances that we can keep this on track and make sure that the states and territories understand the importance of justice reinvestment, one, to reduce the incarceration rates, but also to make sure that we are dismantling that pipeline of child protection right through to adult incarceration if we're going to close the gap on life expectancy for our people? I mean, we can't continue to have this being hijacked as we've seen in previous years. Are they some of the conversations, Minister, that you're having with your counterparts in states and territories?
I'll get to your question. If I can just say, Senator Cox, this was why we're establishing the First Nations Commissioner for Children and Youth, because we know that each state and territory jurisdiction has their own pieces of legislation around what they're doing with young people. And it's important to have that advocacy at that national level. But secondly, yes, to answer your question directly, this is why next week will be the first meeting that I have with all the Coalition of Peaks and the Indigenous Affairs Ministers across the country to effectively push for this point around what is happening with our children in each of these state and territory jurisdictions, and the disapproval, the outright disapproval and outrage that is occurring in regards to the Northern Territory and now what we're seeing in Queensland.
Great, thank you. Can I ask some quick questions about native title? There's $77
Senator Cox, sorry, I just need to interrupt the committee, not you specifically, to advise that the media is here and they've requested permission to take photographs of the committee's proceedings, and I take we're in agreement, and that if anyone objects, we can consider that request and that you'll do so in accordance with the rules of broadcasting. Please continue, Senator Cox.
Thanks, Chair. Just regarding the $77 million that's been allocated to support PBCs, can I ask what that support on the ground looks like?
Thank you, Senator. Jodie Bruin, Chief Executive Officer of the National Indigenous Australians Agency. I'm just waiting for the correct officer to come to the table to go through that detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Bruin.
Hello, Senator. I'm Rachel Kerrigan, the Branch Manager of Land and Native Title Branch. Funding for PBCs covers a range of different activities. First of all, there's basic support, which supports the operations of PBCs. That goes to the conduct of activities that support PBCs meet their obligations under both CATSI Act and the Native Title Act. So, running an AGM and those sorts of activities, and consulting and making native title decisions. There's also then the PBC capacity building program, where PBCs can apply directly under the Indigenous Advancement Strategy for funding to then support native title holders to take progress towards reaching their economic, social and cultural aspirations. Those activities then can cover a range of different sorts of projects, from strategic and business planning through to work such as then support to then negotiate agreements and seek advice and support through that process, and then small capital works and those sorts of projects as well.
Ms Kerrigan, how are those PBCs selected? So, like, what's the process in relation to priority? Is there a matrix that the formula that can tell us about why we're funding which PBCs in which jurisdictions, or is this a bit of a postcode lottery in relation to like who gets the money and for what? So, like, is there a process that you can provide to me on notice, just so I can see how that might be assessed, or is that based on the Minister's assessment?
I can certainly then provide information on that. I would say the basic support is available to all PBCs through the native title representative bodies and service providers. All PBCs can access then support through that process. In terms of capacity building funding, any PBC is able to provide funding. Our grant opportunity guidelines are available on our website that set out then the process around that. PBCs then initially work with the regional office on an expression of interest to outline the detail of the project. That helps ensure that that PBCs are then coming up with projects that are likely to then be eligible, and then not so before they then go through the process of the full application against the IAS criteria. Any PBC is able to apply for funding at any time.
Okay, so this is the PBCs are the ones who have had their native title determination and then move on to PBC status in building their future fund and building their economic and social aspirations. Is that the understanding of the department, Ms Kerrigan?
So the funding for PBCs is then, the capacity building is for where native title holders have a determination. There are some instances where there's eligibility for organisations such as the traditional owner corporations in Victoria as well. But yes, and I would say also in terms of then PBC funding and resourcing, we are working together with the National Native Title Council and a steering committee of PBC members from PBCs from around the country on that very question in response to the Duke and Gorge recommendation about funding for PBCs. And so that process is then looking at what does PBC funding look like, and what are some options that the steering group are able to put to the government on what funding and the way funding is allocated could then occur into the future. So,
Ms Kerrigan, can I just clarify that point? We're asking the Native Title Council to provide the economic modelling for that. You are not seeking economic modelling to be done based on that Duke and Gorge recommendation. The department is asking them how much money they would like.
No, that we're doing a range of work. Importantly, then getting the views from PBCs on what's worked, what some of the challenges are, and how then PBCs operate is one part. Separately, and then to help inform that process, we have. We are in the process of economic modelling around the benefits of resourced PBCs for the regional economy and for mainstream industry more broadly as well. So the NAAJA has engaged consultancy firm to then undertake some of that work. The first stage of that work is completed, and we're just going through the final stages to complete that report at the moment.
Just my final question, Chair, and I'm happy to share the call. Does any of this capacity building involve just terms compensation? Like, we've now had quite a few cases from Timber Creek to Yinjabandi to the Noongar Native title settlement here in Perth. Does any of this include some of that? Because there's a real skills deficit in relation to just terms compensation being acquired through the federal court, and then the capacity for folks to then look at because it's most of it's held up in in and bound up in administrative issues in ILIA with state and territory governments. Is that the role of your department, Ms Kerrigan, to ensure that just terms compensation is being achieved, but also that the capacity of that and our access to be able to do that, to achieve all of our social and economic aspirations, is actually something that's achievable? Because right now we're being hamstrung by governments across this country who continue to hold our money in trust, and people are living in horrific conditions, and we're not actually doing that. So what is the role of your department in ensuring that we get access to that?
So, Senator, in terms of then contribution to any compensation settlement separately, that's a separate question and a matter for both states and territories, and then for the Commonwealth to consider at separate times. But in relation to negotiation and to support for preparedness for compensation negotiations, for example, both the native title representative bodies and service providers have that as one of their functions as part of their Native Title Act service obligations. And then additionally, the capacity building program funding can then be used to help support a PBC who might be thinking about entering negotiations around compensation discussions, where there are steps not to then duplicate where states and territories should be coming to the table to then support those processes as well. There are avenues in which, for example, thinking about then the strategic planning setting out those aspirations and thinking about what it is that a group might want to take to a settlement conversation around compensation, that they are the sorts of activities that can be funded through the program.
Thank you, Senator
Thank you.
Cox. Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
Thank you, Chair. I've got one more question with regard to the Justice Reinvestment Unit. And it's probably perhaps more directed at the Minister, but following on from some of Senator Cox's questions, basically it's been 2.5 years since the election. The unit isn't up and running. There are no funding commitments. Now there's conversations around the possibility of establishing an independent mechanism for evaluation, but nothing of any real substance. It's just conversations. Minister, you say you're pushing for that. But where is the action on it, I guess? Is this just an ALP cash splash?
No.
Thank you.
Chair,
I'm going to hand.
Thank you.
Senator Little.
Thank you. My questions go to issues of governance of organisations that actually exist to help the most vulnerable people in our communities. And it relates to an organisation in South Australia. What checks were done on KWY? This is an organisation that represents itself as a national leader in child safety and family violence. What checks were made before the government gave funding to that organisation since 2022, and how much money has been given from any of your agencies to that agency since the government was elected?
Thank you, Senator. I'll just have to check if we've got that information, otherwise we might have to take that on notice. Thank you.
Morning, Senator. Rachel Jackson, Chief Operating Officer. We're just checking the details of that particular organisation, and we'll try and come back to you in this session.
So I'm going to ask another question while you're doing that.
Okay.
And that is, I've raised for some time questions about the governance in this organisation and that it was non-compliant with its regulator. Are you aware, Minister, that at 6:30 last night, Oric lodged an order for an examination of that organisation's books?
And was there any communication with the department or the Minister's office that finally somebody was going to take action to look at the state of this organisation's governance?
Thank you, Senator. I'm not aware of what may have occurred at 6:30 last night, but I can certainly check through my officers as to any previous awareness of what may or may not occur with Oric.
I have to say that even before an investigation by Oric, it was pretty straightforward to see that there were issues, and government talks a lot about consultation, talks a lot about engagement with peak bodies. Was there any communication from any peak body responsible for the areas that KWI says is its principal activity, that is counselling for men and training of government and those in organisations?
Again, Senator, we'll just check that we've had any correspondence on that, but we shouldn't take too long to come back to you on that.
Right. So, as well as it being painfully obvious and the government continuing to resist calls for audits of organisations where there are clear indications that there are questions to ask, the Minister, the Federal Minister, Rishworth, in September gave the opening address at a national conference being hosted by this organisation, the opening address. What due diligence do any of you do of organisations before handing over funding and allowing ministers of government to then stand up publicly next to representatives of these organisations? What due diligence do you do if those things have come to light in very recent times?
Thanks, Senator. I'll just ask my colleague to talk through the process of the due diligence.
Senator Nicholas Cray, Group Manager of Grants and Finance Group and CFO. So the NAAJA operates under a standardised control framework. When we go through a process of selecting an entity to receive funding, they've got to obviously put in an application. As part of the assessment process, we look at a range of things. So we do an organisational risk profile. That looks at...
Mr Cree, in the interest of time, can you table that?
Yep.
But would you, based on what I've explained to you, and I'm happy to table this, that your due diligence was inadequate on this occasion?
So, Senator, we over the course of time, arrangements within entities will change. We do we do a cyclical review of our risk profiles, and we do incorporate things like information that we're getting from Oric or, in fact, ACNC or however an entity is incorporated. And we also will look at information that we're getting from our regional office, so the information that we're getting as part of our performance reports, and any other information that's available to us when we do that review.
Would you say that an organisation that is funded by the Commonwealth, in which they continue to make announcements about their funding, that has the same number of members as are the directors of that organisation, who are paid directors, something that you should have picked up in your due diligence process?
I'd have to... there's a range of different scenarios and models in which entities are incorporated.
Is that not checking your homework, your own homework in that organisation? That surely would jump out at anyone with even basic governance training.
Senator Sean Worth, General Manager Integrity. We'll look at the particular details of that organisation, but in and of itself, the number of directors and members of an organisation is not a clear indicator of risk. From a governance perspective, you can have quite small organisations with very strong governance capability, and hence the number itself isn't a direct link to that. It has more with the that, as my colleague indicated before, the risk profile of the organisation when those organisational risk profiles are undertaken.
Okay, so if in one of those statements the CEO is also a member and a director, surely again to anyone, even with a basic understanding of governance, would have not just acted and asked more questions, but certainly wouldn't have poured money, as the government has done, into this organisation. And now we have, as of 6:30 last night, an investigation.
Again, Senator, some of the organisations that we deal with are quite small. That the mere existence of a person having those roles doesn't immediately represent a governance risk. This is an organisation with millions of dollars in funding for vulnerable people. It doesn't matter about the size, it matters about the quality of the work that they do and the demonstration of good governance. Again, we'll have to look at the specifics of this particular provider that you're calling to our attention.
So while the Oric has decided finally to actually look more closely at this organisation, Minister, will your government look at whether you should suspend the funding and the decision-making arrangements in this organisation? Given what I've explained today and given that Oric, as of 6:30 last night, has raised issues and is looking at this organisation?
I'll seek further advice in regards to it, Senator Little, and I do understand that Oric will appear today and be able to provide further information on that.
My question is about whether there's any intention from government to continue to provide funding or to suspend the funding that's already gone to this organisation, not whether Oric is investigating or what Oric will do. I'm asking what the government will do.
I've just responded to that question, Senator.
Thank you, so long as that's clear. Thank you. Some of the questions that I've asked that you've taken on notice, because there are quite a few, are you able to provide responses before we leave this cross-portfolio section?
Senator, we're getting some information. I can confirm that we don't have any correspondence in our system relating to that organisation, but I'll come back to you on the other questions.
Right. Thank you.
I'd like to ask some questions around the circumstances surrounding NAAJA from the Attorney General's Department and through NAAJA.
Yes, it certainly will. The libs are, I'm kind of doing a 10 to 15 minute rotation and they're at about 11 minutes now.
Thank you.
Thank you. So at the previous round of estimates, advice was provided that in Alice Springs an additional 16 individuals went unrepresented, and of those 6 were on remand due to the failure of NAAJA's service delivery. This is in addition to the 75 unrepresented and 21 on remand that was advised of in February. Have there been any other people unrepresented as a result of the failings through NAAJA?
Senator, the most recent advice we have from NAAJA, which is the 2nd of October in my notes, is that there have been no Aboriginal people unrepresented in criminal proceedings in the Northern Territory by NAAJA, unless by choice.
Since the last...
So that was the update as at the 2nd of October.
So just from the 2nd of October, what about between the 2nd of October and the last update that we provided? Can you please find...
Sorry, that was the last update I think that we had, but we can certainly take on
inquire
notice
as to whether there was
until
any...
today, but I have until the 2nd of October.
Okay. Yeah, between now and then. In May, you advised that NAAJA's full services resumed in April. Has there been any disruption to any of NAAJA's services since then?
Senator, we have been speaking with the Northern Territory Government and NAAJA regularly, and we understand that NAAJA is continuing to deliver services across the Northern Territory.
So at previous estimates, you took on notice how much it cost for NAAJA's subcontracting of legal services in Alice Springs to Territory criminal lawyers and what the cost would be So that answer was not provided, I don't believe, as questions on notice. Do you have that answer with you today?
Are you able to give us the reference to that question on notice, please?
How much?
Just the reference number. There's
Well, sorry, the reference number. I don't have the reference number with me.
I have one here, which is FPA BE 24/10/NAAJA subcontracting arrangement. Is that the question on notice, Senator?
I'd say so.
And so that provided a response around territory criminal lawyers.
Yep.
And the advice was that they had billed NAAJA $12,612.50 across 6 clients using legal aid Northern Territory invoicing rates. And at that stage that we provided that answer, NAAJA anticipated the final cost would be around $30,000, which was inclusive of that $12,000 odd.
So that's been the cost, the entire cost.
So that was the response that we provided
today.
So
that was the response, and there was. Are there any further costs?
So they anticipate $30,000 towards the end, but the current bill is around $18,000. And territory lawyers criminal lawyers were only engaged for that very small cohort of people, and they've now moved through largely the system.
I'm due to rotate the call now, but I'm mindful you look like you're about to conclude a block of questioning. Is that right, Senator?
Oh no, I've got more questionings along this line. Yeah.
Okay. I'll rotate the call now then. Senator Thorpe. Thank you, Chair. Going back to deaths in custody, given the recommendations are still not implemented in this country at the federal or state level, I want to talk about women's health during pregnancy in prison and pregnancy outcomes. And I'd like to hear from both the Attorney Generals and the health departments on these. Just give the officials a chance to come to the table. Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Pregnancy care for women in prison is atrocious. There is no care for women in prison who are pregnant. Pregnancies are at risk, and stillbirths and miscarriages are too common. There is no clear reporting or data on the prevalence of stillbirths and miscarriages in prisons. The Senate recently voted in favour of my OPD to have regular reporting on deaths in custody, on stillbirths, on miscarriages. The only ones who did not support that was the Labor government and the Minister herself. Senator Thorpe, if you can come to your question, because if there's a question behind your long statement, it's really important that the officials can get across the entirety of what the specific question is. Cool. So the government has refused to comply, stating that not all states and territories collect the data, and what data exists isn't available to the Commonwealth. So no one knows in this country how many stillbirths and miscarriages are happening in the prison system. Do you know? Can someone explain to me where the data is, who's collecting it, and what's going on with these babies who are being miscarried as a result of systemic racism, locking our women up? Okay, thank you, Senator Thorpe. Thank you, Chair. Stop cutting me off. Stop cutting me off, Chair. To the question. You don't cut anyone else off. It's a very serious question. And I've had a number of mothers come to me who've lost babies. So who's doing something about it at this table, please?
Blair Exall, Deputy Secretary for the Health Strategy, First Nations and Support Group in the Department of Health and Aged Care. Senator, as we've discussed before, healthcare in corrections facilities is the responsibility of state and territories. I don't have an answer to the specific reporting.
Tell me something I don't know.
Senator, am I allowed to answer my... Chair, am I allowed to continue my question?
Mr Excel, please give your
Answering
answer.
my question, sorry. Thank you. I'm aware of an AUSW report in overall healthcare. I'm happy to... I don't have the details of that report and what it covers. My colleague may be aware, but we're happy to take that on notice to understand what detail is provided in the AUSW reporting.
Ben Medalia, Assistant Secretary of First Nations Health Division. Senator, you're right, and Mr Excel's right in that the states and territories are responsible for the provision of healthcare in custodial settings. The AUSW undertakes a survey of health for prisoners.
Yes, I know about that.
The survey is somewhat limited in terms of the numbers.
Every 3 years, is it?
That's my understanding, Senator.
Yes, it is.
It is somewhat limited in terms of the scope of questions that are asked and the number of people that partake in that survey. In the department, we are engaging with the AUSW on how that can be a much more robust survey, how it can be undertaken more regularly, how the scope can be increased so that we get...
Voluntary.
But we are looking to see what resources can potentially be provided to really strengthen that report so that it can guide policy consideration and reform in this space, given the larger body of work that we're undertaking in the healthcare in prison space.
Yep. So that survey is every 3 years. You don't have to do it. Prisons don't have to do it. And prisons aren't looking after our people. We have over 600 deaths in custody in this country. No one's ever been held accountable. Not one person. Ever. So prisons can choose to take that survey or not, and it only counts how many pregnancies there are. It doesn't count miscarriages or stillbirths. So who's counting our babies, our dead babies that are dying at the hands of the system? Who's counting them? Who cares, really? I know you palm off to the states and territories, but then they'll palm off to you. When are we going to stop killing Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander babies in this country? When and how? Like, I understand that survey, but that's nothing. So great, but not great. What is actually happening to stop these babies dying?
As my colleague has said, within the roles and responsibilities of us in the Department of Health and Aged Care, we are looking to increase the resources and support for that survey to see how we can get more data, then to use that as part of the discussion with states and territories who have the responsibility in this space.
Okay, so you're working on a plan to get more resources to the states to have a yarn about how we can collect data, and then what?
As I said, Senator, within the roles and responsibilities of the Department of Health and Aged Care, that is the plan that we are taking.
Okay, so you're going to fix it?
Senator Thorpe, I might add...
That'd be great, Minister, to hear from you.
Yes, I know you enjoy listening to me, Senator. In 2017, I chaired the Senate inquiry into child... Well, do you want to hear about stillbirth?
You can just cut it short.
Yeah. So I chaired the inquiry into stillbirth, so I was very concerned about the babies that were still in morgues after 5 or 6 years and not being buried, especially First Nations babies. And one of the recommendations that came out of that was recommendation 15 that the Australian Health Ministers Advisory Council and the Australian Government leads a process to develop and implement a national stillbirth action plan, which did occur under the previous government. And I know now that Health Minister Mark Butler is also overseeing all of that. And in terms of the prisons, obviously you've had conversations with his office in regards to care for prisoners in prisons, as I have, in regards to also having to his staff, in terms of having Aboriginal medical services in prisons and in our juvenile centres to be there. I think it will go a long way to
We don't have
assisting
Aboriginal medical services
support.
everywhere there's a prison, and our Aboriginal medical services
Well, it's not done yet. It's not done yet, Senator, but it is in 3 jurisdictions, or 2 jurisdictions, and that's the ACT and the Northern Territory.
This is not a debate.
Okay, can I ask my next question, please,
Yes,
Chair, if
Senator,
that's all right with you?
next question.
Great, thank you. So when a baby dies in prison, is that counted on the Australian Institute of Criminology's Deaths in Custody register?
Yeah, I don't think so, Senator. I think there's quite a clear definition of death in custody that has been established for quite a long time, but we will take on notice whether it does include that.
Okay. So there was a coronial inquest into the death of a baby in a Victorian prison handed down in 2023. The death occurred as a result of systemic failures and systemic racism. The mother and baby were not provided with the care that they needed, and the baby died of an avoidable death. There was a recommendation that in these instances that babies should be regarded as being in custody for the purposes of critical incidents and death. I know there's no formal process for monitoring and implementation coronial inquests at the federal level, but is the government aware of this recommendation, and what are you going to do about it?
Senator, I don't know that we are aware of that particular recommendation.
Is that it?
Sorry, I don't know if anyone else is, but I don't know that we are aware of that particular recommendation, no.
Okay. That's because there's no national coordination, right? There's just no national coordination. There was a Royal Commission into Aboriginal Deaths in Custody in 1991, 33 years ago. Over 600 deaths in custody, no one held accountable. How many families and communities are just reeling in the trauma? How many more deaths in custody on your watch do we have to go through? How much heartache and pain?
You said you're short on time, so come to your question.
Give me a break, Chair. This is a very serious situation.
It is indeed.
How, honestly, Chair, have some respect. I'll go to my next question. We know restraints and shackles are regularly used on women who are pregnant in prison, even having in labour. Can you imagine that as a mother, being shackled and handcuffed while you're trying to have a baby? That's what happens in this country. Do you accept conditions in prison can create massive risk and trauma to mothers and babies? Anybody can answer that. Minister, what do you reckon?
Well, I'd just like to firstly put on the record, if I could, Senator Thorpe, that you did meet with Minister Mark Butler over health in prisons.
Yes, I did.
But you said you hadn't, so I just want to make sure...
No, I didn't say that.
I just want to make sure...
I did meet with him a number of times. I've given him a list.
Thank you for
I
clarifying
gave him
that.
a list of medicines, like diabetes medication, that will save deaths in custody. But do you think he would implement that? No.
Senator
There are preventable deaths happening on your watch and his watch if we only gave some medication to diabetics in prisons and made sure that mothers could have their babies without being shackled, and that these babies dying in this system are counted in some way.
Okay, the call now returns
it's
to the coalition.
absolute denial of justice, and it's a continual slow genocide of our people.
Chair, I just wanted to clarify that that meeting had taken place, so I thank Senator Thorpe.
Thank you for correcting that.
And I will continue to meet with him. He's actually great to sit down and get business done with.
Thank you for correcting the record, Senator McCarthy. Senator Little? Nambucca Price,
thank you. My question's relating back to NAAJA. In September, in an interview with the ABC 7:30 report, former CEO Olga Havnen stated that NAAJA's telephone system was grossly inadequate and that calls, particularly from the prison, were going unanswered. Ms Havnan stated, "It was very obvious that we were missing hundreds of calls a day." So how can you have confidence that in the figures you've provided to estimates when NAAJA are missing hundreds of phone calls from or on behalf of people in need of representation?
Senator Price, I may take that question perhaps. So Bridget Bellinger, Group Manager, Northern Territory NAAJA. Upon that information being received, NAAJA did go back through all of their records. We believe that reference was made to the custody notification system or scheme, and they couldn't find any evidence of that. So we have gone back on a number of occasions. They have provided very regular updates on a monthly basis about how many calls are received and answered.
Are you able to table any relevant information with regard to that particular matter? I mean, I'm still not confident that if the system itself was inadequate, that it's going to capture precisely.
I will have to take that on notice. I do have some of that data, but for tabling purposes, we will get the full set of data. We were very surprised to hear that. Certainly in all of our meetings with Ms Havnan as acting CEO, she hadn't raised that previously. And certainly we were alarmed to hear it and went back and verified it. And, you know, certainly NAAJA provided some evidence that perhaps wasn't the case.
Just got a follow-up question. You were just talking about CNS. The custody notification scheme is not about people who are already in prison actually making contact. It's actually about people who are coming into contact with police, making contact between the legal service and the police. So why are you raising the issue of the CNS in relation to something that has nothing to do with the custodial settings in a prison?
So that was the information NAAJA provided to us, that they went back through their phone systems and how it's recorded. That was the information that they provided.
So the information you would, on that basis, and understanding the role of CNS and who's involved with CNS, the information that they have provided is incorrect.
Well, they believed that was what the reference was made to, having followed it up themselves. Yeah, but I can come back and table the information that was provided and seek further evidence on that from them. I'm not sure if my colleagues have...
Because NAAJA's phone service and the CNS are not the same thing.
So they clarified that statement, is my understanding. That's the information that I have.
It's in direct correlation with CNS.
That's the information that I've been provided with, yes.
Okay. With regard to the Ernst & Young investigation, has that concluded? At the last estimates, it was it suggested that it was expected to be finalised in the second half of this year. So has the investigation by Ernst & Young into NAAJA drawn to a conclusion?
So there were two audits by Ernst & Young. So one was our grant controller report. Certainly that's well in progress, and our final report will be received in December. In terms of the other audit into the financial arrangements led by the Northern Territory Government, they are still working through the findings of that report.
Do we have any indication as to when that will be finalised?
I believe by the end of the year, yes. Yeah.
Do we know what the cost of undertaking those reports are by the Commonwealth?
No, we do not know that yet. So the NT government is still working through that report.
Okay. So there's no date as yet. So, Minister, have you, the NAAJA or the Attorney General's Department, taken any action in response to some of these issues so far? Has there been any indication at all from the review, or is action going to be sought once that comes through?
Well, we've taken action through the different processes that Ms Bellinger has outlined to the committee, Senator, and of course we need to wait for the final report. We're also mindful there's still ongoing court action in regards to NAAJA, so we are also monitoring that. And let's see that we can come to some conclusion before the end of the year.
So at the last estimates, Ms Bellinger informed us that NAAJA had issued NAAJA with a breach notice, and that NAAJA had until the 16th of July to respond. Did NAAJA respond?
Yes, they did, Senator Price. So perhaps not by the time frame, but certainly we were meeting regularly with them and working through. They've made a number, they've provided us with a remediation plan, which we have accepted. They have new financial management systems in place. At the moment, they are running dual financial systems just to make sure, and in 3 months they'll move completely to the new one. There's been a change of personnel in NAAJA leading the management and the financial systems as well. We've actually sat down and gone through budgets by line items, and we are confident they're absolutely heading in the right direction.
Are you able to, on notice, table the breach notice and NAAJA's response to that?
I can't see. Yes, Senator.
Is that possible to provide that by the end of today's session?
Certainly we can. We've got the breach notice. Yes, I'll do my best. Yeah.
Okay. And you did say that the grant controller is still in place, is that correct?
That's correct. So the grant controller is in place. We'll get a final report. Certainly all of the recommendations and findings they've made, we believe is similar to the broader report, and we've already taken action on all of those findings.
Okay, so and last time you stated that they were both managing the distribution of funds and investigating past misdirection of funds. Are you able to provide a little bit more detail on that?
Yeah, Senator, I might answer that question. So the use of prior funds is subject to the separate audit that we've spoken about already, being undertaken by Ernst & Young. As part of their role with the other hat on of grant controller, they look at, from the date of appointment, which was at the end of last year, they've been moving forward. So they've been looking at the expenditure in relation to the services. They've been then holding the money until they're satisfied that those costs have been verified, valid, and then they'll provide the funds to NAAJA.
Okay, so you also stated that last financial year the NIAA had appointed 6 grant controllers. Has this number changed?
At present, we have 4 grant controller arrangements in place with providers.
Okay. Are you able to provide a list of organisations who have had grant controllers appointed to them? That might be an NIAA.
Yes.
Thank you. In June, the NIAA announced that it would audit the $9.8 million provided to NAAJA. That's what you were speaking in
Correct.
relation to. And that's in relation to 23-24 as well.
22-23 is the audit period that Ernst & Young has been looking at, and that relates to funding provided by both the Northern Territory Government as well as NIAA.
And just to clarify, that's ongoing?
The report itself is being in the finalisation stage at the moment.
Okay, so, okay. Now, in June, the Federal Court ruled that the NAAJA board acted unfairly in commencing an audit of former CEO Priscilla Atkins when she blew the whistle on the Chief Financial Officer, Madhur Evans. Ms Atkins claimed that Mr Evans made discreet payments to then NAAJA Chair Colleen Rosas, bullied employees, recorded conversations without consent and disclosed confidential information. Now, I note that Northern Territory Police finalised an investigation into Mr Evans and concluded that the actions of Mr Evans did not meet the threshold for charging and so took no further police action. Has the NIAA investigated Ms Atkins' claims against Mr Evans?
We have not, on the basis that they were investigated by the Northern Territory Police, and so we relied on the outcomes of their
that's sufficient
review.
enough for the NIAA to not warrant any further?
The Northern Territory Police have an extensive investigations capability, and we will take the outcomes of their investigations.
And I'm assuming the NIAA were thoroughly across that investigation.
Our investigations team were in contact with the NT Police on this issue.
Okay. Now, the Federal Court further found that Ms Roses deliberately concealed information from the audit NAAJA launched into Ms Atkins to try and unscrupulously rig the audit against Ms Atkins. Minister, is this appropriate behaviour for the then Chair and current Deputy Chair of an organisation in receipt of substantial Commonwealth funding?
Given that the court proceedings are still underway, Senator Price, I do believe it would be inappropriate for me to comment on that particular part of the question. Okay, so returning to the 7:30 report, Colleen Rose has provided a statement in which she said that while she still serves on the NAAJA board, she intends to resign at the right time. Given the current federal court has found Ms Rose's deliberately concealed information from an investigation to justify the unlawful dismissal of NAAJA's 6 former CEOs, is the right time in fact immediately? There is still ongoing negotiations in regards to the decision of the Federal Court, and I would prefer to remain away from that at the moment, Senator Price. I'm obviously more than happy to respond once there is finalisation of that case.
Minister, you provided a statement to the same 7:30 report stating that the NIAA, the Attorney General's Department and the Northern Territory Government had written to NAAJA on the 1st of August and were awaiting a response. Are you able to table that letter for the committee?
Certainly.
And has NAAJA responded to that letter?
I would refer to the agency on that.
Yes, Senator. They responded on the 13th of September.
Are you able to provide that response to the committee?
In consultation with NAAJA, we can take them on notice.
Thank you. So, as reported by the ABC, the letter apparently asked that NAAJA provide full transparency regarding the source of funds used to pay any costs incurred by NAAJA in Ms Rose's defamation matter. What information has NAAJA provided in response to this?
NAAJA has provided a response noting that funding for that matter came from own source revenue within their organisation.
Minister, is the government satisfied that no Commonwealth funding was provided to NAAJA for service delivery has been used to pay for Ms Rose's legal fees?
Are we satisfied that we haven't paid for Ms Rose's legal fees? Is that what you're asking?
Sorry, the response then suggested that they were paid for Ms Rose's legal fees. Is that correct?
The response we've had from NAAJA is that any costs of that particular matter came from NAAJA's own source revenue.
Is the Commonwealth satisfied with that?
We have sought some further clarification on what own source revenue might entail.
For the purpose of this committee and on notice, when that response comes through, can that please be tabled?
Yes, Senator, we can take that on notice.
Minister, in August, the then chair of NAAJA, Mr Hugh Woodbury, resigned in disgrace after the Australian revealed he had physically abused his pregnant partner in an alcohol-fueled tirade. The Australian further reported that while Mr Woodbury was stepping down as chair, he would remain as a director of NAAJA. Minister, how is this tenable?
I've certainly had discussions with the Attorney General in relation to that. We have expressed our concerns to the board. Clearly, it is a matter for the board.
So how can someone be unfit under these circumstances to be a chair, still remain as a board member?
Under the terms of the funding agreements, restrictions on individuals relate to those involved with the management and service delivery, because that obviously represents, from a risk perspective, a greater risk. So following correspondence with NAAJA and gaining an understanding of Mr Woodbury's role now as a non-executive director, having stood down, it has been determined that he is not management under the definition of our head agreement, and so therefore permission typically required by NAAJA for individuals to perform those roles is not required.
So we're due to rotate the call very shortly, so...
Do you support that position? Does
Sorry,
the NAAJA support
my
that
opinion?
position?
That the head agreement is quite clear in that individuals involved in management and service delivery have restrictions as to...
And Minister, you support that position?
Sorry, could you just repeat that? I've just had something sent through to me from my family.
Right. Yes. The contract or the funding agreements by the Commonwealth to these organisations place expectations on management and service delivery individuals, that they meet a certain standard of when it comes to convictions, bankruptcy, typical qualification requirements.
Sorry, Mr. Worth, does he reach... Does his appointment meet the fit and proper person test?
Under the terms of the contract, his appointment as a non-executive director, his current role, does not require the proper person test to be undertaken from our contractual perspective.
So in terms of the funding agreement, but...
Well, more broadly, you'd appreciate that NAAJA has a regulator, that they are an ACNC organisation with the charities, and they meet those standards.
It's time to rotate the call now. Thank you, Senator Nampanjim.
I literally have one more question.
Okay, please continue.
For this.
And then thank you.
Well, actually, just quickly, who is the current chair? Because it's still listed as Mr. Woodbury on the website.
Senator Colleen Roses, as the deputy chair, is the the interim chair until a new chair is appointed. My understanding is that NAAJA intends to hold an annual general meeting on the 27th of November, where decisions will be made about board members.
Last question.
Taken some time. So in August, the co-founder of NAAJA, Natalie Hunter, called for the entire board of NAAJA to step down. Since May, additional board members have left the organisation. The High Court found NAAJA to have unlawfully dismissed its executives for whistleblowing on corrupt conduct. Have any of these events prompted any further action from the government to ensure it actually uses taxpayer funds to provide legal services?
Senator, I think the colleagues at NAAJA have set out the actions that we've taken in relation to the funding controller and the audit. We have continued to meet regularly with the Northern Territory Government and NAAJA. We've continued to talk to them about the work that they have underway around governance. I'm aware that they do have a new acting CEO, Anthony Bevan, who of course has...
Sorry, can I just ask one last question? Earlier this year, the Attorney-General threatened to remove NAAJA's funding if they did not improve. Since then, they have not improved. The governance continues to fall off a cliff.
That's not a question.
Was this threat from the Attorney-General empty, Minister?
No. Senator Cox, you now have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can I ask some questions of the Department of Education? Got the right folks at the table?
Hello, Senator.
Morning. Can I ask, the $32.8 million allocated in the budget to Clontarf Foundation, Can you tell me about the measurement of this contract? It's been one that's quite long-standing. How are we measuring this around attendance, grades, ATAR scores? What are the measurement tools for that?
Sure. Thank you, Senator Meg Brighton, Deputy Secretary of Education. Thanks for the question. So, Clontarf have had a long-standing contract with the Australian Government in the order of $98 million over the period of 2023 until when the current contract finishes in the 25-26 year. Clontarf have had a series of evaluations undertaken over the years in terms of, and each one of those evaluations have looked at similar things by way of student attendance, student completions of Year 12. At the moment, there is a draft evaluation underway with a particular focus looking at a cost-benefit analysis of Clontarf. That is in process at the moment and will be finalised likely by the end of the year or early next year.
Ms Brighton, can you just clarify that they're independent evaluations and not ones that are undertaken by the department?
Senator, there's been a range of evaluations over the years. The cost-benefit analysis is an independent evaluation. Previous analyses that I'm aware of are ones that have been a combined of state and territory departments like New South Wales had commissioned. I suspect some of them have been commissioned by Clontarf directly, but I'll ask Mr Mudford if he's got anything to add to that.
Chris Mudford, Assistant Secretary, First Nations and Closing the Gap Branch. That's correct, what Ms Brighton said. So the cost-benefit analysis that is currently being conducted is being done by ASIL Allen. Ms Brighton referred to some of the State and Territory commissioned evaluations. One in 2017 by New South Wales was done by their Centre for Education Statistics and Evaluation, and another that was conducted in 2017 was done by Synergistic.
Great, thank you. The $29.1 million over 4 years that's been allocated to support the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Education Corporation and SNAKE. Can you tell me, are these program delivery, can you give me a breakdown? And I'm happy for you to do that on notice around the allocation of this funding.
Certainly, Senator. So there's a couple of components to that. The first is funding for the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Education Corporation. So this is the new peak education entity that has been established, and that funding will enable NAAJA to establish themselves and put in place the partnership arrangements and then fund the work that they will do, working in partnership not only with the department but also with community and the state and territory representatives from an education perspective. So NAAJA is receiving $12.5 million over 4 years. So that's, and then after that, it's approximately $4 million indexed annually. And the other part of that funding was funding for SNAKE
So SNAKE, the funding is $16.6 million over the next 4 years, and then similar to NAAJA, beyond there it will be approximately $4 million annually.
And this partnership funding, Senator, isn't for program work. It is it's quite distinct from any program funding that, say, in particular, SNAKE is receiving. It is particularly focused on their work to engage with government, engage with community and advise on matters relating to education, First Nations education, First Nations early childhood education as it relates to children and young people.
Yeah, and the funding reflects the government's commitments under the National Agreement on Closing the Gap, particularly Clause 32, which outlined the strong partnership elements, one of which being providing adequate funding to partners.
And similarly, have they got independent evaluation attached to the success of these investments?
Senator, with NAAJA, we're in the process of just establishing the partnership agreement as a brand new organisation. So we're in very early stages on that partnership agreement. And with SNAKE, their partnership agreement will be settled by a draft a close to final draft should be settled by the end of the year is what we're working towards. Mr Mudford might be able to comment on evaluation.
So for both of them, as Ms Brighton said, we are working through the partnership agreement and the grant agreement to give effect to providing the funding, and that will look at what the appropriate reporting requirements are and how we might consider evaluation over the coming years as we consider or review the partnership with these peak organisations, and the partnership agreement themselves will likely have an element that goes to a review process.
So just to clarify, Mr Mudford, the reporting mechanism is very different against your contract outputs versus outcome-based evaluation. So I think you're trying to funnel that into the same thing. Just to clarify, the independent evaluation of these is happening separately in relation to outcomes, or are all these contracts outcome-based?
So for NAAJA and Snake, the arrangement will be more about working in partnership and the advice that they, as First Nations peak bodies, provide to the government and to the department about education matters. And so we're using a grant agreement as the mechanism to provide the funding to them, but as you say, they are a different arrangement to our standard program-based or outcomes-based requirements.
Right, the $27.5 million that's allocated to extend existing programs for the Indigenous Education Foundation Scholarship Program and the Indigenous Cultural Responsiveness Initiative and English Language Learning for Indigenous Children. Can I ask if any of those against the $27.5 million are also being evaluated, or is it an extension of the current program, or are there an extension of those programs more widely to extend them to other locations?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So I'll work through each of them. So the Australian Indigenous Education Foundation is an extension, so it's $20 million to continue their scholarship arrangements for the 2025 calendar year. Their last evaluation was in 2020, which was conducted by KPMG, which I think we've spoken about previously. The English Language Learning for Indigenous Children, or ELIC, is an extension and expansion. So that initiative has been managed by Education Services Australia, and it has supported up to 20 early learning and schools in remote areas. The expansion will be to up to 100 in remote and very remote areas. It was an evaluation of the pilot for ELIC was conducted, but there were a number of factors that impacted the pilot, including COVID. So an evaluation of the ELIC work with this expansion will be something that we'll consider. And then the Indigenous Cultural Responsiveness Initiative is delivered by the Australian Institute for Teaching and School Leadership. It's an extension of the existing initiative, so it's a further $2 million to support that initiative. They're conducting an implementation study at the moment in terms of looking at the toolkit that had been developed and how it's been used by schools, and that's had some minor delays from ethics clearances, and we're working with AUSParliamentLive at the moment on the scope and arrangements for the extension with the $2 million. And I should say for completeness that the ELIC amount is $5.5 million.
Great. And my last question on this block is the $2.4 million that's allocated to the First Nations teacher strategy. Is that to develop the strategy? Because I can't find it anywhere online, or if you're able to provide that to us on notice. And what is the time frame for that?
The First Nation Teachers Strategy, Senator, is a body of work particularly focused on strengthening the pathways and the opportunities for First Nations folks to go into teaching. So we've done a phase 1 of that work where we've engaged with, as I look at this,
Nous and Murrowan.
and what they've done is a literature review. They've looked at what existing materials are available. The next part of the work is actually us partnering with a First Nations entity for them to lead out the engagement on the design work around what the First Nations teacher strategy will look like. We're expecting to have that out in the market shortly, and we'll be particularly focusing on partnering with the First Nations organisation around that. So we've heard very strongly from NAAJA, which is the peak First Nations Teacher and Principal Association, about the need to do this with the workforce because they have the best and strongest understanding of what is required. The First Nations Teacher Strategy is also something that we've highlighted under the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement that we will be delivering, and that agreement, which we're currently negotiating with states and territories, has not only been negotiated in partnership with the Coalition of Peaks and NAAJA, but actually it has some really key foundational elements about anchoring in the importance of cultural safety in schools for both students and for staff. So this all works as part of a package to try and strengthen up and make a pathway into teaching a safe pathway, a viable pathway, and a pathway that's accessible to any First Nations person that wants to go down that by way of their career.
Great, thank you, Ms. Brighton. Chair, will I get another opportunity to...
Yes, I can apportion, I think, one more block, depending on how far we go over before getting to the land councils. Senator Nampijinpa-Price or Senator Little?
Thank you. I'll go to yet another organisation with serious governance questions to answer, and it relates this time to Yadu Health at Ceduna.
Thanks, Senator.
Chair, if I may just respond to Senator Little's previous question on KWY. My office has had confirmation from Oric that there is no investigation into KWY. It's part of a rolling examination process triggered by KWY having a change in size. It's not in response to any complaints or allegations, and I understand that Oric will speak to this this afternoon.
Am I able to actually table that? Because it talks about the examination of the books and any related body corporate matters. That is inconsistent with what you're saying to me now?
I can certainly get that tabled to you.
Sorry?
What I've just said, is that what you want tabled? Or?
No, I think Senator Little's got a document.
I have a document here.
The Senator is seeking
Sounds inconsistent
to
with what you're telling me is the advice that you've got. Yes. That's very, very clear.
The committee can't deliberate on whether it can be tabled till it's seen it. So we'll just have a quick look.
I don't necessarily need to deliberate. What I'm saying is, if the Minister needs these copies, I'm happy to give that to her to show that actually what she's saying appears inconsistent with the evidence that I have.
Absolutely. Table it, Senator.
Thank you. Would you like me to move on?
Chair? Sorry, I just wanted to give that as part of your previous question, so obviously.
I'm not wanting to debate the contents of that. I'm just wanting to say, here it is, this is what I've got, and that doesn't sound like what you're saying. So I'm happy to leave it at that and move on to Yadu.
Stated yesterday.
Are you okay, Chair?
Yes, thank you, Senator Dodd.
Thank you. Thank you.
We can now table that. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Yadu Health. The government gave $13 million to Yadu Health to build a health clinic to be completed by 2024, and at last estimates you advised the tender had been republished. 2 years later, is there even a slab?
Thank you, Senator. Melinda Turner, First Assistant Secretary, First Nations Health Division. Yes, so that is correct. We have allocated funding to Yadu Health Service in Ceduna to build a new health clinic in the to replace the old one that's been knocked down. I don't think we've got any. We don't have a slab there as yet, so we haven't commenced that work as yet.
I can confirm you don't have a slab. There is nothing there.
Not as yet, no.
Where are you up to in the procurement process for actually getting started on this work, given this is a cashless debit card community and the government expected there would be implications as a consequence, social and health implications?
Thanks, Senator. Ben Barrett, Acting Assistant Secretary, Primary Healthcare and Community Control Branch. At the moment, the successful bidder in that tender process is working with the Yadu Health Board on some design processes, and they are currently being accredited by the South Australian... sorry, I've got it here.
So, Mr Barrett, what's the new completion date?
Early 2026.
Early 2026.
So we're expecting the accreditation to come through later this month and ground to break in early 2025 and completion 2026.
So given the delay, that is not just because of building issues. We know there are governance issues at this organisation. It's not hard to work that out. What's the additional cost for this build that taxpayers will have to stump up because of governance issues at this organisation, or issues that have actually contributed to the delay? What's the extra cost of this project?
So the department has provided $560,000 additional dollars, and then the South Australian government has chipped in $2.5 million, and the Yadu Health has provided $2.61 million to come to the current total cost.
Before you gave an additional $560,000, did you actually bother to look at the annual report of this organisation? Because you would have found they haven't lodged an annual report for 3-4. Let's assume they're not doing one at 3-5 for a while. Do you know how much is on its balance sheet and whether it could have covered those costs?
I don't have that information.
We'll have to take that on notice, Senator.
Does anybody look at an organisation's financial statements to make sure to have a look at the money that they've actually got at bank to see whether they even need money from the Commonwealth, particularly health money, because they can get money from the Commonwealth through closing the gap?
Yes, we do, Senator.
Contribute to their organisations?
Yes.
Yes? Right. So, are you also aware that there are some 20 vacancies at Yadu Health and they're even advertising for a new CEO?
Yes, we are aware of that, Senator.
Does that give you any confidence then with an organisation that's already failed to deliver a really important project? You give them even more money and they can't even identify a CEO at that time, lodge their financial statements and have so many vacancies within their organisation? Doesn't that ring alarm bells for the department? That's my question. And did you provide advice to the Minister's office that you had concerns before that money was transferred or agreed to?
So in answer to your first question, yes, we do have concerns about the governance of the board and the positions, particularly within the organisation. We understand there are a lot of staffing concerns in terms of getting people to work in Yadu and the governance that oversees that. I have a team, I have two teams within the division that work closely with Yadu on these particular issues, and we also we're also just doing everything that we can to support them in terms of making sure that they are getting more staff on board. We know Yadu is undertaking recruitment for a new CEO. Applications close at the end of October, so we do expect that position to be filled very soon. And we are very aware of the vacancies, and we are helping as much as we can to make sure that those vacancies are filled.
So when did you hand over the $560,000? When did that actually transfer to Yadu?
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator. I don't have that information.
Can you provide that? Can you ask your officials here to provide that immediately?
Yes.
Immediately? Surely you'd be able to find me that time.
Yes.
Okay.
Senator, just to add, we may not have passed the funds over because I understand that it was in lieu of cost escalation.
That's right.
So that's an overall contract scope. of which there are milestones and you pay things at stages. So we may not actually, we'll check it, but
You'll clarify
we
that?
actually haven't passed funding over. It's got to be,
But you've been negotiating and working out that you were going to give $560,000 additional.
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that in August, Oric actually issued an order to examine Yadu's health books?
Yes, we are aware of that.
And yet you still were looking at handing over more taxpayers' money to a health service that is in crisis and delivers services to people who are also in crisis in that community.
So, Senator, as I said, the normal way for contracts is there's milestones and you pay according to stages. So there's not a, it's not a, you know, we've taken on notice to check the specifics, but my understanding is we've not paid that additional money. That will be provided as the project advances. More broadly, as Ms Turner has been describing, our proclivity is to try and support organisations to work through these issues. There, of course, is a threshold where you get to the point where you need to stop that funding. But generally, like all the organisations here, we try and work with these partners to build through these issues, and that's the process we're in at the moment.
So at what point in your process does some common sense get applied?
Well, again, if you're referring to when we provide the funding, there's milestones. When those milestones are met, payments are provided. So that's the trigger that we have. So we have to take on notice and we can provide you what that looks like. But that's how I would frame my answer, Senator.
So, Mr Excel, did the department provide communication to the Minister's office, either Minister, whether it's Minister for Health, Minister for Indigenous Affairs, Minister Rishworth, that there were concerns about the funds being transferred to this organisation because of what you knew?
We provide regular updates to the Minister for Health and the Assistant Minister for Indigenous Health in terms of the infrastructure and ongoing progress, in fact, all of our work. I don't know if we've specifically briefed on this issue, but my colleagues may.
So we work with DSS to determine organisational risk ratings, and we certainly communicate those to the Minister. But I don't think that Yadu necessarily meet the threshold for
we're happy to take on notice because, as I said, we provide regular updates on all this infrastructure works, and I'll just check what's gone up in what detail.
So if you could please confirm whether any of these issues of serious financial questions about this organisation were raised with the Minister's office by the department. So what comfort, based on that, do you give taxpayers and the clients and the community and other people with financial interests that there is a way through this mess? And you can only do so much. You're a government department.
Agree. And as I said, there's a proclivity to try and support all organisations to build capacity. So I guess in terms of what assurances we can give, it goes to, as Mr Barrett was talking about, it goes to that process we have for grant management. There's an organisational risk rating that is done by the Services Australia that manages grants on behalf of the Department of Health. They have regular monitoring. And then in terms of payments, we do that according to milestones. So, you know, again, when things are delivered, then payments are made.
So we keep hearing about these peak bodies and how important they are in this structure. Were you alerted in any way, either verbally or in communications, by the peak bodies that are responsible for health, that there were serious issues at this organisation? And I ask that of you, and I ask that of the Minister.
Sure. I'm not aware of being advised personally. I'll check with my team. Otherwise, we're happy to take on notice if there's been advice from peak bodies. But
Yes, there has been. We are in regular contact with the Aboriginal Community Controlled Health affiliate within South Australia and also South Australia Health. And so we have been, this has been a very coordinated effort to work with Yadu on these issues. So we have been informed about it and we have been working quite closely with them on this.
Minister, have you been informed about this by the people you rely on to provide peak body advice?
Senator Little, in terms of Yadu and the construction of its new facility, I was aware that it was way behind. In fact, that there had to be a new tender process. I am unaware of any issues of governance, but I will take that part of your question on notice to see if my office has been informed in any way.
So are you able to provide copies of the communication or dates of those communications from the peak body specific to issues?
Happy to take the notice, yeah.
And Minister?
I just said I'm happy to provide any information that my office has received.
Thank you. Senator Thorpe. This one is for Ms Harvey and the Attorney General's Department. Part of your role... sorry. My apologies. Part of your role is working with the Indigenous Employment Network and broader departmental staff to promote the recruitment, retention and inclusion of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander staff with the department. Is that correct?
Senator, I am the Indigenous champion for the Attorney General's Department, and in that capacity work with the Indigenous Employees Network, but also, of course, with our HR corporate area.
This is off your website. This is what you've said on your website. Yep. So thank you for clarifying that. So between 23 May and 30 April 2024, so May 2022 and April 2024, the department hired 22 First Nations employees and 20 ceased employment. Based on these numbers, the department effectively had to replace almost its entire First Nations staff. So how many more First Nations staff have you got left in the department since the 30th of April 2024?
Senator, I don't have those statistics with me because, as I mentioned, my role is the Indigenous champion, but I work with our human resources area, which sits in our enabling services group. So,
you don't know how many blackfellas you've gotten in your department?
Senator, I am, like I said, I don't have that information with me. I'm very happy to take it on notice, but...
I think so. Because losing 20 staff in that period of time, when you only had 22, is pretty alarming. You lost 20 black staff out of your department and you don't know how many you got left.
Senator, like I said, the Enabling Services Group is where the human resources function for the department sits. So I don't have that information with me. That's information that they would have, but I'm very happy to take it on notice.
So as the Indigenous champion of the department, which you've proclaimed, you don't know how many staff you have that are First Peoples?
So I don't have the exact numbers, Senator. It's something that our Enabling Services Group would have.
Do you think, or two?
Senator, we have a number of First Nations staff in the department.
You're not sure how many?
And in the group. I don't have the precise staff numbers with me.
Okay. Thank you. So do you know what the turnover rate of First Peoples are in your department since the start of the parliamentary term?
Senator, that would have been a question for our Enabling Services Group. So, as I said, that is a HR function. They would have that.
Okay. So we believe that to be around 70 to 100% retention based on our figures.
Rate? Or, so, Senator, I don't know that is
turnover.
Correct. I'm happy to try and get some statistics.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Can you perhaps advise where those figures are from?
I'll have to take that on notice. So, as the Indigenous champion, has anyone raised issues of racism in the department with you, Ms Harvey?
Senator, I meet with staff who do have concerns about a range of things.
Racism?
Including when they feel like they've encountered racism.
Okay, that's great. So the figures have actually come from questions on notice, so they've come from you. So maybe check my questions on notice to you and see what your responses have been, and you'll find your answer. How would you, as the Indigenous champion... Sorry, do you mind if I ask, are you Indigenous?
No, Senator.
So you're the Indigenous champion for the department. Can you explain this extremely high turnover rate at all? Regardless of the numbers, there's factual numbers here that you lost 20 black staff. How do you acknowledge this?
So, Senator, I don't have that turnover rate in front of me.
You're the Indigenous champion.
Senator, as I explained, that my role is not
to champion Indigenous staff.
My role is to absolutely champion Indigenous staff, and my role is to do a range of things, but the statistics you asked for would of course sit within the broader statistics of turnover of the department.
Okay.
It is something that we may be able to come to, but I don't have them in front of me at the moment.
So given this high turnover, how can the community have confidence that the department is equipped to address and dismantle any entrenched systems of racism or white supremacy within the workplace?
Senator, we have a range of work that the department has been undertaking, both under the priority reforms work, but also through the broader human resources work that we do. So, for example, around cultural safety in the workplace, we have a dedicated part of the department that is around looking at how we embed priority reforms from closing the gap in the work of the department. So it is something that is taken incredibly seriously, and it's a part of my role I take seriously. And certainly something within my group, we've sought to make sure that we have more First Nations staff working in the group, because we know that diversity is incredibly important. You need diverse views to be able to have good policy, to be able to do good work. So I think there is a range of things we're doing. I do take that seriously, Senator.
So are those plans taking into account the 20 black staff you lost?
So, Senator,
and as the Indigenous champion, has anyone raised personally with you issues of racism within your department?
So, Senator, as I mentioned, I have I do meet with First Nations staff sometimes, regularly, but people do raise concerns with me about their individual experiences.
I'm specifically saying to you, with all due respect, has any First people, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people within your department raised with you as the Indigenous champion, personally, the issue of racism that they endure or endured in your department personally?
And Senator, that was my answer. So that, as I said, I meet with staff in the department. I meet with First Nations staff in the department, and from time to time they raise with me experiences they've had in the department,
including racism.
Yes, Senator. Yes.
Yeah,
that's
I'm
what I'm
sorry
saying.
that I need you to get that on the. I need that on the record. That there are Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander staff in your department that are experiencing racism, and you've lost 20 in a very short period of time.
So Senator, I understand that the turnover of Indigenous staff is comparable to the rest of our staff in the department.
That doesn't make it okay.
Well, people are free to choose where they're employed and whether they stay or whether they go. So, of course, the retention of First Nations staff is important, and the promotion and the recruitment. But I think, as a whole, if it's not, if it's comparable to the rest of staff in AGD, it's something that's worth noting.
Senator Thorpe, I need to rotate the call now. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks everyone for being here. I have some questions in relation to Yamatji Consulting, formerly known as PwC Indigenous Consulting.
Thank you, Senator. I'll just get that.
Yeah, no worries. So according to AUSTender analysis, the total expenditure on PwC Indigenous Consulting by federal agencies reached 50 million. Of that 50 million, 17.2 million is from NAAJA. Have I got that about right?
17.2 million?
Of the 50 million.
Over what time period is that, Senator?
I'm sorry, I don't have the exact dates, but that's what I see on the in total.
So I'll get the details for you, but we have engaged PIC Consulting previously, but not recently.
No,
so,
I understand that, but in the past?
In the past, yes.
Total expenditure on PwC Indigenous when it existed was, I understand, 50 million.
Yes.
And of that, 17.2 was to the National Indigenous Australians Agency.
Yep.
So you will confirm whether I've got that right?
I'll confirm that.
Thank you.
We have engaged them for evaluations and a number of things.
How would you describe the nature of work that NIAA sought from PwC Indigenous Consulting?
So, as I just stated, Senator, they've been engaged for a number of activities. One I can recall from a few years ago was part of our Indigenous evaluations program. I'd have to get the specific details for you, and my colleague, Mr. Cray, might also, or Mr. Love might have details, but I'll just call them up.
Senator Nicholas Cray, Chief Financial Officer and Group Manager of Grants and Finance Group. So one of the larger contracts that we had with PIC was the Indigenous Tourism grant program, which from recollection, and this isn't 100% accurate, but was roughly around $10 million. That was initiated a couple of years ago. So that would be sort of account for, I think, the majority of that figure that you've referenced there.
I understand that 17.2 million came from 23 contracts and over a 5-year period, so that goes back to, and you'll tell me if I've got that right, subsequently. Why has the NIAA spent this much money on PIC in particular?
Well, Senator, I mean, we use consulting services for a range of activities, particularly where we don't have the expertise in-house or whether we need a level of independence. The PIC have engaged, as my colleague said, in evaluations of programs and have that expertise that we've drawn upon. We received advice from the Department of Finance at the time of the PwC issue came to light that we were able to continue to engage with PIC Consulting at the time, but I'll if you've got any particular contracts that you're concerned about, I'm very happy to look into them and provide you more information.
I'm coming to that, thank you. The Labor government's, I mean, it is a concern, of course. We heard in this room just a couple of days ago that the government ban, effectively, on PwC, the larger entity, has been extended to at least the middle of next year. A 49% holding within PIC, definitely, you know, it's a PwC enterprise in very significant part, so it's of interest to taxpayers. Yes. The Labor government's strategic commissioning framework sets out a goal for all departments and agencies to reduce their outsourcing of core work, including to consulting firms. How does the NIAA define core work?
Senator, we have done some work on the strategic commissioning framework, and my colleague, Mr. Love, will go to the details of what we define as core work, but we have a very low uptake of consultants in the agency. A lot of the work that we do, we are able to do within our staffing resources, but I'll ask Mr. Love to provide.
Yes, hello, Senator. John Love, Group Manager for Corporate. So in terms of the strategic commissioning framework, you're right. It is focused on reducing outsourcing of core work, and the NIAA has defined and reviewed who performs core work in the agency, and as part of that work, it did result in 3 positions identified for inclusion, a reduction and a cost saving. But in terms of that particular definition, I'll have to take that on notice.
So I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. Are you saying you have removed 3 positions?
That's right. So
from within the core workforce?
No.
The other way around.
The other way around. Apologies.
Yeah, that's what you're looking for.
We've brought in contracts.
Okay, so we'd certainly hope. Under what circumstances now would you approach a consulting firm for work under the new definition through the strategic commissioning framework?
Yeah.
So, thanks, Senator. Where the skill set does not exist in the agency, and where we also require an agency to deliver a service. So, in my view, those two things combined.
So, skill set and what was the second one?
The timeliness of service. Yeah.
Thank you. I want to go to a specific contract with PIC. I want to table an article from Crikey earlier this year. It's titled "Government Restarts the PwC Gravy Train with $700,000 Cash Splash." Are you familiar with this article?
I'm not, Senator, I'm sorry.
Okay, we'll make sure you get a copy of it. The $700,000 in question comes from two contracts that the NAAJA had with PIC. The largest of these, CN 4049953, was for, quote, stakeholder engagement and consultation services. This contract cost $692,304 overall, or $160,000 a month in its short life. What was this contract actually for? Thank you.
Perhaps I can take that question,
Great,
Senator Pocock. So that was the food security consultations across remote communities in 4 different jurisdictions running from May to August 24.
So talk to us about that. What did that look like actually?
Okay, so they went out, we had a discussion paper drafted around the importance of food security and what communities felt would be important in a national strategy. They went out to 21 communities and regional centres. They met with over 500 people, and then we had a further 45 submissions through that process. So they collated all of that feedback and submissions into a final report to government to help inform the drafting of a national strategy.
So PIC has in its leadership structure a single Indigenous person who owns 51% of the company. Previously 2 owned it and the remainder was owned by PwC. Can you talk to me about the composition of the people who actually went and did that consultation? How many were Indigenous and how it integrated with the work of local communities and their populations and how they were represented in the consultation? I've been in lots of consultations. People need to be able to identify and talk to the people they're talking to.
Yeah, certainly I know that the senior project manager for it were Indigenous and some of the senior staff, so we've met with them regularly. I would have to take that on. I couldn't answer that today, but I will take it on notice and get it back to you.
I'd really like to know exactly how it was done and what the involvement of both local Indigenous and Indigenous people more broadly.
Thank you.
Third question, and this I'm done after this. I wanted to go to Yamajiju Consulting specifically. PwC has since sold its minority 49% stake in PIC to Deloitte, and the entity has rebranded as Yamajiju Consulting. That firm currently only has one active contract with the federal government. It's CN 4097032. It's with the NAAJA and it's worth around $277,000. It's for corporate objectives or policy development. What does that work actually mean? What does it involve?
Yeah, so thank you. So it is related to assessment and evaluation services within NIAA.
Assessment and evaluation, just of what?
We'd have to take the very specifics on that, Senator, in a little bit more detail, only because we're just looking at AUSTender for that detail at the moment. Yeah.
Thanks. So I'm interested in, what it was, what the nature of the work.
It's likely to be an evaluation of a program.
Yeah.
But
Sorry?
Likely to be an evaluation of one of our programs.
Of a program, great. And once again, I'm interested in the participation of First Nations people.
We'll take that on notice.
Terrific,
Senator.
thank you. Has Yamajiju Consultant tendered for any other contracts with NIA recently?
We'd probably have to take that on notice, Senator. Yeah.
Has the sale of PwC's stake to Deloitte changed anything for you in terms of your likelihood to contract with Yamajiju Consulting? Has it changed the quality of their services? So 2 questions there.
Your last question after
this.
this.
Yeah, I'm done after that.
Well, Senator, I would say more broadly that we are very cognisant of the government's strategic commissioning framework. So we are being very mindful of that and operating within that context. I'm not aware of any particular information about this consulting firm now that has been taken into particular consideration, but we do have a general assessment process that we can talk through or provide you on notice on how these procurements are assessed.
I'm sure you're familiar with the term black cladding.
I am, yes.
And so how do you run the Geiger counter over these particular range of consultants to ensure that they actually represent and include First Nations people and both in the actual work and in the way that work is conducted? Are you very confident about your evaluation of that aspect of this particular line of funding?
I'd have to check on this particular line of funding, Senator, but generally we of course engage with Supply Nation that undertake that assessment of organisations that are registered with Supply Nation as Indigenous organisations.
Okay.
So, Senator, probably in a general sense, I'd say in terms of the procurement and then the assessment of those companies that might tender for work, there is a very thorough process to look at who are they using, how are they going to engage with community. So there's lots of different criteria that would be applied through that process. So we can get you that process that we go through as well.
I've spent a lot of time with these big consultants, tragically, in recent times, and I'm very familiar with large volumes of guff which can be produced about what is purported to have occurred. So we need, substantive processes of evaluation.
Yes.
And I'm sure that's what you would like to see also. So I look forward to hearing how that evaluation actually...
Yes, we can provide that.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Senators, I propose that we break for morning tea 4 minutes early, if that's okay, just so that we can rearrange the call. We will still be coming back with cross-portfolio and NAAJA after the tea break and looking at which agencies we might let go and how we'll manage our time from here. So we'll see you back here in 15 minutes. Thank you. As we resume, I just wanted to let you know about our deliberations over the morning tea break, and I'll just alert Senator Cox to the fact that I'll be ready to give her the call very shortly, but that senators who had called, coalition senators who had called the ILSC, the IBA, Outback Stores and Office of Township Leasing have advised me as chair that they are going to put those questions on notice in the interests of time. On that basis, all of those agencies will be released, and that puts, I guess, everyone else on notice that the time at which the program was being run will now change substantially. So I can just repeat that. That was the Indigenous Land and Sea Council, Indigenous Business Australia, Outback Stores and the Office of Township Leasing. We're now happy to resume. Senator Cox.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just... Ms Ballinger just wants to correct one thing that was said earlier and just clarify a point that was made earlier in relation to NAAJA calls that were missed.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much, and my apologies. I feel like I probably confused it more. So you were absolutely correct, Senator Little, in that the media did report about the prison calls. I guess NIA did our due diligence for the services that we provide and followed up very strongly with NAAJA about the CNS project. And we can confirm, that we've got that data. You had asked for the other data to be provided. The NTG AGDs are working with NAAJA around those claims. They don't see a lot of evidence around it, but I would have to refer to them to provide that further advice about the legal services.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification as Chair, I know, Senator Little, you had questions that undertook for information to be provided in the course of this morning. Does that cover off on those topics?
No.
Okay.
It's the other information.
All right. Just flagging, if you can notify us. I just want to create the prompt that when and if it becomes available, that you're able to advise me so that I can give Senator Little the call.
And KWY.
Okay. Thank you. Senator Cox, you now have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can I ask some questions around First Nations digital inclusion?
Thanks, Senator. I'm just seeing if we've got the right people here for that one. Yes? Yeah. It's actually a different department, but we may be able to provide some general information.
That'd be good, and if you can provide it on notice, get it for me on notice, that'd be appreciated, Ms Breen. There's $68 million over 4 years to support digital inclusion, 40 million of that going in the first or over 4 years to roll out community Wi-Fi in remote communities. It was supposed to be over the period of 2023-24. Can I get a progress update if possible?
Senator Julianne Guevara, Deputy CEO Policies and Programs at NAAJA. Senator, you may be aware that that program actually is run by the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Communications and the Arts, DITRICA. They would probably have the most up-to-date data just in relation to the implementation of it.
Yes, thank you, Ms Guevara. And as you were well aware, every time I ask this question in other committees, they tell me that it will be, I need to refer this to NAAJA, which I am. So maybe if you can get me an update on notice. Obviously now we've missed that.
Yeah.
We've pushed to Friday of estimates week. So we love to play a policy ping pong in relation to who's answering these questions for us. So I'd appreciate it if I can get an answer from the department on this one.
Senator Cox, happy to take it on notice.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Is there any way you could give me an update then on the establishment of the First Nations Digital Support Hub, or is that also one for notice?
That's the same, Senator. So Dietrich again runs that program, and so happy to add that to the list of questions that I shall send to them straight after this.
Yes, and also the $6 million, please, on expanding the digital inclusion index around data collection. Who's doing that, what's going to be done, and how it's going to be done, and whether that any of those contracts have actually been awarded as yet in relation to that would be great. Thank you, Squavara. Can I go to the further investment in closing the gap? Yeah. And a question about custody notification, since we've had a lot of conversation about that. $4.6 million, 24-25. Is there a reason why CNS is not being provided to Queensland, or funding for CNS is not being provided to Queensland and Tasmania?
Senator, we're just getting the relevant official up to the table. As you will appreciate, the custody notification scheme has funding of $4.6 million per annum. The costing for that relates to the initial sort of calls to a legal service for the provision of a welfare check. We have noticed over the past 12 months a significant growth in the numbers of calls to all of our CNS services, but I might get our relevant branch manager just to talk through specifically the services that you've mentioned in those particular states.
Thank you.
Senator Priya Pal, I'm the branch manager for family safety at NAAJA. It is, you're correct, Queensland and Tasmania do not currently have Commonwealth funding for custody notification services. I believe in the case of Queensland, at the time that funding was originally offered, they advised the Commonwealth that they already had a similar system in place, and so did not want to take up the Commonwealth offer of funding, and I believe that occurred in Tasmania as well.
Okay, thank you for that update, Ms Powell. Can I go to the maintenance of critical services, the $101 million that's been provided to maintain the delivery of critical services under their national partnership to the Northern Territory's remote Aboriginal investment, including health, safety, wellbeing, schooling and justice services. Can I ask what part of that contribution is being put towards family and domestic violence services in the Territory?
Thank you, Senator. Ms Bellinger will answer that.
Good morning, Senator. So at this approximately around $30 million over 3 years in supplementary funding, so predominantly for the delivery of caseworker services in at least 23 communities and the operation of 19 remote women's safe houses.
Is that consistent with the rate of violence for the Northern Territory? In the recent Senate inquiry into missing and murdered First Nations women and children, the rate of family and domestic violence in the Territory is 8 times the national average. So is the funding consistent with that?
Senator Cox, what I would say is that we're currently in negotiation with the Northern Territory Government around this national partnership, and certainly that's something under discussion. You will know that the Northern Territory Government recently committed a further $180 million, I believe it's over 5 years, and that's all part of a larger conversation and that relates back to the national funding as well.
Senator Cox, Julianne Guevara again. I would say, of course, that the Northern Territory receives a range of funding across different agencies in relation to tackling family and domestic violence. You'll be aware, of course, under the National Plan on Prevention of Violence Against Women and Their Children, DSS, of course, provide funding to all states and territories. I have seen that you've asked several questions over the course of this estimates in relation to the new National Access to Justice program as well. There is, of course, provision of funding under the current services. Our NAAJA provide funding for family violence prevention legal services in a number of states and territories as well. So it's not just the funding that occurs under the National Partnership Agreement for the Northern Territory that would actually support domestic violence services in the Northern Territory.
We're not talking about support. Just a reminder that there's been 7 women that have died in 4 months in this jurisdiction. My specific question went to what money is going directly to save the lives of women and children in this jurisdiction that is now 8 times the national average. So the sense of urgency for that, appreciate that the Territory Government are wanting to put $180 million towards that over 5 years, but we have women dying at unacceptable rates in this jurisdiction, and we see no sense of urgency. In the current budget papers, there's not even an allocation of First Nations money towards family and domestic violence in order to close the gap. We have a very important target for closing the gap in Target 13, yet we still see a lack of response and a lack of urgency and priority from the departments and from the government, frankly, in relation to saving women's lives. So how are we actually going to achieve that? And where's the sense of urgency to achieve that? Do we have any immediate funding? Is there any update on that? $30 million over 3 years is only $10 million per year.
So Senator Ali Jenkins, Group Manager for Social Policy at the National Indigenous Australians Agency. I do have some additional detail about funding that is provided by NAAJA in the Northern Territory, and I can provide an indication that's provided by colleagues at Department of Social Services, but they might also wish to speak to that. NAAJA currently invests approximately $40 million in the current funding year for domestic violence services in the Northern Territory. This includes the $10.3 million that we've already referred to under the Northern Territory Remote Aboriginal Investment Agreement. It also includes $23.4 million for violence reduction and victim support, and there's a further $6.7 million which is provided under the Central Australia Plan. So that's for funding that's provided in the current budget year, and we also have provisions in future years as well. That's in addition to the funding that's provided for family violence and prevention legal services.
Can I ask when the last evaluation or review of these contracts happened in relation to making sure that the money is actually getting to the right services and the right places? And is it being matched with any data, any heat mapping around where some of these homicides are occurring? Because I appreciate that you're funding in specific locations, but we also see that the disparity in the way that services are being funded, both by the Territory but also the federal government. These are the recommendations of the Senate inquiry into missing and murdered First Nations women and children. So when is the last review being done? And does the government have appetite to actually provide now an up-to-date evaluation and review of where that money is being allocated to? We can't continue to roll over contracts when we still have women dying at the rate that they are in the Northern Territory in particular.
So, Senator, we do evaluate our activities in different circumstances. I think the most recent we have was in relation to the Family Violence and Prevention Legal Service. I might just refer to my colleague, Ms Powell, on when that one was conducted.
So, Senator, obviously there are a number of contractual processes that are taken on an annual basis where providers need to demonstrate their commitments to achieving their KPI, and we do collect data in terms of number of clients serviced regularly through across the NIA, across all our programs, including family violence prevention legal services. There was an evaluation, a grant activity review of family violence prevention legal services nationally, which was completed, I believe, at the beginning of this year, but I'll just confirm that date.
Senator, in addition to NAAJA, DSS is at the table as well, who could answer some of those questions. Thank you.
Gingerwella Letitia Hope, Deputy Secretary, Families and Communities. Good morning, Senator. You asked a range of questions. Of course, the DSS is responsible for the Closing the Gap targets. I just wanted to just to get you to clarify what information we could help you with your inquiry this morning.
Thank you, Ms Hope. It is in relation to ensuring that the money is actually achieving the outcomes that it's intended to. So with the evaluation of where your current contracts are going to, the services that you're providing that funding to, one, if it's sufficient based on the national average of the territory in particular, being 8 times the national average of women in that jurisdiction dying, in particular First Nations women. And the second part of that is the matching of that. In every other jurisdiction except the Northern Territory, there is a family violence homicide monitoring function, a statutory function that operates. So where is the data being matched from? I don't want to see or hear the contractual obligations that the department has with their contractors telling them how many people have come through their door, when we are not seeing the outcome being achieved with saving women and children's lives on the ground. So how is the department then able to provide a clear outcome, value for money, but also being able to save those lives of women who are being subjected to the most horrific levels of violence in the country? And that is my concern, is that we are not doing that. We can't wait to an annual basis, Ms Hope, to review these contracts. Where is the sense of urgency to save the lives of women and children in this country, First Nations women and children?
Thanks, Senator Cox. I might just hand over to my colleague, Ms Lutz, who will talk you through some of the work that we're doing in this space.
Good morning. Anna Lutz, Group Manager, Ending Gender-Based Violence. So, Senator, there's a range of programs we fund under the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children. Just going back to your earlier questions, the Northern Territory Government receives funding under the National Partnership Agreement. I can go through that funding, or we can provide that on notice for the multiple schedules.
Happy for you to provide that on notice. I know that the Chair is probably going to cut me off very shortly, so let's just save some time there if we can.
Yeah, we'll put that on notice. The other thing we also do is we fund a number of national programs, including Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Action Plan grants. So under the Action Plan, we've got 4 grants, and so there's a range of other supports we provide to the Northern Territory and different organisations. Again, we can provide that detail on notice, Senator, if that's helpful. Things like safe places, emergency accommodation, keeping women safe in their home, as well as those Action Plan grants that are going to different organisations.
Thank you, Senator.
Nampa Price.
Thank you, Chair. My questions are around the cashless debit card removal.
Yes, Senator. Senator, as you'll be aware, we did traverse CDC and the cashless debit card in Outcome 2 on Wednesday night, as it's a broad DSS portfolio. I don't have the officers here today, but I can help you with your inquiries as best I can.
Sure.
Or take things on notice to come back to you.
Certainly, thank you. I guess my questions are around the University of Adelaide report into the removal of the cashless debit card that found that the impacts are mostly negative and centred around financial management, alcohol and gambling misuse, child wellbeing and welfare, safety and violence. So what is the department doing to mitigate these impacts?
So, Senator, as we gave evidence on Wednesday night, there's a range of local support services that we have in place in all of those communities where the cashless debit card has been removed. And I just wanted to, as I did traverse on Wednesday night with Senator Little, the Adelaide University report was not a causational report. That is not what it was. It was a report around the lived experience and stakeholders' experience of the removal. But as I said, I'll try and help you with your inquiries today, but this is not an issue for cross portfolios. This is a broad social policy issue.
Thank you.
I'm certainly happy to help as best I can.
Absolutely. Just with regard to your comments, however, the removal of the cashless debit card has played a huge impact, and within the University of Adelaide reports, it's it's spoken specifically to users, and I quote some of the impacts from the users who suggest that, in one quote, "Oh, it felt good when the CDC finished, but then that's when we realised that it wasn't really good. It stopped helping. Then we ended up with no money. They used to have food and stuff, but now it's back to square one where they got to ask the people for food and stuff." So, I mean, it's a pretty damning report. And if I'll continue on, there's other quotes that suggest here, as soon as that in-due card went away, all the money, boom, party for a year. Every day is someone's payday. You shout me, I'll shout you tomorrow. So they've always got drink money. You can't stop them from spending their money. So it's had pretty devastating impacts. And I've personally visited those places that have been affected where that Minister Rishworth has failed to go back to. So I think this is a very important line of inquiry. I guess I'll put this question to the Minister. Minister, it's clear from the University of Adelaide report and understanding from my visits of the former CDC sites that the rivers of grog are flowing again, and that dysfunction and despair has returned to these communities. So why is the government allowing this to happen?
We went to the election, Senator Price, to commit to abolish the cashless debit card and to make it voluntary to those communities through the smart card. I do understand that with the University of Adelaide report on the transition from the cashless debit card, that the report made no causal links, Senator Price, with the cessation of the cashless debit card.
Well, according to those comments, and they're speaking specifically to individuals affected by the cessation of the card. It's plain, it's right there written, in their own words. So you are telling me that the government is quite comfortable that there is such devastating impact as a result on the lives of individuals. I mean, we're talking about people and their lives, about children now in a worse off situation, and the government is pleased with that outcome because it was an election commitment.
Well, I'm certainly not telling you that we're comfortable about devastation, Senator Price. We would never say that, and I've not said that. They're your words. What I will say is this, that we made a commitment to remove the cashless debit card because we wanted to put other factors in place. We were very aware with previous inquiries, Senate inquiries leading up to the election, of what the cashless debit card created for families across Australia. So we don't shy away from that. We're clearly working with each state and territory jurisdiction around the areas of alcohol, in particular the Northern Territory. We know there is an issue there. Do you link that to the cashless debit card? Well, that's your call. What I would say is that there's a far deeper concern around alcohol in this country than just based on a card.
Evidently, it was helping in the lives of some marginalised Australians. Minister, you've described income management like the CDC as racist and unjust. If this is the case, why keep it in the Northern Territory and remove it from the rest of the country?
We have the Basics card in the Northern Territory.
It's income management.
We have Basics card in the Northern Territory. We have not removed that. We know that communities have asked for that. The cashless debit card is a secondary step. We knew that with the high percentage of withholding people's income was incredibly difficult for families to survive on that. And this was the basis of why we took to the election the removal of the cashless debit card.
So, in your words, you said it's been racist and unjust. So what is racist about the cashless debit card, but what's not racist then about the Basics card, if they're both forms of income management?
It's voluntary, Senator Price. The cashless debit card never was.
So that removes the racist element from it?
Absolutely. If you are forcing people across onto... No, listen to me.
But if it's not specified for a particular race of person, how can it be racist?
Senator Nampinger-Price, you asked the question, you need to listen to the answer and then you can have the call back.
When you're making it compulsory, Senator Price, that means you're forcing everyone onto a program that they may not wish to do. When you enable people to volunteer, if that's what they wish to do, then it gives the choice and empowers people to make their own decision. There is a distinct difference there.
Okay, Minister, you still haven't explained what element of it makes it actually racist when it was applied to people of all backgrounds in the first place, whether in voluntary form or not.
Predominantly because it covered First Nations people, Senator Price.
But it still does.
If you went to see the reports previously, you would see that. The difference is voluntary. I think you might need to have a look at what that
voluntarily
word means.
Racist. Okay.
No, that's
Minister,
incorrect. Chair, that is incorrect. Please refer the senator to the appropriate response to what I've just said.
Senator Little, please don't impugn.
Senator who?
Please, sorry.
I'm Senator Nampinger-Price.
I'm very sorry. Please continue.
So, Minister, will you take responsibility for the violence, abuse and neglect that is once again rampant in these communities where the cashless debit card has been removed?
Senator Nampinger-Price, I find that question quite deliberate in its format. I think that what you need to know is that I am not responsible and I'm not to police each state and territory jurisdiction. I certainly see the violence that is around across different communities across the country, and I think it's reckless of you to actually put that question in that way.
Minister, it is your responsibility, however, to the lives of marginalised people who are deeply impacted by the removal of the cashless debit card. So I think it's a pretty straightforward question to ask. So why is the government allowing lefty woke ideology to stand in the way of real solutions to problems? This was a tool that was being effective.
So that's what you're more concerned about, whether it's a lefty woke solution.
Well, that's where you got most of your advice from in the decision to remove it in the first place. That's who you're concerned with.
You seem to be
votes in the
focused
Prime
on
Minister's
leftism,
seat.
by the sounds of it. Let's have a proper conversation here. We are all concerned about violence across the country in whatever form, whether it's Indigenous or non-Indigenous communities. So, yes, we are concerned about violence broadly, but I reject your assertion.
If you are that concerned, then why would you remove a tool that was evidently, and by those who are talking about it, improving the lives of marginalised people, if that is in fact your actual concern?
Well, I believe I've answered that question in regards to what we took to the federal election in 2022, Senator Price.
And yes, I am concerned about lefty woke ideology because that's what dictates a lot of this government's policy. So yes, I will bring it up. And yes, I think it's a mature conversation to have. So my next line of questioning goes to the Macarata Commission.
I'll need to rotate the call very shortly, Senator Nampinger-Price.
Chair, I've only had 10 minutes, so I understand I'll probably have another really 5 minutes to go, considering that the last half an hour block was given to the Greens. So
it was not half an hour, it was 14 minutes. Thank you, Senator.
Prior to that, it was also Senator Pocock, which was 15 minutes. So I am keeping time as well.
No, you had 15 minutes between them both, so just remember that. I can tell you.
No, I didn't. Actually, she didn't. I didn't.
Okay.
Chair.
Thank you. Please continue with the questions.
So the 2022-23 budget provided $5.8 million from 2022-23 through to 24-25, and I quote, commence work on establishing an independent Macarata Commission to oversee processes for agreement making and truth telling. Can you please update us on how much so far has been spent on establishing a Macarata Commission?
Good morning, Senator. Deborah Fulton, Group Manager for Culture, Country and Connection in the National Indigenous Australians Agency. So I think that was most recently answered at the previous estimates in a question on notice. So I don't have a figure today, but what I would say, consistent with the last answer, is that we've essentially integrated the work around into the branch, one of the branches in my division, so we're not tracking a particular expenditure. The funding that had been provided in that budget measure has been returned to the contingency reserve, and so we don't have specific resourcing for work on a Macarata Commission.
Sorry, can you repeat that last part? I just didn't quite catch that.
There isn't specific funding with the agency presently to progress work on a Macarata Commission.
So there isn't. So 5.8 million is where it stood, and there's no more available to that. So is there any more? I think it was 27.7 million in the original commitment made. Has any more been committed from that 27.7 million?
So all of that funding is in the contingency reserve, so it's not with the agency, but it remains in the budget.
Okay. In a doorstop on the 6th of February, the Prime Minister was asked if he was committed to Macarata Commission. The Prime Minister stated, and I quote, "What we're committed to is what we said during the referendum." He then wafts on and doesn't really answer the question. But Minister, is this government still committed to, as the Prime Minister told the country at election night 2022, implementing the Uluru Statement in full?
We are definitely committed to the principles of the Uluru Statement, voice, treaty, truth.
Okay, so it explicitly called for, and I quote from one of its pages, 26, "We seek a Macarata Commission to supervise a process of agreement making between governments and First Nations and truth-telling about our history." In his speech at Garma on August 3rd, the Prime Minister stated, and I quote, "We remain committed to Macarata, that powerful Yolngu word gifted to the nation for coming together after a struggle." In an interview with the ABC Insiders on 4th of August, the Prime Minister stated, and I'm paraphrasing his waffle a little bit here, but for the sake of clarity, that he remained committed to implementing the Uluru Statement from the heart in full, but that Macarata was merely some sort of thematic commitment of coming together in various ways, and this has been a consistent theme of his remarks since the Voice of Parliament referendum was defeated. So, Minister, in your op-ed of 14th of October, you wrote, and I quote, "As a government, we remain committed to the principles of truth-telling and Macarata." Can you confirm that the government is still committed to establishing a Macarata Commission that you have promised the 27.7 million for and budgeted 5.8 million for?
I can certainly confirm that we are supportive of the principles of voice, treaty, truth. We're also supportive of the Truth and Justice Bill brought by Senator Cox to the Senate for an inquiry across the country, and it is important to see the outcome of that inquiry, but also the submissions that are applied to that inquiry as to what the next steps should be that can guide both the Senate but also our government.
Okay, so either the government's commitment is to establish a Macarata Commission as promised by the Prime Minister on election night and budgeted for, or it's just waffle. Which is it? Is there a commitment, an absolute commitment to Macarata Commission as a body in itself?
Senator Price, you clearly didn't hear what I just said. If you'd heard what I'd said, I've responded to the question.
I was just trying to establish.
You're making your own assertions there, Senator Price.
An actual commission.
I've said what I need to say.
It's time to rotate the call. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for appearing. The Northern Australia Aboriginal Justice Agency. Does someone need to come up for that?
Yes.
Or
Yep.
Senator, we've got NAAJA and Attorney General's Department.
Okay, I don't know who to address it.
This is Attorney General, so it's NAAJA.
Okay, thank you. The Northern Australian Aboriginal Justice Agency, the Northern Territory's largest Aboriginal legal service, I'm told has been in turmoil in recent years. Since late 2022, there have been 6 CEOs appointed to the National Australian Aboriginal Justice Agency. That's just 2 years, 6. Its long-standing CEO, Ms Priscilla Atkins, was controversially sacked in February 2023, and she was found in June 2024 by the Federal Court to have been unfairly dismissed. The agency has suffered a chronic shortage of lawyers and other staff, leading to a suspension of the provision of legal services and almost 75 Aboriginal clients not being represented in court during the staff shortage. They're the figures I have. Minister, is Mr Hugh Woodbury, former CEO and domestic violence perpetrator, still a director of the board of the National Aboriginal Australian Aboriginal Justice Agency?
Senator Roberts, yes, he is, and we have been asked these questions earlier today, just to let you know.
Okay. How was this man able to be appointed the CEO with such a history, given the prevalence of domestic violence as an issue within the Aboriginal community? We've seen Senator Cox and Senator Nampijinpa Price both raising this issue.
Senator, it is for the membership of NAAJA to appoint board members under their constitution. They are an ASIC organisation registered with the ACNC. The appointment of Mr Woodbury to chair of that board was made by the board without the knowledge or permission sought by the NIAA. Subsequent to that, Mr Woodbury has resigned as chairman of the board. He remains as a director of NAAJA, as is allowed under the terms of the regulator for that organisation, being the ACNC, under the terms of the Commonwealth's funding agreement. Given that Mr Woodbury is not directly involved in the management or service delivery in his capacity as a non-executive director, consent from NAAJA is not required from the Commonwealth for him to hold that position.
Minister, that seems pretty unusual, and for us to be giving money to that, ask the taxpayers of Australia to be giving money to such an entity. What is the state of Commonwealth funding to the agency? There's been a talk of refunds, stopping money, audit, misspent money.
Senator, since December last year, the NIAA has had in place a grant controller managing the funding provided by the Commonwealth or by the NIAA to NAAJA. Under the scope of that arrangement, the grant controller reviews the expenditure from NAAJA in relation to those funded programs. And then when they're satisfied that sufficient evidence has been provided, they release funds to NAAJA. So it's tightly controlled. All of the standard performance management, performance reporting requirements that exist within our contracts continue. So again, they need to be meeting both the performance standards and requirements of the contract, as well as having the additional scrutiny provided by the grant controller, again, to ensure that there's clear alignment between the expenditure and the funds that are being provided.
So where does, I missed the early part of your answer, I was looking down here. Where does the grant controller, the grant manager, where does he or she fit in the scheme of things, in the hierarchy? So the grant controller is an external firm that's been appointed to manage those funds. So they act on behalf of the NIAA, but they are an independent body, and they effectively sit in between the NIAA and NAAJA, as I said before, to ensure that NAAJA is applying the funds appropriately in line with the contract. So we've got we've got the taxpayer giving money to the government, giving money to the NIAA, giving money to the grant controller, grant manager, who then authorises the money to go to NAAJA.
To be released. Effectively, the grant controller acts as a trustee of sorts in terms of just holding and releasing the funds once the evidence has been provided.
So a lot of people in the chain. Is the funding of $80 million, Commonwealth funding over 5 years, ending in 2025, still the plan, or has this sum been reviewed?
I might take that question. The Attorney General's Department is responsible for legal assistance funding, and through the National Legal Assistance Partnership, which is in place from July 2020 till the end of June 2025, we provide funding through to the Northern Territory Government that then provides funding through to NAAJA, as well as its Legal Aid Commission and other bodies. So that funding is in place until the end of the end of June next year.
And has the sum been reviewed?
So the
It's still in place, but what about the future?
has the funding been reviewed?
Yes.
So there has been a broad review of the National Legal Assistance Partnership, which was handed down earlier this year. But in terms of the funding to the Northern Territory, so there are conditions within the National Legal Assistance Partnership that they meet those milestone events. We release the funding to the Northern Territory. They then separately have a contract with NAAJA, for example, which have their own conditions in there.
Is the Commonwealth still seeking a reimbursement of some unspent funds, as I've been led to believe?
So we have, I don't know, is that? Sorry. Yeah, the Northern Territory, I think, has been in contact with NAAJA and working that through in terms of their unspent funds.
Their what?
So the Northern Territory government has been so the funding for legal assistance goes through the Northern Territory government. So they have the relationship with NAAJA about that funding, including any underspends that there might be.
So what's the amount being sought? Does anyone know?
Being sought by in underspends.
Unspent money back.
The Northern Territory government is responsible for that under their grant agreement, and they're working that through with NAAJA. I think they're in a negotiation about what that amount looks like.
So it's been given to the Northern Territory government, another entity in the chain, and that's been given to NAAJA, and NAAJA and the Northern Territory government are now haggling over the unspent money. Is that right?
They're working through the amount and what can be, if any, can be retrieved back by the Northern Territory government.
Minister, what has been the outcome of audits of the agency?
I'll need to rotate the call, Senator
Sure.
Roberts.
I'll refer to Mr Worth.
Yes, Senator. The audit is currently being finalised, so at this stage there is no outcome. We're looking to have it finalised by the end of the year.
So is that, you can't tell me about the nature of the audit, the scope, the purpose, the deadlines?
The scope itself, yes. The auditor is reviewing expenditure for the 22-23 financial year. The application of funds received for the 22-23 financial year from both through the National Legal Services funding as provided by the Northern Territory government, as well as NAAJA funding.
So that was after Ms Priscilla Atkins was controversially sacked?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
Thank you. I'll go back to the Macarata Commission line of questioning. I just wanted to get clear clarification. Minister, can you confirm the government will not establish a Macarata Commission despite it being an election promise?
What I will confirm, as I have on the record already, at this estimates and previously, is that we support voice treaty truth, and we are in the process as a Senate of awaiting the inquiry of truth-telling, and then we'll be able to see where we go from there, Senator Price.
So it's on the cards, pending the inquiry.
I'm not sure if that was a question or a statement.
It still remains part of your commitment, pending the inquiry. Is that correct?
We remain firmly committed to the principles of voice treaty truth. We've not walked away from the Uluru Statement from the Heart.
I understand that element, but I'm just wondering if you've walked away from the Commission itself.
I've answered that question.
Simple yes or no?
I've answered the question, Senator Price.
Yes or no?
You may not like the answer, but I have answered the question.
Well, I don't think you have. It's no clearer for the Australian people. But that is the government's prerogative. Minister, I'd like to turn to the response to question on notice NAAJA 256. This term of Parliament has featured various sagas of the Prime Minister and different Home Affairs and Immigration Ministers discussing legal advice, and indeed the Solicitor General's legal advice regarding the voice was published. Do you stand by this response?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
So, again, with regard
to... Sorry, Senator, you're referring to a particular question on notice there?
Yes, the
thank you.
the NAAJA question on notice 256.
Yep. I'm just getting that, thank you.
So, sorry, Senator, can you repeat your question?
So with regard to back and forth, to and fro, with regard to discussing legal advice and the Solicitor General's legal advice around the voice, it's been published. Within your question, your answer provided was that the long-standing practice of government is not to disclose whether it has sought legal advice on a particular matter. Do you stand by this response?
I do, Senator.
So, within the government guidelines that I have here, questions asked in relation to whether legal advice was sought or not. It is proposed by your government that a simple indication as to whether legal advice was sought after should be able to be provided, despite the response to your question. That's your own government's advice.
I'm not sure what the question is, other than the fact that we're just repeating what's been in a question of notice.
So in your response, basically, in asking, I'd like to understand whether this government has sought legal advice in relation to the implications of any federal implications of any state treaties. Have you sought legal advice on that matter?
Well, the long-standing practice of government is not to disclose whether it has sought legal advice on a particular matter.
Not according to your guidelines, your government's own guidelines.
That's actually not correct. You don't have to tell us what the legal advice says.
Well, I'm not asking for the content of the legal advice, just whether you've sought it.
We're entitled to ask whether you've spent money, taxpayers' money, on legal advice.
Please ask questions in an orderly way.
Very exciting,
Senator, the Minister has a question before her. Please give her an opportunity to answer it.
I will ask the agency to respond in terms of your questions around legal advices.
Senator, can you just repeat what the Minister said just in relation to the practice? I know that you are referring to a guidance.
Okay, so let me clarify. The question that was put was, has the government had any legal advice as to the federal implications of any state treaties? The answer on notice that was provided was the long-standing practice of government is not to disclose whether it has sought legal advice on a particular matter. But according to the government guidelines for official witnesses before parliamentary committees and related matters, this is not so. The question as to whether legal advice has been sought, it is not a long-standing practice not to disclose that. The long-standing practice is the content of that legal advice sought. So going back to that question, I'd like to understand whether the government has sought any legal advice as to the federal implications of any state treaties.
We will take that question on notice.
Thank you. In that case, I will now go on to questions around...
Can I just ask a question on voice, please?
Oh, yes.
You've outlined your commitment, Minister, to the principles of the Uluru Statement from the Heart, as so-called. I just want to understand, are you actually funding any elements of that commitment through NAAJA, such as a youth voice?
Sorry, when you said so-called support, sorry, just repeat that question.
I actually prefer not to repeat that because there's an issue around the use of that word. What I'm asking you is, did you? Did you say that you support the principles of that? What I'm wanting to understand is, does that also mean that you're funding currently principles related to the first element, which was resoundingly voted down by the Australian public in voice? Is there a youth voice set up that is funded, or is there anything funded by NAAJA that relates to the voice concept, which was voted down?
Sure. Now I understand your question, Senator Little. We took the voice to the Australian people. It was voted down. There is certainly no funding going towards the voice. If there is, it would not be from the federal government. But I will stand corrected if I find other agencies or departments are doing anything, but I can categorically say the NAAJA is not.
Thank you.
Thank you. So my questions relate to the 10-year remote housing initiative. Okay, thank you. Has the housing agreement changed with the change in the Northern Territory government at all?
Sorry, since the new agreement came into effect on the 1st of July?
Correct.
No, Senator.
Still continuing as is?
Oh, sorry, Simon Person, Branch Manager, Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you. And how much progress has been made on this? How much money has been spent to date, and on what?
So, Senator, the NT government has commenced delivery under the new agreement. We won't receive the first milestone payment claim until February next year. So the first claim will cover the period from the 1st of July to the 31st of December.
Okay, so is there any understanding? So nothing's started yet in terms of
yes,
more replacement?
Yes, they commenced on the 1st of July, Senator.
Okay. And where are we up to so far with that? How many have been? How many have begun? How many homes? How many homes exist that they've begun work on?
So, Senator, under the agreement, the commitment is to deliver up to 2,700 houses over the 10-year period, and the NTG is expecting to deliver 270 houses in the first year. Under the Federation funding agreement, there is a requirement for the NT government to report every 6 months, so we won't receive those figures until earlier during the next year.
Okay, so you wouldn't be able to tell me then how many replacement homes that you so that's 2,700 all up. That's about 1.5 million per home under that agreement?
So in the first year, the estimated cost per home is $817,000 to build a 3-bedroom house, and that includes infrastructure, accessibility, household cooling and external yard work.
800,000. Okay, so what would then, I mean, roughly, to look at the figures in the terms of the for $4 billion over 10 years, being 2,700, that's roughly 1.5 million per home. You're saying 800,000.
So, Senator,
where is the excess going?
So, Senator, there are two elements to the agreement. The first one is the construction of the 2,700 homes, and the second element is the delivery of property tenancy management services as well.
Okay. Thanks for that. Look, I've got some more questions, but in the interest of time, I might put those ones on notice.
Thank you. Let's just work through very quickly how we're going to rotate the call before lunch. I think it appears to me that we may not get, that we won't come to land councils until after lunch. I think that means, though, that if we have the land councils appear for an hour and a half or an hour and 45 minutes, that only leaves 15 minutes for each agency that you've retained. And it also doesn't leave time for an afternoon tea break. So I understand Senator Cox is seeking the call. Senator Roberts is seeking the call for another 5 minutes. Senator Thorpe will too. And okay, so I will go to Senator Thorpe now, and then we'll come back to the coalition. Then we will see Senator Roberts for 5 minutes, and then if we go to lunch at about 10 past or 5 past 12, then that will put. Then we'll come back to the land councils after lunch. Okay. All right, Senator Thorpe. Thank you, Chair. This happens every estimate. We always run out of time. It's always last minute, but. There's no justice, no peace. I have some questions about housing. On the Housing Policy Partnership, of the 2 grant payments paid to NAAJA, the new peak body, because Labor loves their peak bodies, take away self-determination from the people on the ground, totalling $2.2 million. What is the money being used for?
Thank you, Senator.
Hi, Senator. So
Hello.
Matt Flavel, Deputy Secretary, Department of Social Services. So are you talking about the grant from DSS for the Housing Policy Partnership?
Talking about the $2.2 million that went to NAAJA on the Housing Policy Partnership.
Yes.
That was my question.
Yep.
Yes. Thank you.
And so those funds are used by NAAJA to support secretariat services for the HPP, the Housing Policy Partnership, other meeting costs like the rooms, accommodation, flights for community members to attend, and other costs in preparation that they might have.
So admin and flying around, $2.2 million.
Well, that's what I should point out is that's the money that NATS has received. Of course, that's not the amount of money that's been spent over that period.
Well, I'm asking what has the money been used for?
Oh,
So
I've told
is
you
it-
what it's been used for.
So
I'm
it's
just
flights, meetings and admin.
amongst other things that support the partnership. That's correct.
Okay. So what are the targets in the funding agreement with NAAJA? Have any of those targets been met?
There's not targets per se. There's a requirement for them to acquit the funding they've used, and the grant agreement specifies the things that they're able to use it for in relation to the Housing Policy Partnership.
So no targets for housing?
I'm not sure what you mean by targets.
In terms of the funding agreement, are they like, besides not rorting the money and buying a house or a boat, what are they actually, what are the targets of that organisation, and what is the money, what are the targets as part of the funding agreement?
Well, there are no targets because
What are they meant to do from the government perspective besides fly around and have meetings and admin?
Well, those, as I've said, those funds are for their role as the co-chair of the Housing Policy Partnership.
Yep.
It includes those things. The grant agreement spells out what it can be used for. That's, of course, different than the ordinary costs that NAAJA incurs as an entity, which NAAJA is responsible for in terms of providing some funding for them. It's only in relation to the operation of the Housing Policy Partnership.
Thank you. So the Housing Sector Strengthening Plan sets out specific actions with timelines. Can you advise of the status of the plan and provide an update on its implementation?
Certainly. So the progress has probably been slower than expected.
What do you know?
Well, I think that reflects a few things. Firstly, NAAJA has only commenced as a peak body in the last period.
I'm aware of that.
In terms of their role in driving some elements of that, they are a body of less than 10 staff. We have a very good relationship with them, but they are small and starting off a low base, so I think there's a need for them to grow. I think the other thing is that, of course, it requires commitments across different levels of government. And so a number of the actions also involve the states and territories providing commitments to that plan. So things
Could
like...
I ask for that on notice, if you don't mind? A detailed... if you could set out the actions with the timelines on notice, just in the interest of time.
Yep.
Thank you. I understand NAAJA have developed a work plan for the implementation of the plan, but they haven't been funded to deliver it. Is that right?
So yes, at this stage there's been no additional funding committed, but there's, of course, discussions ongoing with them about potentially scaling that bid. To probably better recognise the fact that as a small entity there's going to be a need to do that in a staggered way, and also to ensure that any funding provided is met with the commitments that the states and territories have made, which in some cases involve things like moving property to community-controlled organisations that allows them to scale up. So it's not just about money for NAAJA, but actually about a range of commitments that drive an increased workforce, building the community-controlled sector, and some other things that we'll see to be delivered.
Given we're the most homeless people on our own land, stolen land, we're homeless. The homeless rate of our people is off the charts. We've got elders sleeping at bus stations. And, you know, the walker for old people or people who need an aid, I've seen it myself. Elders sleeping on the bus stop with a walking frame. So it's been 2 years, over 2 years, and we have a new peak body, another peak body to take away our voices, yet still have no outcomes for the housing crisis, hence why nothing has been contributed to closing the gap, which is gammon anyway. So why hasn't the government funded the implementation plan, given we're the most homeless people on our own land? It's our home, yet we're homeless. What are you doing if it's been over 2 years?
So, Senator, if you look at the latest report in terms of the census data on Target 9A, which is reducing the extent of overcrowding, the majority of jurisdictions have had a positive development over the last 5 years. And for the two jurisdictions that haven't, they were already above the target that's outlined in the Closing the Gap agreement and the target set under Target 9A.
Yep.
The government also signed...
We know the target. Like, I'm into action. Sorry, Chair, I always get in trouble, but I know you've got to have meetings and consultations, but, you know, the colony's been here for 250 years, and today in this country, we are the most incarcerated, the most people that don't have a home, the most suicides, the most children removed. Like, I know you've got to do your bureaucratic process, but our people want action. So 2 years, this peak body's been around, They've done some work. You've given them some money to trip around and have some meetings, but you haven't given any money for implementation. So where's your priorities at?
So, Senator, funding for NAAJA, of course, doesn't deliver better outcomes for Indigenous people in terms of reducing levels of homelessness and getting people into more appropriate housing. The government signed a new national agreement on social housing and homelessness in the middle of this year. That actually identifies Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples as the only priority cohort. So the former agreement, well, it is important because under that agreement, you go to funding. The Commonwealth Government has upped its commitment to homelessness funding from $127 million to $400 million a year to be matched by the states. And then there's very clear accountabilities through that agreement, through the establishment of partnership bodies at each state and territory level to ensure that the funding under that agreement, both in respect of homelessness services and social housing, is actually going to where it needs to go. Okay. So I don't think that it's fair to say that funding for NAAJA or for a sector strengthening plan is the sole way in which some of these issues will be addressed. I'm just worried about our old people sleeping at bus stops. That's all. And that agreement,
don't see that.
I understand that, and that agreement goes to that in a pretty substantial way in terms of the commitments around homelessness and housing generally.
Yep. I want to ask some questions around CDEP, transition from CDEP to Remote Jobs and Economic Development Program. I was told this is for NAAJA, but it also involves DSS. Is that correct?
Senator, predominantly NAAJA. You would be aware, of course, the government made an announcement back in February about replacing CDP. There was a $707 million commitment at the time to Remote Jobs and Economic Development Program. We work in collaboration with a number of agencies on the development of the new program. That includes DSS and also the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations as well. There was a First Nations reference group that was established for assisting with the design of the new Remote Jobs and Economic Development Program.
Of course there is. So what is the current status of the new Remote Employment Services Program? And is the new Remote Employment Services Program still scheduled to commence in July 2025 as announced in the 24-25 budget?
Senator, there's two phases to the proposed replacement of CDP. One was the establishment of the Remote Jobs and Economic Development Program, and that has been the element which NAAJA has been concentrating on over the past now 7 months since the announcement by the government of the funding envelope. As I said, there's been a range of consultations that have taken place amongst communities on that. First Nations Reference Group has met
estimates training, haven't you?
In the design. In addition to that, the grant opportunity guidelines in their draft form have actually been circulated a few months ago.
So just to clarify, is it still scheduled to commence in July 2025 as promised?
I think the Minister has indicated recently, in fact, that the Remote Jobs and Economic Development Program would be launched before the end of this year.
Excellent. Last question. Thank you. So, will any white organisations or religious organisations, such as Catholic Care or Anglicare, be involved in delivering services to our people? Are you paying them to work with our people like the old mission masters back in the day?
So, Minister, I just wanted to clarify. So the Remote Jobs and Economic Development Program is the first part. There is, of course, employment services as well. There was an agreement to continue CDP providers up until that time frame of the 30th of June 2025, after which there will be a new remote employment service that accompanies what happens with the Remote Jobs and Economic Development
Program. Just to follow
up
on that, so as I understand it and what I'm being told by community is the NIA are paying Anglicare and Catholic Care and overlooking community-controlled organisations. Is that correct?
So, Senator, there was a decision taken recently to extend CDP providers because of this transition program occurring up until June of 2025. I'll turn to Mr O'Sullivan just to give some more details about our current cohort of providers.
People don't feel safe going to those
currently
services.
46 providers. There was quite a rigorous assessment process made ahead of that extension. And
it's not working.
Mr O'Sullivan can provide further details.
Thank you for your question, Senator. So I'm not aware of Anglicare being involved in the delivery of CDP. They may be involved in the delivery of non-remote employment services, but that's managed by DUA and DSS for Disability Employment Services. Catholic Care NT does deliver services in South East Alice in a partnership and material subcontract arrangement with AAAC, so a local Aboriginal corporation, as part of that service delivery. There's a requirement that our CDP providers demonstrate at least 50% Indigenous ownership or control. So where we do have a lead provider that may not be an Indigenous organisation, although 85% of the organisations are Indigenous or local governments in their own right, they need to show that shared control. So, for example, through a 50% controlled board, working with local Aboriginal corporations or other Indigenous
That's not working. That's why I'm here asking the question. The community that are meant to be accessing those services are saying that it's like going to the mission master. You know, we've been subjected to having religion oppressing us since the invader came on the missions. Now, this is no different. And the issue is that Aboriginal organisations are missing out on this funding to self-determine what is best for us, and it's going to religious white organisations. Our money. Senator Thorpe, you've made your point now. Please continue with the question. How much money are you given to the religious organisations to mission manage our people?
So, Senator, to the best of my knowledge, it's only Catholic Care that's involved, like as a direct provider of CDP services, and only in one. They're only the lead provider in one region. I'll just look up for you specific funding, noting that this would include. This is payments that go to them, but that would include.
I'll put it on notice just to save time. It's quite violent and distressing to hear that the mission masters are still in control and you're allowing it to happen, Minister. Thank you, Senator Thorpe. On your watch. Senator
Chair, could I just have a chance to respond to that? It's deeply offensive for those who are Catholics across the country to feel. It is. It is. Your commentary has been
I'm going back to the mission days and asking
rubbish.
what's the difference today.
You know what? There are people in Santa Teresa. In Santa Teresa who are very proud of their Catholic faith. There are people in Daly River who are very proud of their Catholic faith.
People being violated from the churches as well.
There are people in Wadair who are very proud of their Catholic faith.
And they're telling me they don't feel safe.
There are people in the Tiwi Islands who will also be present here today who are very proud of their Catholic faith.
It shows how much
mob
you talk to on the ground. Okay, I'll suspend the proceedings. I would urge you, Senator, to be very careful about the language you use against I've finished my line of questioning. Thank you. Happy to hand it over. Senator Price.
Thank you, Chair. My next lot of questions will go to the Better Safer Future for Central Australia.
Chair, are we then breaking for lunch? Oh, sorry. Thousands of questions. Well, I guess.
Thank you, Senator.
All right, thank you. Just want to know how much of the $320 million for the Better Safer Future has been spent, and on notice, can I have that broken down by amount, grant, recipient, purpose, completion date, and departmental funding source? That one can be provided on notice for.
Yeah, g'day, Senator. Gavin Matthews, the Group Manager of the Central Australia Plan. We can actually give you that detailed table. I won't go through all that. That will take a long time. So, but what I can say is that the 342 includes the original $3 million package that was put out. That is fully expended and then paid out in 2023, 2022, 23, 23, 24. So that funding has been paid out and spent. The $48.8 million package that was announced in January. All of the funding of that was in the 22-23 financial year has been allocated and paid. For 2023-24, pretty much all of that funding is paid. There's one, I think, just waiting a final milestone. It's about $1 million out of that funding. It's a small component of that funding. There's about a further $20 million of that to be allocated across 24, 25, 26, 27, and we're on track for expenditure in 24, 25 out of that funding. Of the $250 million package, for that, all of the funding provided in 22-23, which from memory was about $7.5 million, has been paid. In 23-24, we ended up with around about 52, 53, 54 million that has been paid out, which is the majority of that. About 9 million was rolled over to this financial year mostly for infrastructure works and timing of delivery for those on there. And this year we're reasonably on track. Well, I think for 24-25 of about the 71 or so million we have, we're about 23.6 million paid and reasonably well on track for that. And then there's further funding obviously in the out years over that 4-year plan, but we can give you that other sub-detail on notice in the table
notice,
as well.
If you could, thank
yeah,
you.
Sure.
Is the Alice Springs Town Council eligible to receive funding under this program?
Yes, they are, and in fact we used some, obviously if you remember through some of the discussions around the Summer in Central Australia plan last year, we funded the Alice Springs Town Council through one of the components there for some of the summer activities through that, and it's probably, we're currently talking to them about obviously activities over the upcoming summer period and holiday periods as well, so yes, they can. And they also received funding through one of the earlier packages for security fences and lights and the CCTV works, which is about 2.8 million.
Okay, so I've got some questions around the Central Australian Regional Controller. Is Darrell Anderson still the Central Australian Regional Controller to begin with?
Yes, so Darrell, and our understanding is that obviously that's something we're talking to the new government about, but our understanding is that Darrell Anderson still retains that role amongst her responsibilities in the Northern Territory government. That's our understanding, Senator.
Can I just get a reminder when she was first engaged, and did her agreement with the Commonwealth preclude any other employment?
No, actually she's employed, so we don't fund the Central Australia Regional Controller, Senator, so she is remunerated employed through the Northern Territory government, so it's not a position that is funded or established from the Commonwealth government. The government supported that position, but it is funded and engaged by the Northern Territory government. So we don't provide any funding to the Office of the Central Australia Regional Controller.
Sorry, you don't fund that position?
No, we do not. It's a Northern Territory government position.
So you don't fund it, the Territory government does fund it, but she has oversight over the distribution of the $350 million.
She certainly has a role in providing advice to both levels of government about Central Australia and the Central Australia Plan. But she doesn't have the delegation over the funding, if that's, I think, what you're referring to, Senator. She doesn't have a decision-making power over the funding.
So she doesn't coordinate the hundreds of millions of dollars? She doesn't have power over that?
No, she provides advice to both levels of government.
So it's just simply an advisory role, is that correct?
And yes, provides coordination and advisory roles to the two levels of government, but doesn't have delegation over the funding. Is not a decision making over the Commonwealth funding.
Okay, you ask.
If the funding outside of the plan that's provided by the Northern Territory government, she may, but that's not an issue. That's not part of the Central Australia Plan funding.
Okay, so in a question on notice 151 says the controller received $7.5 million from the Commonwealth.
No, I have to check the wording for that. I'm not sure if I've got that. Someone on my team probably can pull that up for me. But the 7.5 is a component of the 250 million that was provided for effectively the delivery of the Central Australia plan. That is in effect departmental funding to the National Indigenous Australians Agency, which funds the team inside the National Indigenous Australian Agency that coordinates the delivery of that plan, both for the funding dispersed by the National Indigenous Australians Agency and then coordinates the efforts of the broader Commonwealth.
So can you just clarify, because the question was how much funding is being provided to the Office of the Central Australian Regional Controller? Can you provide a breakdown of the funding, travel costs, administration, staffing? What is being provided by the NT government, and when is this arrangement due to cease? And the answer was the Office of the Central Australian Regional Controller is being jointly supported by the Territory and Australian governments. The NAAJA is funding Australian government staff, including the associated on-cost and the cost of their co-location in Alice Springs and participation in OCARC consultations. This is being funded from the 7.5.
Yes. So that is basically our team, Senator. That obviously we work very closely with the Northern Territory government on this.
But it's a matter for the Territory.
Yeah, her costs and her staff and that office is entirely funded from the Northern Territory government. We of course have a team that works in Alice Springs that works very closely with the Northern Territory government. So of course we have kind of like effort in kind, if you like, where we work and coordinate with them and with Ms Anderson's team and the Northern Territory government broadly. So that's what that answer is referring to, but we don't physically provide any funding to the Office of the Central Australia Regional Controller or the Northern Territory government for that function.
Okay, you've got some follow-up questions.
Right. Thank you. I'd like to ask some questions about the Central Australia Aboriginal Leadership Group members. Yep. They include, now can you just tell me, yes or no is fine, except for the last one, which I'm assuming is a no, do these organisations receive any money under the Central Australia Plan? The Central Land Council?
Off the top of my head, I don't think we fund the Central Land Council anything out. I don't think they receive anything.
Nothing?
My team will probably tell me if I'm wrong, but I don't.
You have to tell me if you're wrong. And before we finish, please, Lura-Tipra?
Lura-Tipra we fund for the community patrols.
Congress? Central Australian Aboriginal
Congress, I think they've got funding for the youth assessment teams for the FASD.
Don't need to know, just need to know that you fund them. Yep. Central Desert Regional Council?
Yes, they've received funding.
McDonald Regional Council?
Yes, they will for
Alice Springs Town Council?
Yes, I think we just covered
Strong
that.
Grandmothers Group?
No.
No. Tungunjeri Council?
Yes. Yes.
And the last one was the youth representative. So, does that leadership group have any role at all or oversight of evaluation and reporting of the Central Australia Plan?
So, of evaluation, we have an evaluation underway of the Central Australia Plan. So we have just engaged a provider to come in and do an independent evaluation of the Central Australia Plan, which is a company.
I just asked you, do they have any role in the evaluation?
Well, I'm just going to explain the role. So I just wanted to kind of cover that we actually have
tell me about consultants.
So we have an evaluation on hand that we brought somebody in. We have, as with all elements of this, we've consulted the Aboriginal Leadership Group in the design of that evaluation, and they provided their advice into that, but the decisions on the design of it and the decision to fund and the engagement in the process and the conduct of the evaluation will be done by the department and through that. So they don't have a direct role in the evaluation. They will be consulted, but they don't have a direct role in undertaking the evaluation.
So they don't get any role in any feedback they provide, doesn't necessarily go back to a draft report. We've seen this in the cashless debit card report where there's directions given to dilute some of the terminology and some of the feedback. They don't have any role with regard to any changes to that document.
Well, we haven't got a document yet because obviously the evaluation is just starting, but they will be consulted through the evaluation, but they're not the decision makers of the evaluation.
So who are you consulting more broadly than just them?
So the evaluation will obviously consult the Aboriginal Leadership Group. It will talk to other stakeholders, through the region. We're intending to do some case studies and visits for community and community members as well. So it takes a broad range of factors into play for considering the evaluation.
How will you make sure that that group, which is quite a large list, that is getting a significant amount of funding, isn't checking off on its own homework as part of that reporting and evaluation?
That's basically, by having an independent evaluator is probably the prime thing. I mean, obviously, that's why we bring in an independent organisation.
Who is that independent organisation?
It's a company called Inside Policy, which is an Indigenous-owned organisation that specialises in evaluations.
Where's that organisation from?
Oh, sorry, I just missed out because there was a coughing noise.
So where's that organisation from?
I'm not sure from where they're from. I think they do a lot of work with the Commonwealth. I think they're based in the ACT, actually, out off the top of my head.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. No, that's fine. Oh, have you got any advice or any reporting from that particular group that you're actually able to share?
Not yet. We engaged them probably maybe about probably 6 weeks or so ago. We've sort of gone through it and engaged them. So they're at the formative stages and it'll go through ethics. We're looking to probably have that report around about the middle of next year, which will take us to about the halfway mark of the 4 years, and then we'll have to probably consider something towards the end of the 4-year period as well.
Now, given this was all about community safety for everyone in Central Australia, how have you asked the evaluators to actually determine whether it's safer? Will they use the current police data across all areas of crime and harm?
Yes, so we will look at that. They'll take into account all of that broader data.
It's getting worse.
Well,
it's getting worse month on month.
That's there's some indicators. Maybe there are also other indicators that are more positive than that.
Whether your property is getting damaged or whether you have been harmed or whether people are harmed is probably a good indicator.
Well, it's from
the last 2 months it's gone backwards.
Well, maybe 2 months, but if you look at it along the long-term trend,
Summer's coming.
Well, we do know that, say, for example, property break-ins and motor vehicle thefts are down fairly significantly from where they were sort of peaks at the end of last year, and that's lower than what it was the previous year. That's data from the Northern Territory Police, so we've taken that from their open source data that's there. So there are those matters that, yes, they obviously through Central Australia they tend to go down and then go up about that peak period, but they are lower than they were.
Okay, you talked about peak period. What action is being taken, given you've said that these funds have been distributed? What action are you taking to ensure, given the statistics that I've talked about around property harm to people and property, are going now in the wrong direction, and we're waiting on the October stats, which I would expect to be worse, heading towards summer? What have you asked those organisations to make sure that they do to prepare to prevent harm and to intervene early in potential for harm, rather than the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff that people always seem to go to?
Yeah, absolutely, Senator. I think that's something that is, when we work with the Northern Territory Government, it's obviously really the aim of both governments is really to do exactly that. So there are a range of things that we have in play for that. So obviously we have the funding for the police that we've extended through that, which has increased effectively the police establishment in the Central Australia region now, where we've managed to get an agreement that there's at least, I think, an establishment of a minimum of 343 police, which is a good result for the region. Through that, an increase of Aboriginal liaison officers in particular that the Northern Territory Police are recruiting, which will significantly help from that outreach and engagement point of view. There is some further CCTV coming in to assist police.
Can I just talk to you about CCTV though?
Sure.
If you walk in Alice Springs, there's probably more security in the main centre than I've seen in an airport. Now, when I'm talking, you talk about police, but when you're talking about prevention and early intervention, it struck me, why aren't those cameras seeing kids walking around, and I saw them, with rocks in their hand after smashing 500 windows the night before? Why aren't they being intercepted there? And those services that we've given $350 million to respond, intercepting those children before they get into town, because if they're coming from the east side, they've got to walk across the creek. You can see them a mile away, right? I'm driving past and I can see them, and I can see the rocks in their hands. Why aren't those cameras intercepting those children, and those services that you've funded intercepting those children to make sure that they don't come into contact with police? The only role of the police is the cameras are actually in the police station. That's how it should be.
So there are a range of... Senator, part of that's an operational issue for Northern Territory Police, who obviously monitor a lot of the CCTV, and there's.
No, I'm talking about the services, not the monitoring.
I understand that, but the CCTV, you're talking about the CCTV. So we don't monitor the CCTV. That is a function that largely is done in the watch house for NT Police, largely. Obviously, there's a few things that are done for that particular issue. Obviously, we have the patrols through both Tanager and Lahura-Tipper. They obviously meet with police before the commencement of those evening shifts, and have twice weekly meetings across what they call strategic patrol, which was to try and sort of tie that network together more effectively, more or less for that, where they're sort of trying to use local intelligence about what might be kind of coming out and doing that. There's also the youth outreach teams that basically that follow up with from where the police radio when they're talking to the patrollers.
But are they talking to these services?
Yeah, the key services that will be in place overnight are the police, the patrollers, and the Orics. And so obviously they do talk to each other, both each day at the beginning of those shifts, twice a week through strategic patrolling thing, and try and get a handle on which kids are going out and why. And then there's obviously through Operation Luna, which is the NT government process that sort of really exists to look at the more frequent kids that are sort of popping into those issues. Then that's where they review, who's been out overnight, and then aim to follow up with those children and those families. And that's the system that the Northern Territory Government has put in place to do that, which is largely a Northern Territory Government system that does that.
Have you got a handle yet? We're only talking about a small bunch of children. I know the Minister went out and talked to a bunch of school kids. They're not kids out there running amok. Do we actually know, right at this point in time, the small number that we're actually talking about that we don't seem to get on top of? Do we know what that number looks like?
So again, Senator, that particular data is really held by the Northern Territory Government, because that is really where the police and territory families, which is whatever their new name is now for that department, as a statutory point of view, really do that. The Commonwealth, we don't sit in those meetings at a name level of those individuals.
No, I'm not asking.
Yeah,
but I'm asking for a number.
But the Northern Territory Government, that is what they do through that Operation Luna process, is to identify those number of children and act. And to try and sort of coordinate services.
So how do you then know how much
that.
money to put in there if you don't know that number?
Well, we do sort of broadly, but it varies from time to time, and it probably depends on your definition. Obviously, there's part of that's a judgment about what they might think is the particular kids, and then there's larger cohorts of ones that might get kind of involved with those children. It's a difficult number, and I wouldn't want to put a number there.
But surely the leadership group is giving you that information as well. They would.
We get we do get that feedback from a range of sources in the region, Senator, from the leadership group, from the police, from territory families, from a range of providers.
100 kids?
I'm not going to put a number. I'm not going to put a number on it. I'm not going to put a number because I think
we don't know.
No, I think definitionally there's an issue there. It's very difficult to put a number on it, because I think you're kind of like it'll get picked up in places that there's X number of children in there. The number there would be, well, what is your definition? Is it those that are involved in the ringleaders of criminal activity, those that are going to be associated, that might get involved in that, and a broader set that they might be worried that might get drawn into that? The definition, it's a hard question to put a specific number on, and I don't think it's in anybody's interest to do that. And I don't have that number with me, so I probably can't provide it.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Back to I'll use your term, NAAJA, the North Australian Aboriginal Justice Agency. I don't know how you get your head around all these acronyms. Specifically, what is the nature of the current governance of the agency?
Senator, you're seeking the current status of NAAJA's governance?
Governance, yeah.
We're in regular contact with NAAJA. We have received advice from them that they are looking to hold an annual general meeting later this month, on the 27th of November, in order to elect new board members.
But they are registered with ASIC and ACNC is their regulation body.
Who are the voters?
The members.
The members.
Of NAAJA.
Yeah.
Is service delivery meeting the needs of the community? Because I understand that that's suspended at the moment. And is legal representation in court meeting the needs of accused people and in accord with the contract with the Commonwealth Attorney General?
Senator, throughout the time that we've been working with NAAJA, coming out of the kind of issues that they've been having for nearly 2 years, service delivery has been a really key focus of ours, and so we've tracked it really carefully. We understand NAAJA is now back at full service delivery, and so, for example, I think I mentioned earlier in October this year, we were advised by NAAJA, for example, that there's no Aboriginal people going unrepresented in criminal proceedings in the Northern Territory, except by choice. So that is, I think, a very strong indication of the service delivery having resumed.
So there was a suspension of the services and they've been resumed?
Yeah, so toward, I think it was November last year, there was a temporary suspension of some services, and they have rebuilt kind of through the end of last year and over the start of this year, and I think it was maybe April.
1st of April.
1st of April this year, they recommenced full service delivery.
So how long were they suspended? 6 months, 12 months?
November to April, so about 6 months.
6 months, right. Minister, community members in Queensland tell me that taxpayer funds are not reaching the communities. That's in Torres Strait, that's in Cape York, it's in southern Queensland. Why does the government oppose full audits of Aboriginal agencies? And in essence, why does the government keep feeding the white and black Aboriginal industry of activists, consultants, academics, lawyers, bureaucrats, politicians, and effectively others who are effectively barons, while ignoring the plight of Aboriginal people and communities who are not getting what they're entitled to, not getting the support they deserve and need?
Sure. Thank you, Senator Roberts. If I could just ask for a breakdown of particular agencies that they think or departments that they're not receiving, because there are health departments going out, there are educational departments going out.
They're saying in general.
So
the money's being hived off to the barons in the Aboriginal, white and black Aboriginal industry.
All right. If you'd like to give us examples that you have specifically, Senator Roberts, but I do know that taxpayer funds goes right out across Queensland, federal government funds as well as state funds.
So why won't you do audits?
There are audits. The ANAO does its audits with respective organisations, certainly with land councils that you're referring to in terms of questions around audits for land councils. That actually does occur.
My understanding, Minister, is that the ANAO does not do audits. It does scoping assessments, not comprehensive audits. They identify areas of weakness, but they do not do comprehensive audits.
That is not correct, Senator Roberts, but perhaps I need to refer to those who work in the area. Mr Worth.
Senator, the ANAO undertakes two kinds of audits on Commonwealth entities. The first one being financial statement audits, which I guess might be pointing towards the ones you're talking about how funds are received and applied through the departments or agencies, I should call them. The second one are the performance ones, which are the ones that look at how effective operations, governance arrangements, things like that are, and hence make recommendations on their findings on those. So there are the two different types of audit.
Could I have a list on notice, please, of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander agencies that have been audited in the last 5 years?
Absolutely. Yes,
the agency, the scope of the audit, and the date.
Yep, absolutely, Robert. Senator.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And we'll go now to Senator Cox for 5 minutes, and then to the Coalition to close before lunch.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can I ask a question of the current rate of, or clarify, sorry, the current rate of funding to Target 14 around mental health, inside wellbeing?
That's social emotional wellbeing. Yeah. Thanks, Senator. We'll just get the right person at the table.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh,
Sorry, Senator.
Thank you very much. I'm just getting my brief up.
Apologies.
No, that's fine. If I just quickly run through the 888 million that is currently in the mental health budget papers over the next 8 years, 22.8 million of that is for Indigenous specific funding towards Target 14. Is that correct?
Senator, in the $800 and also $1 million that was announced in the budget, the majority of that was for what I would say mainstream mental health funding initiatives. There was some funding through some terminating measures for specific First Nations funding, particularly some additional money that went into NAAJA for continued boosted mental health supports. That was around $10 million worth of funding. However, outside of that initiative, we have around $235 million that we've committed through the health portfolio across the financial year of 2022-23, which I can update for the 23-24 financial year on notice, and a significant proportion of that goes to the Culture Care Connect program, which is run by NAAJA, which looks at funding social and emotional wellbeing and suicide prevention activities that are co-designed within communities, and it's run through the ARCHO sector and AMSs.
Yeah, if you can provide that on notice, that'd be great for me. Given that this is one of the 4 targets that are in fact heading backwards, and the substantial data that we have around that approximately 30 people per 100,000 in the population, First Nations people that only represent 3% of this population, in fact, are successfully suicide. We have a lot of physical distress and psychological distress of self-harm for our people and communities, and to think that that population could be as high as 52 people in areas of North Australia and in my home state of Western Australia in particular, the government investment in that is dismal. If you think about the amount of trauma that is currently circling and so entrenched in our communities on suicide and mental health, and that every side of the parliament talks about being in a cost of living crisis, why is the government not investing more in mental health and wellbeing and the prevention of suicide in First Nations communities? This is a decade-long tragedy that has been going. In the Kimberley region alone, we are the highest population in the world of suicide. In the world, not just in Australia. And yet our governments don't want to invest in saving our lives. What are we doing here? Why is this target going backwards with the absolute pittance of funding that is being allocated to this area, which is life-saving? Is the government going to actually do something to turn this around, to change the trajectory that we're currently on? Because right now we're leading our people to nowhere. Minister, are we looking at this in greater detail? These statistics are tragic. We are funding mainstream services which are not culturally appropriate. The data and the 3 indicators tell us physical and psychological distress, racism, access to healthcare. We already know the story. Why are we not funding to turn that around?
Thank you, Senator Cox. And yes, I certainly agree with you in terms of the concerns that we have around the high rates of suicide. I don't have line of sight of the budget questions that you've asked, but I certainly have the responsibility with the Closing the Gap, and this is what I have raised in the couple of months that I've been in the role to really push this with the Coalition of Peaks and with state and territory jurisdictions.
Senator, maybe if I could just add, Julianne Guevara again. We do, of course, have a social and emotional wellbeing policy partnership under Closing the Gap, which, in fact, the Department of Health and Aged Care co-chairs with Gaia Dewey as the peak partner. The partnership has identified a number of priorities that are aimed at addressing some of the issues that you've raised. It has a work plan which includes a refreshed national strategic framework for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people's mental health and social emotional wellbeing. It's discussing a new commissioning framework, establishing a national task workforce accreditation standard for SUB, and building a stronger evidence base. In addition to the investments that health makes in social and emotional wellbeing, there is, for the current financial year, around $60 million worth of funding for First Nations mental health, suicide prevention and social and emotional wellbeing from NAAJA. That goes to, just some examples of it, so $28.9 million to 100 providers for holistic and culturally safe trauma-informed SUB support, $22.8 million for SUB support survivors under the Stolen Generations redress and healing, $5 million to a national delivery of a suicide postvention service, and $5 million to deliver Indigenous mental health first aid training. So that's just some of the examples out of the $60 million which we support, in addition to the funding that the Department of Health and Aged Care is also providing.
Has that been evaluated, Ms. Guevara? Like, are we doing ongoing evaluations of whether this is the right place to put the money? Because if you can provide to me on notice how many of those organisations are actually Indigenous organisations, I'm not talking about cultural trauma-informed, because you can be trauma-informed but not culturally appropriate. And I think this is, again, as I said, goes to the heart of those three key areas that already the Productivity Commission has pointed to say that people are not getting the service they need, and we're not evaluating that, which therefore means we're not putting it in the right places and we're not achieving the outcomes we should against this target. If we put money in the right places and we manage this to the degree that we should be, we could be saving lives. And every week I get a phone call to my office about a suicide of an Aboriginal family. Every week. And I have families that are currently coming to me as an MP's office, not as a crisis service, but that's what we're managing, because there aren't no services, crisis services being funded 24/7. And the ones that are, you're funding them on a month-by-month basis for them to do the work. There's no certainty in those contracts. You're not expanding any of them or building any of their capacity. We are seeing the impact of that through my office in Western Australia, and I'm getting calls from across the country. This is a critical crisis that we're having because of the lack of attention, because we're not taking that seriously, and we're absolutely not evaluating where that money's going.
Thank you, Senator Cox. I'll return the call now to the Coalition.
Thank you. My next line of questioning goes to fraud and governance investigations.
Did you see my text?
No. I'll look.
Thank you. So I'll come to the Anadili Land Council in a moment, but to begin with, can you please update us on how many fraud and related investigations the NIAA has completed since June, and how many new investigations are underway, and if possible, and this part might need to be provided on notice, a dollar figure?
Yes, thank you, Senator. So in relation to non-compliance reviews, we've finalised 7 this financial year to date, so in the last 4 months. In relation to fraud investigations, we've finalised 3. So now, of the fraud investigations currently on hand, we have 18. 2 of them are before the courts. 4 of them are with the Commonwealth Department of Public Prosecutions with briefs, and the remaining 12 are active investigations at this point in time. With the frauds, it's we're unable to estimate the value of those because we're working through. Of the non-compliance reviews, of the total 13 that we have on hand at the moment, they are well enough advanced that we can estimate the financial implications of those for 2 of them, and that's $200,000.
I think that was
$200,000. Okay. Thank you for that. Now, regarding the Bell Chambers Barrett report, originally the ANAO had made 15 recommendations. The ALC accepted 14 and had reported that all but 2 of those 14 had been implemented. In the independent review on page 2, it summarises the 14 recommendations the ALC had accepted. However, the number of agreed recommendations in this independent report add up to 15, not 14. Can you please account for this?
Senator, I can't. I am aware that there were 15 total recommendations made. I'm aware that the ALC accepted 14 of them and did not accept 1 of them. However, the scope of the independent review was to look at all recommendations, both those accepted and those not accepted, in order to assess whether their responses address the issues raised within the audit.
So there is no. Are you suggesting there isn't a discrepancy?
Sorry, I'll return. So you're referring to page 2 of the report?
Correct.
Now, where there's a table that says open 2 of 14, closed 13 of 14. There's the total. You're right. The total of those is 15. So the total of those did include the unaccepted recommendation, which effectively the ALC was dealing with as closed.
Okay, so
that's why the total is 13. It's 12 of the accepted recommendations plus the recommendation that wasn't accepted. They had accounted for as closed in their reporting.
Okay, so also on page 2 it lists how the ALC had reported that 2 of the 14 recommendations were open. Yes, so as you said, that would mean that 12 are closed, but in the report it says 13 are closed. Can you explain this?
Yeah, I might refer you to the more detailed table on page 7, Senator, which actually provides recommendation by recommendation how the ALC had reported them as being closed, or to start with, agreed or not agreed, and then whether they were closed or open.
So these are errors, however, in the Bell Chambers Barrett report. Would you agree?
Sorry, Senator. Which area are you recalling my attention to in terms of being an error?
What we've just discussed, the differentiation between the reporting on within the Bell Chambers report.
So we're referring to the second bullet point where they've said the reports from ALC noted closed for 13 or 14 recommendations.
That one, and also what I pointed out to you in my previous question as well. Are these not errors of reporting?
Sorry, Senator, I'm a bit confused. We've got the detailed schedule on page 7, the mathematics as provided on page 2 align. I do note your point that where they've noted closed 13 of 14 recommendations, they have included as closed an unaccepted recommendation, whereas the 14 was accepted. So I do accept it does look as though that should have either been closed 13 of 15 recommendations or alternatively closed 12 of 14 recommendations. But that one error, I don't believe, undermines the veracity of this report at all, given the detail that's subsequently provided in not only in the table on page 7, but the balance of the report goes recommendation by recommendation in quite some detail.
So are they? So and the issue with the table, you don't consider that's just another typo?
The table on page 7.
Correct. Page 2. Sorry.
The table on page 7 totals 15, so that represents all recommendations.
So, Senator, I think rather than it being a typo, it's just the way the information has been expressed.
Presented.
It possibly could have been set out differently, but I don't think it's an error.
You don't believe that's well, I mean, you've just considered that you've suggested that the first matter that we've discussed is a minor error and it doesn't speak to the entirety of the report, but it is an error nonetheless.
Again, Senator, I think it's the way the information's been presented, but I don't think it materially changes any findings in any way, not only materially, but in any way changes the findings of the review.
Okay. Yeah, it'd be better, I guess, if it was clearer. Now, the governance of the land councils and statutory authorities, I guess clarity is important across all these measures when it comes to these particular areas of interest, and the appropriate reporting on behalf of these land councils, I think, is the matter of concern. Look, I'm going to leave my questions there.
Thank you. We will return.
Just before we go, there were a couple of items that
were raised for report back.
Yadu and KWY. Is that information available?
So, thank you, Senator. KWC, Senator, you provided the notice. Sorry, KWY. Thank you, Minister. This isn't a notice of investigation. It's a notice from Oric that this corporation will be examined. Oric is appearing on the agenda today and can speak to this, but it's of note that this organisation hasn't been reviewed in this way by Oric. They do periodic examinations of corporations, but they're happy to talk to it later. But
yeah, well, I think we'll talk to Oric. Thank you.
Yeah. And Yadu. Health are coming back to you.
Can we just clarify?
I think just go back to the Hansard.
Yeah.
And answer the question.
Mr. Excel.
You're going to try and come back to Senator Little's.
Will you go back? I think it's easy if they just go back to the transcript and see what you committed to actually provide, because there were a number of questions and a fair bit of data.
Sorry, we couldn't hear the question from up the back. So
there was a bit of information that was asked. That there was a commitment given to provide that information. Could you please go back, if you haven't got it now, that you can provide to the Secretariat, could you please provide it and go back to Hansard to find out exactly what you committed to?
I recall the request around whether the 560,000 had been provided. I can confirm that it has not been provided. There are other elements I think we took on notice as well.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to thank all of the cross-portfolio agencies for their appearance today, and the NAAJA. We're very grateful for your participation in estimates. We will return after lunch with the land councils, and we are also able to release now IATSIS, because those questions will also go on notice. So we will hear from Land Councils, Oric, Aboriginal Hostels and the Aboriginal Investment Corporation after the afternoon tea break, and we will do the Land Councils after lunch. We'll come back at 2:15. Thank you. And my thanks to everybody for joining us this afternoon. It's terrific to have land councils from the Northern Territory represented in our Senate estimates as legislated agencies, but also more in particular as cultural representation within our parliament for your very distinct communities and regions, and your visibility and representation here is incredibly important. So we have with us today the Anandiliaqua, Central, Northern and Tiwi Land Councils. I welcome the CEOs, Interim CEO Colin Wakefield, Les Turner, CEO of the Central Land Council, Jesse Shacken, Interim CEO of the Northern Land Council, and Brendan Ferguson, CEO of the Tiwi Land Council. But in particular, also, I want to acknowledge all of the members of the land councils who are elected and bring distinct representation for your communities within the land councils. Now we're going to move to opening statements, and we will start with the Anandiliaqua Land Council, and I understand that the Deputy Chair, Ida Mamarika, and the Chair, Sherelle Warawilia, will do a short joint statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senators. Ilaro jamene nunugulanga ya nanawala nempri na makampura panga parsumtenama shurelwa.
Thank you, Ida. Good afternoon, Senators. First, I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today. I would also like to pay my respect to elders past and present. I am honored to be here today as my fourth trip to this beautiful Ngambri and Ngunnawal country. Today with me, I have my colleagues, Colin Wakefield, ALC Interim CEO, Ida Mamarika, ALC Deputy Chair, Mr. Barra and Ms. Barra, ALC Board Directors, and Soshana Hill, ALC Legal Manager. In September, the new ALC Board elected me as the new chairperson of the Anandiliaqua Land Council. I will speak for my people. I will be strong in my decision-making and lead the ALC in the right way. I will do everything in my power to stand strong for and with my people. I don't work for my people. I don't work for myself, sorry, Senators. I work for my people. The new board acted strongly. Mark Hewitt is gone. The new ALC are here in Canberra and back in Anurugu, Ambakamba, and Milyakbara. The new CEO recruitment is coming and will be done in the right way. I want to share that we know the NAAJA are investigating and doing their job. I don't have the answers or what the outcome will be, but the ALC will support NAAJA to do their job, and we will continue to do ours. My managers are working closely with the NAAJA to resolve the governance issue identified by ANAO. We have had a tough year. Cyclone Megan has had a big impact. We have faced many difficult times, redundancy, media pressure, and some big decisions. But despite these challenges, we want to look forward now and not backwards. The new ALC board looks forward to a fresh start, getting on with the important functions of the Annindilyakwa Land Council and delivering for the Annindilyakwa people. Thank you, Senators.
Thank you, Ms. Warrawilya, on behalf of the Senate. We will now invite the Tiwi Land Council, Helen Dee, or Leslie Tangatalam. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Senate. Thank you, Senate. Just want to say thank you for us to come here and pay respect to the elders in past and present and in Canberra. My name is Leslie Tangatalam. I'm the chair of the Tiwi Land Council, and I am proud to be here on the 50th anniversary of my father, Hassan Tangatalam, elected to the Northern Territory Parliament and the first Indigenous Australian to elected as a state or a territory parliament. I'm proud to be here to continuing his legacy and taking a leadership role with the Land Council. And I am to making a difference for the future generation of the Tiwi people. And now I'll hand over to my niece, Helen Day, to deliver the opening statements.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee members. Over the past 2 years, the Tiwi Land Council has been attending Senate estimates with a consistent message that we are rebuilding and strengthening our organisation, and we are proud of the progress that we have made. We have implemented a new method of choice and terms and conditions of membership. We now have a council that is reflective of Tiwi people with equal numbers of men and women and representation of our 8 landowning groups. Our council has endorsed new meeting rules and a stronger conflict of interest policy. We have developed a framework to define the responsibilities and operation of our accountable authority. We have recently re-established our executive committee to improve the effectiveness and efficiency of our decision making. We have worked with an external provider to develop a comprehensive risk management framework. We have reviewed staff position descriptions and restructured our operating model. We have documented and are in the process of embedding key operational policies, including procurement, recruitment, and work health and safety. Through these and many other changes, we have fully or substantially implemented all recommendations delivered by the Australian National Audit Office, Commonwealth Ombudsman, and Ernst & Young in their respective reviews. The journey that we're on from here is one of continuous improvement, embedding this reform and consolidating the renewed trust of Tiwi people. With the important foundations of our organisation stabilised, we are now focusing on delivering outcomes for Tiwi people. The key priorities identified by our council members, who represent the 8 Tiwi clan groups, are culture, country, and community. To ensure that we have oversight and input across all 3 domains, the Turampula Cultural Committee is now embedded within our governance structure. We are transitioning the Tiwi Indigenous Protected Area IPA Committee into a formal subcommittee of Land Council, and we are taking on responsibility for coordination of the Tirampula Leaders Forum. The Cultural Committee has been established to guide and foster the maintenance and celebration of Tiwi culture. The outcomes of this initiative will support programs aimed at maintaining our cultural traditions, reducing suicide rates and chronic health conditions, and support a range of programs that will improve well-being, employment, and sustainable and culturally appropriate economic opportunity. In 2024, the standout project to emerge from the Cultural Committee was a recommendation to re-establish a Tiwi Cultural Festival. The inaugural Tiwi Cultural Festival was held on the 24th of August. This pilot event was significant because it marks the beginning of an annual celebration aimed at promoting, preserving and sustaining the rich and vibrant culture of the Tiwi Islands. Aligning the Tiwi Cultural Festival with the Tiwi Islands Football League Grand Final promises to become one of the most important First Nations community events in the nation in 2025. The Tiwi Leaders Forum aims to empower young emerging Tiwi leaders and their elders to coordinate responses to issues identified by the Tiwi leadership, including high suicide rates, chronic health conditions, gambling, youth crime and family or community violence, elevated levels of unemployment and lack of economic opportunity. Consultation in relation to Tiwi Indigenous protected area has been ongoing for the past 3 years, and we are now working together with our partners towards dedication of the IPA in 2025. The IPA will empower Tiwi to look after their country, consistent with an agreed plan of management. This includes working with Tiwi rangers and research institutions to manage feral cats, pigs and buffalo, and prevent the introduction of further biosecurity threats posed by ghost nets, cane toads, fire ants and gamba grubs. A further priority will then be to establish rights and interests over Tiwi Sea country, including through a native title claim, enabling the Tiwi Land Council to represent Tiwi people when activities are proposed that affect Tiwi people and their seas. Finally, we are committed to increasing the employment of Tiwi people within the Land Council. Plans for a permanent office on the Tiwi Islands are underway, alongside our commitment to ensure that Tiwi people take the lead in these initiatives. Together, we are paving the way for a sustainable future for the islands and our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd now like to invite the Central Land Council, Les Turner, to make his remarks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senators. And I'd like to acknowledge the Ngambri and Ngunnawal people whose lands we meet on. In September 2024, the Central Land Council elected Mr Warren Williams from Yuendamu as Chair and Miss Barbara Shaw from Mount Nancy Town Camp as Deputy Chair. In October this year, the CLC celebrated our 50th anniversary, making us one of the longest standing Aboriginal community control organisations in this country. Our elders laid the foundations for a strong democratic organisation, bringing together elected representatives from 9 regions in Central Australia, covering an area of 778,000 square kilometres to be their voice. We are proud of our long history of achievement. From the outset, Aboriginal people struggled to have our rights recognised and encoded in legislation. The CLC has provided stability and direction, consistently operating within legislative boundaries to deliver for our people. We operate within the clear constraints of our enabling legislation, the Aboriginal Land Rights Act, Northern Territory Act, the Native Title Act and the PGPA. We have an unblemished record in meeting statutory requirements. There's been a lot of media attention on Alice Springs and surrounds in recent times. I want to point out that the CLC, along with organisations like the Central Australian Aboriginal Congress Health Service, the Tangadura Council, the NPI Women's Council, Anyanini Health Service in Tennant Creek and Nurajutta Aboriginal Corporation are organisations that exemplify Aboriginal community control and have existed for many years. I want to make the point that these organisations are delivering on the ground and should be a model for government investment. They clearly deliver economic and social benefits, and not just for the Aboriginal community but for the broader Central Australian community. They are Aboriginal community-led and based, and they are the opposite of intervention thinking. I'd like to commend the Australian Government for continuing to invest in Aboriginal community control organisations. I would also like to commend the Australian Government for recognising the exceptional needs in Central Australia and responding by investing in infrastructure, educational, vocational education and training, youth services, leadership and governance, community-based prevention of domestic violence and crisis accommodation. The results may take some time to flow, but we know it is happening. There's already data to support positive results in education and school attendance. Also, Senator Price requests for us for the minutes of the 17th to the 18th of September meeting in Tennant Creek has been provided to the committee and the Secretariat, and we're happy for those minutes to be tabled. And also Senator Price requests for CLC Chair and Deputy Chair to appear before the committee. Unfortunately, the Deputy Chair has just been discharged from hospital and is recuperating at home, and we'll take questions on notice in specifically if we have to, and we'll look forward to their attendance at the next committee meeting. And the other request was from Senator Price about the ANAO audit report recommendation 2A, which we'll be able to provide a response to as part of this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Turner, for your representation today on behalf of the very diverse Central Land Council. We'll now invite Mr Chris Need to present on behalf of the Northern Land Council.
Good afternoon, Senators. We acknowledge we meet today on unceded land and we pay respect to the traditional owners of this country, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples. My name is Chris Need. I'm an executive member for the Borroloola-Barkly region. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to address the committee on behalf of the Northern Land Council. Today we are representing our full council and appeal on behalf of our chair, Mr Matthew Ryan, who was unable to attend due to unforeseen sorry business. The NLC, built on our strong leaders, has fought hard for over 50 years to reclaim our traditional land, water and sea country. We continue this fight to fulfil these rights so that our communities have the opportunity to thrive on their country. We are tired of being used as political footballs and being blamed for delays by governments and proponents when we strive to serve. We represent and empower our people. This is why the NLC is working hard to change the way we do business, empowering traditional owners to seek opportunities for what they want on their land, and not to be held to ransom by expectations of proponents. It's why we are consistently strengthening the NLC's governance, finding ways to improve the Section 19 processes, building our capacity to empower community and economic development opportunities. The NLC would like to take this opportunity to raise awareness of some key issues. We no longer want to be passive bystanders as people conduct business on our country around us. Our future economic independence lies in us leveraging our land and sea rights so that we are not just stakeholders to be consulted, but true shareholders in economic development. Our community faces challenges with employment, infrastructure, access to essential services. We need culturally respectful initiatives in local industries to create lasting pathways to economic independence. To achieve this, government must be bipartisan and walk with us. We also ask government to do all that it can to ensure major projects in the top end, prioritise local Aboriginal economic development, real jobs. This is an approach to which the NLC is committed through compliance of contractual obligations in land use agreements. The new NT government says they are tough on crime. We want this to extend beyond Darwin. Law and order must be upheld in our communities. Police need to be properly directed and resourced to ensure this. Additionally, we call on the government to strengthen the consequences of those doing the wrong thing in the Aboriginal land. Things like damaging sacred sites, unlawful access on Aboriginal land, illegal land clearing, fishing without permissions, jeopardise our culture and our future. Thank you. So I'd like to hand over to a fellow executive member.
Mr Hector.
Afternoon, Senators. My name is Raymond Hector. I am the executive member representing the Victoria River District, Aboriginal community across the territory. As my home of Nickbrew, face challenge in emergency response, being prepared for disaster. We've been told every year the floods are 1 in 100 years event, yet every year floods come. Nickbrew is the only community affected in this way, and I can tell you, I call on you to stand by side with us. We can call for changes. We deserve the basic human rights given to others in crisis. We want to see investment that empower our communities to respond straight away. Things are safe, and emergency shelter built in the right place with secure power, water and phone service to give us safe and connect during the disaster. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hector. Mr. Wirapanda Bianasi. Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Afternoon, Senators. My name is Conway Wirapanda Blanasi. I'm an Executive Council member for the Katherine region. I'm a senior cultural man. We want to see recognition of traditional law and recognition of our elders' role in passing down knowledge. When you respect our culture and communities are healthier, more resilient and able to thrive, yet this often falls short in policy and implementation. We remind the government that Aboriginal voice and self-determination must guard decisions impacting Aboriginal lands and water. Songlines and languages is our voice. Once you scratch the surface, you will find many stories where local people have led the journey from the beginning. These are the projects that work and make a real difference. We ask that government listen actively to these voices. Expanding investment in Learning on Country initiative and Northern Territory Aboriginal Ranger programs can empower our younger people to navigate two worlds, one of the tradition and other of modern opportunity, giving them hope, pride and pathways for future success. A good way to describe how cultural law can work in a Western corporate structure is to think of it as a tree. If you think of a tree, the roots to the ground is what we believe in. The bark and the trunk represents two moiety groups. The branches represents language group and the leaf represents the people. The issue we have raised today highlights the need for cultural respect, strong local leadership and working together. It is only by placing Aboriginal knowledge and leadership at the centre that we can meaningfully address these challenges. The NLC stands ready to work with the Australian Government to promote sustainable, culturally grounded development that upholds the rights and aspirations of Aboriginal people in our 7 regions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senators.
Thank you very much for those statements. We're now going to move to questions. The call will first go to the Coalition.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, and I might ask all land councils to take these questions on notice in terms of your current updates for Section 19 lease agreements. If you can take on notice an update on how many proposals have been processed by each of you since May. How many outstanding proposals do you have to consider? And how long does it take to process these? And how has that changed over the past 3 financial years? And how many have been approved since last estimates? I might also ask you to take on notice with regard to fraud, if you can update on any new or ongoing fraud investigations your land councils may have. But I might ask All each of you, starting from left to right. I'll go left to right. How many land councils have any of your staff act as a secretary for a PBC?
Senator, I'll take that on notice, but my understanding there isn't any.
There isn't? Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Sorry, Senator Price, are you able to just repeat the last part of the question?
Are any of your land council staff also acting as secretaries on other PBCs?
Sure. So Tiwi Land Council doesn't have native title responsibilities and no PBCs on Tiwi Islands.
Yep.
Senator, our PPC unit would take the question on notice and come back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Senator. We have one staff member, that's our Principal Legal Officer, and he is the contact for the top-end default.
Okay. How many of, well, I guess, is this PBC up to date with its director ID requirements as well?
I'll have to take that question on notice.
Thank you. Okay, I now want to move to questions specifically to do with the Northern Land Council. I just wanted to find out, Ms Shaken, I noted that you're also former acting CEO of the West Arnhem Regional Council. Do you remain employed by the council in any capacity?
No, I don't.
Were you former acting CEO of West Arnhem Regional Council and also acting CEO of the Northern Land Council for any period of time?
No, they didn't overlap, Senator. I'm happy to expand on the dates if you like.
No, that's fine. I note media reporting from last month that the National Anti-Corruption Commission executed search warrants at the offices of the NLC. What can you tell the committee about this raid?
Thank you for the question, Senator. It wasn't a raid. It was a search warrant executed in relation to a report that I had made earlier in the year on a suspicion of corrupt conduct of a former employee. The Northern Land Council is committed to integrity and transparency, which is why I made the initial report to the NAAJA. And that's probably about all I can say on the matter.
So that specific media report was in relation to the ongoing investigation. Does that investigation relate to the former CEO, Mr. Joe Martin-Jard?
Senator, it's difficult for me to provide information as to do so might prejudice the NAAJA's investigation.
Okay, so for the sake of record, does the raid relate to allegations from my good friend and colleague Senator Thorpe against the member for Lingiari?
Senator Nambuchin Price, the Northern Land Council interim CEO has said that they need to be cautious in relation to prejudicing anything that is before the courts. So we need to consider what is in the public interest as far as determinations by the NAAJA. So, by all means, put your questions.
Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Shacken,
rely on the responses
frame the answers in a way that, if you need to take a public interest immunity claim in responding to the questions appropriately. No. Well, that is what.
Point of order. Point of order. You can't tell the witnesses what to say. You let the witnesses speak. You just chair the meeting.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. I'm well aware of my obligations as chair. I'm not seeking to lead the witnesses. Ms. Shacken, please answer the questions and seek advice if you need any advice in respect to the standing orders.
Thank you. I'm pretty well prepared. The Northern Land Council aligns its position with the NAAJA, which does not generally comment on the specifics of referrals. Public commentary could compromise current or potential investigations by the NAAJA or other agencies, unduly harm reputations and violate the rights of individuals to impartial adjudication and privacy. So whilst I appreciate the Senate has questions, unfortunately I'm not able to answer them.
Okay. So you can't answer whether the raids relate to Senator Thorpe's allegation about Ms Scrimgeour's misappropriated COVID stimulus money to acquire a holiday home at Twin Hill Station.
The search warrants were in relation to a report that I had made on suspicion of corrupt conduct of a former employee.
So that's ruled out of that.
Pardon? Minister McCarthy.
I do believe, just in terms of the assertion in Senator Price's questioning, that I do understand that Marion Scrimgeour, the member for Ngilingiri, has written to the committee with reference to the previous Senate estimates, and I'd refer the chair and the committee to her letter and ask that Senator Price be very careful of the line of questioning, given that Marion Scrimgeour has responded.
Senator Nampijinpa Price, you also need to be mindful of the standing orders in relation to imputation, even in your questions. So be specific and factual.
Absolutely, I can appreciate being very specific and factual. Can we get a copy of that letter tabled?
It was tabled at the last estimates, but I'm sure the Secretariat can find a copy of it.
Great. Okay.
I'll rotate the call shortly, but please continue, Senator Nampijinpa Price.
So, so I have some questions with regard to the NLC and disputes over PBCs. Has the NLC received any correspondence from traditional owners requesting for the rearrangement of PBCs, whether that is the creation of new PBCs for certain native title determinations or the breaking up of existing ones?
I'll ask my PLO to answer.
Don Gomez, Principal Legal Officer. Yes, we have.
How many requests has the NLC received in the last 18 months?
Can I take that question on notice? I believe the answer is about 3, but just to be certain with the response.
Do you know how many have been resolved?
Sorry to interrupt the evidence, but I'll need you to bring your nameplate with you so that Hansard are able to, when they transcribe.
Thank you. So do we know how many have been resolved?
We've one PBC has been set up this year.
So that's come out of such requests?
Correct.
Have any PBC arrangements changed because of these requests at all?
I'm not sure I understand your question, Senator.
So existing PBCs, have they had any alterations, changes made to them as a result of these requests that have come through?
No, Senator.
Okay, so...
sorry, if I can just further expand, safe to say that in the one PBC that has been established, the determination that was previously held by another PBC was sort of moved across into the new PBC, if that makes sense.
Okay. What was the reasoning for that?
Why was that change? Why did that change occur?
Yeah.
It was on request from the native title holders.
So does the NLC have an established policy on dealing with these sorts of requests?
We have a policy that we support native title holders when they wish to establish a new PBC.
Are you able to provide that on notice then?
As in, we have a policy to support Commonwealth native title holders if they wish to establish a PBC, but I'll take it on notice.
If you could. I guess there's a difference between changes being made, establishing new PBCs. Is there a process around that?
Is your question, is there a process around establishing a new PBC?
Yeah, what is the process?
It's set out in the Native Title Act. Like the process is the process set out in the Act.
Where requests come to. So that is the process that you take through the Act. So I understand one of the concerns that prompt these requests is grouping different family groups in the one PBC as a recipe for conflict. Is this a serious concern for the NLC when considering these requests?
The primary consideration is the intention of the common law native title holders.
So the potential for conflict comes into that then?
If the common law native title holders are saying they wish to establish a new PBC, we support them with that request. They're sort of, I guess...
Does that concern carry weight, I guess, in terms of the determinations?
I mean, if they're saying we want to establish a PBC, irrespective of other considerations there, we honour that and we act on it.
Okay, so does this concern outweigh, for example, administrative financial costs involved in breaking up PBCs and creating new ones?
Yes.
Okay. Can a member of a PBC also have a role at the NLC? Well,
yes. Sorry, can I...
So
yeah.
your position, you are a secretary for a PBC as well. Is that a conflict of interest at all?
I don't think so.
No?
We have a number of lawyers in the branch, so we can manage conflicts effectively.
Okay, so what if... so how do you manage those conflicts, for example, in a situation where the interests of the PBC and the NLC may not align?
It's hard without a specific example, but there's multiple options there. We can allocate to different lawyers and erect information barriers. We can engage external legal assistance where required. It really depends, though, on the nature of the conflict as it arises, and we would manage accordingly.
Okay. All right. So Mr. Yusuf Dean has been appointed as the new NLC CEO. When does he begin work?
Thank you for the question, Senator. The delegation to appoint the NLC CEO sits with the NLC's Executive Council, so I'm not going to speak for them on the matter, but I am aware that Mr. Dean starts on the 9th of December.
Okay. And how many applicants did the NLC consider for this role?
As I was at arm's length from the process, I'll ask my CFO to support you with questions.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senators. Irfan Bhatt, General Manager, Corporate Services. So that for the recruitment of the CEO, we received about 24 applications. So that's what your question was, Senator? Sorry.
24 applications.
Yeah.
Okay. So as the New South Wales Land Council CEO, Mr. Dean went on several international trips, including what looks like a $20,800 for a return first-class Sydney, New York flight, and again an $18,801 for what looks like a first-class return Sydney-Boston flight. Was the NLC aware of these expenses, and did the NLC investigate their appropriateness?
Yes, Senator, we were aware of that, and these are the allegations which Mr. Yusuf Dean denies.
Okay, so he denies these allegations. Okay, so...
sorry, Senator, I want to just add on, I think there are certain elements of those allegations which he denies, like the first-class trip. But the other where he has travelled business class, but that is as per the policy of the New South Wales Council. So he has confirmed that he has not breached any of the
and
travel
has
policy.
he provided evidence to suggest that that's been the case?
Senator, that's what was briefed to us. So we have taken it seriously, and we asked for a review, and that was the outcome of that, that he denies the allegations, and those travel was as per the policy of the New South Wales Council.
Was he residing in Queensland while he was the CEO of New South Wales Land Council?
My understanding is that he was acting at that stage, and his position was based there, but he denies the allegations that he was residing there while he was the full-time CEO.
Could you provide, would it be appropriate to ask to provide that evidence for the purpose of this committee, please?
Sorry, Senator, evidence of?
Of not having taken those first class flights, and that he was residing in fact in New South Wales and not Queensland.
No, we can take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. Okay, I've got some questions for the Unaltered Land Council. I note media reports from last month that the National Anti-Corruption Commission executed search warrants at the offices. What can you tell the committee about this raid?
Thank you, Senator. NAC conducted operational activity on the island in October. I believe it was the 16th of October. We understand it's part of NAC's investigation process from a referral of a complaint. The ALC will obviously cooperate with any NAC inquiries. I can't comment on any ongoing investigation and any questions related to that NAC investigation. I think that would need to be taken up with NAC.
Okay. Do these raids relate to the former CEO, Mr. Mark Hewitt?
Sorry, Senator.
Do these raids relate to the former CEO, Mr. Mark Hewitt?
That's my understanding.
Thank you. Minister, you released a statement saying that the ALC chair informed you that the ALC board had resolved to terminate the employment of Mr. Hewitt effectively because he lost the trust of the ALC board. Do you have anything you'd like to add?
Well, I'd certainly congratulate the new ALC board and the chair and her board that are here with her. I know it's been a really tough time for them, but I am determined, along with the ALC chair, to see them get through this situation. It has been an incredibly tough time, but I am pleased with where they are at the moment.
I guess given that the ALC has been able to provide that level of evidence to the committee without compromising the investigation, is there anything else that you'd like to add as the CEO of the NLC to the current investigation that's taking place?
I would rather not prejudice an investigation by the NAC or speak for them. The Northern Land Council is fully cooperating. There's no place for wrongdoing at the Northern Land Council, and we're moving forward in good governance.
Okay. Given the allegations against Mr. Hewitt have been circulating for many months now, why was he allowed to remain in his post for so long?
There have been, thank you for your question, Senator. There have been a lot of change this year. the passing of the former chair and deputy chair. We have been trying to do the right thing and what is within our power to do. The board were told that Mark could manage his conflicts by leaving the room and by not being a part of decisions for Winchelsea and Groot Holdings Aboriginal Corporation. However, what we learned from the NAAJA independent review, which was finalized on 27th of August 2024, was that Mark's conflicts of interest were not manageable. The old ALC board on 22nd of August 2024 deferred the decision to the incoming ALC board. The new ALC board included a newly elected chair, and deputy chair was elected in September, acted strongly and terminated Mark on 16th of October 2024. Thank you.
My next line of questioning is going to be directed at the Central Land Council. And for the record, my questions do not in any way relate to any proceedings in other places between myself and Mr Turner. Mr Turner, can you please inform the committee of when you took your annual leave this year and what acting arrangements were in place during your absence? Happy to take that on notice if need be.
I think the only leave I can recall was I took 3 weeks leave and advised the executive, who also passed a resolution for acting arrangements at that time. And Miss Josie Douglas, Dr. Josie Douglas, was acting CEO at the time.
During what dates were those?
I'd have to come back to you on the dates. I haven't got that.
Thank you. For the record, sorry, no, I won't go to that question. What due diligence was performed for the current chair and deputy chair, that being Mr Warren Williams and Barbara Shaw, to ensure they were appropriate, qualified and fit and proper people to hold those positions?
Thanks, Senator, for your question. I'll ask the PLO, Kate O'Brien, to respond to it.
Kate O'Brien, Principal Legal Officer of the Central Land Council. Thank you for your question, Senator. The qualification requirements for CLC delegates, as for all Land Council delegates, are those set out in Section 29 of the Aboriginal Land Rights Act. The usual process is for delegates to self-declare that they are compliant. Nevertheless, for a position like the chair, the Central Land Council does take the additional step of conducting police checks. That police check has been submitted and we're waiting for a response. However, I do note that the election of those positions is a matter for council to decide on. It's not a matter for staff to decide, for instance, if someone is a fit and proper purpose. The election process itself is set out under the Land Rights Act that provides that council may at any time elect a new chair or deputy chair.
So it's not understood at this time whether either of them have a criminal record of any type?
We, as I said, are waiting for that criminal record check to come back from the National Record Check Place. Okay.
My next set of questions relate to the removal of Mr Matthew Palmer as Chair of the Central Land Council. So, has Mr Palmer been afforded procedural fairness at all times during this process? Was he always given access to an interpreter and legal representation?
I'll take that question too, Senator. Thanks for your interest there. Yes, Mr Palmer has been given procedural fairness. I note that the critical meeting at which decisions were made occurred on the 17th of September. However, there was an earlier meeting. Mr Palmer engaged legal representation before that first meeting. As a result of or at that first meeting, Council decided that he would not make any decisions in order to allow Mr Palmer time in order to get legal advice. Instead, Council decided on a set of questions that Council considered relevant and provided those to Mr Palmer via his legal representatives. Around about 2 weeks later, a second meeting was held, a little over 2 weeks actually. A second meeting was held at which Council came prepared to listen to what Mr Palmer had to say, particularly in relation to those questions that had been sent to him and his lawyer, but also on any other matters that he wished to talk about. Mr Palmer was on notice of the facts that Council considered relevant to its decisions, on possible breaches of the rules that Council is required to abide by, and also possible consequences of those if he was found to have made any breaches of those rules. At the critical meeting of the 17th of September, he was provided with an interpreter, even though he himself has worked as an R&D English court interpreter. He had ample time to obtain legal advice before the meeting on the 17th of September, and he did so. He was legally represented by 2 lawyers at that meeting on the 17th. They appeared by video link facilitated through the Central Land Council. He was given an opportunity to speak to Council before any decisions were made, and he could allow his lawyers to speak for him when he chose to do that, and he did choose to allow them to speak for him at times. Questions, as I said before, were provided concerning the specific matters that Council thought were relevant, but Mr Palmer and his lawyers were free to talk outside those questions about matters they considered relevant, and they did so. Delegates only made decisions regarding his conduct and the consequences of it after hearing from him and considering his and his lawyers' views. In addition, the CLC's CEO stepped out of the meetings as he could have been perceived to have a conflict of interest in relation to the matter, given that he was the subject of some of the media commentary. He didn't want to be seen to be influencing Council's decision, so made the decision to step away. That's procedural fairness.
So why then, you suggested that questions were put to his lawyer, why then did Barbara Shaw and yourself, Kate O'Brien, on August 26 ask a series of questions about the men's closed meeting without his lawyers present? Why were his lawyers advised after the meeting was had instead of prior to? And why was he not afforded a support person during that meeting or legal representation, given he had already been found by the Central Land Council to have done something wrong?
Could I clarify the nature of that meeting, please, Senator? That meeting on the 26th of August was a meeting of the Chair's peers from Region 1. Now, the Central Land Council has 9 regions. They're administrative regions based around language groups. The delegates are chosen from those regions.
But it was a peer. It was Barbara Shaw and yourself only at that meeting.
I was not at that meeting. The delegates at that meeting were Mr Palmer's peers. They wanted to talk to him, to hear what he had to say about why.
Well, according to Mr Palmer, it was yourself and it was Barbara Shaw.
I was not at that meeting.
Well, I'm sure it'll come out in the wash. How many times did Land Council staff or executive members meet with Mr Palmer during this period, and measures were taken to ensure Mr Palmer received procedural fairness?
I can't speak for all Land Council staff. What I can say is that lawyers for Land Council, as soon as lawyers knew that Mr Palmer received legal representation, we were scrupulous in making sure there was no direct contact between the Central Land Council's lawyers and Mr Palmer himself.
Can you provide on notice then any correspondence sent to Mr Palmer during this period? Why wasn't Mr Palmer allowed to have his support people present during the meeting of the 17th of September in Tennant Creek if the Central Land Council supposedly provided procedural fairness?
The meeting on the 17th of September was advertised as a delegates-only meeting. That meant that delegates, staff who were required to assist delegates, and invitees were specifically there. And those invitees, were Mr Palmer's 2 lawyers and the interpreter arranged for him. Those people were specifically there to support Mr Palmer. I'm aware that he did bring other support people to the meeting. Those people were not invitees and they were not CLC delegates.
So it's pretty intimidating for Mr Palmer to be brought before the entire CLC, knowing that there are individuals gunning for him. And yes, he had, we'll get to his legal representation, who were there via Teams, but the support people, I would suggest that procedural fairness offers the opportunity to have support people with him. Why did Ms Shaw call police to remove Mr Palmer's support people when they were not doing anything illegal or behaving in ways that warranted police attention?
Can I respond to the first part of your question, which perhaps while not phrased directly as a question, goes to the atmosphere of the meeting? First of all, I'd like to emphasise that the decision makers in this meeting were Mr Palmer's peers. They were the 64 other members of council who were able to attend the meeting. All council members are elected Aboriginal people from across the region, and Mr Palmer knows many of those delegates personally and in their roles as delegates. Many of them knew him personally and as a delegate, and all of them knew him as a chair. Some delegates were personally present at the meeting at which...
Ms O'Brien, that's beside the point. He wanted support people there for him personally. One of them was his 80-year-old grandfather, an 80-year-old elder. I would hope to think that the Land Council and its staff respected elders, no matter who they were. We're talking traditional owners, which the Central Land Council is supposed to represent the interests of. So these were traditional owners. They were the support people for the CEO, and Ms Shaw rang police on an 80-year-old man.
On my instructions, Ms Shaw did not call police. Rather, I instructed that police were called by security guards at the council meeting following a disturbance caused by one of those support people. That person was overheard yelling and intimidating people in the car park of the Civic Shire Hall in Tennant, where the meeting was being held. Police asked him to move on. I'm instructed that that was made by security guards.
differing views on what actually occurred, no doubt. Can you please explain from what authority did the disciplinary action against Mr Palmer emanate from?
The Central Land Council delegates are chosen pursuant to a document called the Method of Choice. That method of choice sets the terms and conditions for which members of the Land Council hold office. One of those conditions, or one of those terms in the method of choice, is that a delegate can be removed as a delegate if they breach the CLC's Code of Conduct, the meeting rules of the Land Council, or the Public Governance, Performance and Accountability Act, whether or not such a breach is proven. It was pursuant to that authority that action was taken by Council on a very considered process, and I note that that method of choice was approved by the previous Minister for Indigenous Affairs, Nigel Scullion.
Senator Nampijinpa-Price, it's time to rotate the call. Did you have a last question?
I've still got a bunch of questions to go, so I'm happy to rotate the call.
Senator Thorpe. Thank you, Chair. This is for the NLC. I wish to ask about the COVID stimulus grant funding and follow up on responses to questions on notice. So there were 4 grants connected to Ms Scrimgeour and her family. Were any NLC staff involved in preparing any of these grant applications or any other applications for that matter?
The stimulus, thank you for the question, Senator. That round of, or both rounds of stimulus were before my time, so I can't speak to the specifics. I would have to ask my CFO to come and support answering those questions.
Yes, thanks.
Thanks for the question, Senator.
Yeah. Mr. Bart, please put your name card forward in front of the... Thank you very much.
So, sorry, Senator, if I understand your question correctly, your question was that is any NLC staff assisted the
Ms. Scrimgeour in preparing the 4 grants that her and her family received from COVID stimulus money?
No, Senator. And those grants application was not done by our former CEO anyway.
Beg your pardon?
I didn't understand your question, Senator.
So this is about the COVID stimulus grant money and the fact that Ms. Scrimgeour and her family had 4 grants. And I'm asking if NLC staff were...
I think Senator Thorpe, the first part of your statement needs to be framed as a question, perhaps, so that Mr. Bart can answer.
Mr. Bart knows exactly what I'm talking about. Were any NLC staff involved in preparing any grants, the 4 grants connected to Ms. Scrimgeour and her family for COVID stimulus funding?
Senator, part of our role when this stimulus was rolled out that we did provide assistance, but I have to take that at notice that for these particular 4 grants, whether our staff has provided any assistance or not. So it is not uncommon that when we receive those applications, sometimes if the application is incomplete or incorrect, we do go back to, it is not only for those applications, we do go back to the applicants and request more documents. And if that is what you're calling assistance, then we have provided that assistance to everyone.
Thank you. So can I ask who approved?
Yes, Minister.
I'm just aware that a question on notice was in relation to this, and there was a response to the question on notice that said the NLC has identified 4 approved grants with family connections to Marion Scrimgeour. Marion Scrimgeour was not involved in the process for those grants. None of those grants were recommended or approved by Marion Scrimgeour. I just bring that to the committee's attention.
Yes, thank you for
Thank you for placing that
Can I have my time asking the questions? Can I ask who approved these 4 applications? If it wasn't Ms. Scrimgeour, what date was this? Was it the previous chair who approved? And was it approved prior to receiving the application?
So one of those applications were approved by the former chair, Senator. The application was approved on 31st of May 2021. 31st of May 2021. The other applications were approved by the former CEO, Joe Martin-Jard.
Thank you. So I understand that 149 grant applications were rejected. How many of these 149 rejected applications were connected to Ms. Scrimgeour and her family?
Sorry, Senator, I have to take that on notice. I don't have that information.
Thank you. Ms. Scrimgeour's family corporation, the AUSParliamentLive Aboriginal Corporation, received a $400,000 grant. And according to Oric documents, this corporation did not trade prior to the grant or after receiving the grant. So basically the corporation set up just to receive that $400,000 because it's the only asset and it's the exact value of the grant received. Has the funding generated any revenue for your corporation? And if not, has this grant achieved its purpose of being a stimulus grant?
Senator, I can confirm that this grant was as per the principles which was designed by the former Minister for Indigenous Australians and the criteria, it fits within the criteria of the Northern Land Council. So I have to take that on notice, your other part of the question.
Thank you. So this time last year, I requested a detailed breakdown of these grants, but this still hasn't been provided. In June estimates, the Minister dumped a few hundred pages just before the estimate session. That was a mess of invoices and receipts, you know, like all this much. basically saying for me to sort it out. There was no summary of information, and this was only half of the information, so it should have been 2 piles. Can I ask why have you made it so difficult to look into this grant scheme? Why is it so hidden? And Ms Shaken, at last estimates you told me you would investigate this scheme. Does this mean you referred this matter to the NAAJA? Like, you know, mob are ringing me up saying someone brought a boat, he's put it on social media, it's not NLC asset, this fella's driving his boat with his beer cans in there and skiting up on social media. There's a house that's been brought. So out of transparency and accountability for NLC community who are telling me this, I'm asking you.
Senator, I will answer the first part of the question, but I will refer the second part to our interim CEO. For transparency and accountability, we take it seriously, and hence these grants are openly being reported in our annual report. They are also on our Northern Land Council website as well. So we are transparent. We do provide a report, and we have provided the response back to the Senate. So sorry if that was not sufficient. We can provide any other information you need. So we are very open and transparent. So we have nothing to hide. But I will ask our interim CEO to answer your second part of the question, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Could you repeat your question directed at me?
Sure. So you mentioned at the last estimates that you're going to look into this matter and investigate the COVID stimulus funding, given, you know, I've got 50 witnesses. So I need to give them answers as to why someone's got a boat out of this stimulus money and why someone brought a house out of it and it didn't go to our people that needed it in COVID. So did the investigation happen?
Senator, I made inquiries into the administration of the stimulus program. While I appreciate the investment principles were set by the former Minister Ken Wyatt, what I found concerned me, and as is required of me as an agency head, I have made a report to the National Anti-Corruption Commission, and that's all I can say on the matter.
So does that mean that Ms Scrimgeour is part of the NAAJA?
I reported the administration of the stimulus, not specific people.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask about the relationship between NLC and Good Advice, deadly little consultancy that popped up out of nowhere. An ex-NLC CEO or member has gone up and set up this deadly consultancy called Good Advice. You've got Santos paying for the Good Advice business to then work with the NLC. Who have been paying NLC members to spread the good word about gas? Following last estimates, you confirmed that 5 NLC council members, including 2 NLC executive council members, have declared conflicts with Good Advice, so paid Santos members on your executive. Are you able to table a copy of your conflicts of interest register?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Yes, earlier this year the NLC introduced the annual conflict of interest declaration forms for all members. All declarations are recorded on that register that you're asking for. In addition to that, all members can declare a conflict of interest at any time, particularly during meetings. They are then required to leave the meeting unless otherwise agreed by that meeting. 5 NLC council members, including 2 executive members, have declared a conflict of interest with Good Advice. The information available to me, just to correct you, Senator, is that it is a former NLC employee that established that, not a CEO.
Yes, sorry.
In regards to their paid roles, I'm not aware of the specific information, but we are happy to provide the register to you.
Thank you. Have any other NLC staff members declared conflicts of interest with Good Advice? And do you have any idea how much NLC members have been paid by Good Advice? Because Santos pays pretty well.
Senator, I wouldn't be privy to the details of their remuneration with and outside of the NLC. But in relation to staff, to the extent of my knowledge, no, there are no declared conflicts of interest for staff members with Good Advice. The employee that I referred to earlier is an ex-employee of the Northern Land Council.
Yep. That must be Greg McDonald, the Good Advice's CEO man. He's an ex-employee of NLC. I understand he was at NLC for over 15 years and was the energy and mining branch manager when did Mr McDonald finish his employment with NLC?
Senator, that's before my time, so I would have to take that on notice.
Thank you. Conflicts of interest are part of governance, but we are talking about people being paid by gas companies. Likely very large sums of money to destroy country, sites, you name it. You can't drink your water. So these people, whilst on a statutory body that is supposed to be representing traditional owners in negotiations with gas companies. So you've got someone being paid by a gas company, but then they're also in there negotiating with the gas company about destroying country by fracking it. So how can the community be confident that conflicts of interest are being managed if some of our mob are being paid by the very companies that are destroying our land? And then these fellas are going in there negotiating with the same companies. How is that conflict of interest not managed or managed?
As a management action, all 5 NLC council members agreed to leave the room during any discussions or decisions regarding their conflicts.
So they just leave the room?
That's correct.
And then they go back in?
So they're not privy to the discussions or information relevant to the proponents or to their other employment.
So who's left in the room if you've only got... Who's left in the room to do the discussion if they leave?
But of the 78 council members we have, there are 5 in total. They're spread across regions. So,
Minister, I know the previous minister was made aware of this in November last year, and the NIAA was also made aware. So how confident are you in management of these conflicts of interest?
Sure.
And what actions are you taking to address the gas industry paying off the Northern Land Council members to lobby on their behalf?
Well, conflicts of interest is something that we all have to manage, Senator Thorpe, even here in the Senate.
I'm only talking about NLC.
Well, you know, we all have conflicts of interest of some type. The important thing is how we manage those conflicts of interest. And obviously the advice given by the Northern Land Council is that if there are 5 members of that 78 council, the fact that they leave the discussion and do not attend negotiations, I think is quite appropriate.
So if someone's being paid hundreds of thousands of dollars and they are an NLC member and they're doing deals with the gas company or lobbying and telling all their mob, nah, this fracking's, it's okay. It's going to be good. There'll be nothing left for our kids in the future, but, you know, we'll just take what we can while we can. Like, how is that not a conflict of interest, Minister?
I'm just talking about the managing of conflict of interest. We all have.
But how is that being managed?
Well, we've just heard from the NLC CEO.
But what are you doing about it?
This is exactly what they should be doing. They're a statutory body, Senator Thorpe. It's not my job to interfere in every single statutory body across the country.
So
if they are not...
Sorry, I thought she'd finished. I'd like one more question because the Minister takes a long time to answer.
They have to meet their statutory requirements.
Okay, thank you. So are you aware... Sorry, Ms Shaken, back to you. Are you aware of any other bodies like Good Advice that the gas industry, because the gas industry they've been looking at us for a long time now. They know which families are which, they know who's battling, and they go straight to them and they offer them hundreds of thousands of dollars. So are you aware of any other bodies like this deadly good advice that the gas industry is using to pay NLC members? Are Tamboran, for example, paying good advice? Or have they got their own fake consultancy to give good advice to people? Like, they're just setting up these dodgy consultancy outfits to railroad our people, give them a bit of money to get consent to destroy country.
You need to give people an opportunity to answer the question.
You need to let me finish my questioning, Chair, with all due respect. Thanks, Ms Shaken. I'll let you answer.
I'm sorry, I missed the question in all of that.
That's because you interrupted, Chair. So my question is, so you got the good advice that your ex-NLC person went and set up to be able to frack country with Santos. How many more of these are out there? Like, Tamboran's destroying country as well. So did Tamboran set up a deadly little gammon consultancy on the side to provide good advice?
I'm not following
are there any more
either.
Are there any more? Stop interrupting. Are there any more consultancies like good advice
to maintain orderly questions and answers?
Like, do you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Senator. I can't speak for what Tamboran does in terms of their consultancies. That's nothing to do with the Northern Land Council. I don't know who it is that's taking advantage of those organisations, but what I can say, to the extent of my knowledge, declarations of conflicts of interest from our members in relation to good advice and TIGA, which is the top-end Aboriginal Coastal Alliance, but I don't have specific details for their
So we know that Empire are also paying good advice. You've got Santos and Empire paying good advice to circumvent free, prior and informed consent of our people to make their own decisions.
And it is the duty of the Northern Land Council to ensure that we are supporting and empowering the Aboriginal people in relation to the conversations that they have with us. So I can't speak for the advice they get outside of that, but we will make every effort and exercise due diligence when it comes to our interactions with them and ensuring that they have everything afforded to them for free, prior and informed consent.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. We'll now return the call to the Coalition. We're due to break for afternoon tea at 4 o'clock and then return after the tea break to finish 3 agencies in the last 45 minutes. So I'm just checking in. I had only thought the Coalition had questions because I hadn't received advice about other questions. So
you haven't asked my office about what questions I have, so I'm not sure why that is, but I have a number of questions. I still have questions about the boat purchase.
Okay. Senator Nampijinpa-Price, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Back to the issue of the removal of the former Chair, Matthew Palmer. Under the Aboriginal Land Rights Act, a chairperson can call any meeting they think necessary. Is that not correct?
The process for meetings, Senator, is, as you say, set out in the Land Rights Act. I don't have that specific section reference, so I'll...
So isn't part of the role of a chairperson and or the executive to scrutinise the role of a CEO and the entity they govern over if they feel it necessary?
The Central Land Council, as all land councils, have power under the Land Rights Act to employ staff and to determine the terms and conditions of that employment, and that includes the CEO of the Land Council. So therefore, the chair can and the executive can, because if the chair and the executive can't, well then who can? The council can. It's an inherent power under the Land Rights Act. That power, in the case of the Central Land Council, has been delegated to the Executive Committee.
So Mr Palmer was exercising his power of chair. Any scrutiny that he might have of the Central Land Council or the CEO, it's within his power to do so.
For a meeting to be a meeting of the Central Land Council, it needs to be properly constituted. There needs to be a quorum.
But he can hold a meeting regardless. He can hold a meeting. He can speak to other delegates at any time he wishes, really. There's no set time or place to actually hold any kind of discussion of any kind.
If it's to be a meeting of the Central Land Council, it has to be a meeting held in accordance with the Act. And that requires there to be compliance with the council meeting rules that have been approved by the Minister, and that includes the quorum requirements.
But he can still have, so there are discussions held within the Land Council in itself that are closed meetings.
There's a distinction between what is a meeting of the Central Land Council and what is a discussion between delegates that is not a meeting of the Central Land Council.
But a discussion between delegates is a discussion between delegates, and that's all above board, correct?
Delegates can have discussions at any time.
I'm sure they can. So during the meeting, the PGPA Act is quoted as having been breached by Mr Palmer. So was Mr Palmer's intention merely to scrutinise the CEO for the betterment of the entity, given his own statement? And I quote, "The voices of people in community have been ignored for too long, and many in this community are being kept in poverty. Voices are ignored, people left behind, and the vision of the CLC has been lost." So wasn't this an erroneous and incorrect application of the PGP Act in the first place, and it was weaponised against the former chair to remove a political enemy of the CEO?
That's not the case, Senator.
Well, I beg to differ, because it really looks like the case. On what grounds was the chair dismissed? Was this serious misconduct that took place for his head to be placed on the proverbial chopping block?
Senator, would it assist the committee if I were to read into Hansard the resolution passed by the Central Land Council?
The resolution's there. It's on the record. You've provided the minutes of the meeting. We know what the resolution is. We also know that there were draft resolutions by the chair that were actually provided to the Central Land Council well before this meeting was held in July. So it is stated that the breach of Section 25 of the PGPA Act occurred because the chair did not take minutes during the closed meeting that all men participated in. Should all male participants of this meeting then be held accountable for not including women in this particular part?
Sorry, Senator.
It's a point of order.
Yes, Senator Sheldon.
Could it would be, I think it may be of assistance, and just as a suggestion at this point, but we may have to have a break of the committee pending on the response to this, but
yes,
to consider what I'm putting. But there are matters which are presently before a court on with one of the members of the Senate. Making assertions regarding the CEO, making assertions regarding the CEO may be inappropriate, and there's a conflict of interest. So there are some serious questions about whether these questions or this line of questioning, the way it's been presented so far, and there may be another way of presenting it, but not this way, presenting direct attacks on the CEO. I think it's inappropriate coming from that senator.
Thank you.
Can I respond to that?
Thank you.
Price, you need to wait for the call, and as chair, I simply need to say you're here to ask questions and not to put assertions on the record. So please, I was having great difficulty, in fact, following your questions in a logical, orderly way in order to work out whether they're legitimate questions for estimates. So I'm returning the call to you, but I ask you to have regard for the standing orders, but also for our capacity to conduct this hearing in a courteous way, in a way that facilitates a question and time for an answer.
Thank you, Chair. And I have also been given advice by the Clerk of the Senate, Mr. Pryor, in relation, and he is across my line of questioning as well, given that the matter as you're talking about. I appreciate that there are those that might have concern.
I haven't ruled your questions out of order.
Well, great.
I am simply trying to enable you for them to be put and responded to in a way that is orderly. Please continue, Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
I'm having a difficult time trying to figure out whether they are or not, so I will continue. Thank you.
Senator Nampijinpa-Price, that's exactly the kind of aside undertone talk that makes this hearing very hard to follow for me as chair. So please put your questions in an orderly way and keep them short. Thank you.
Thank you. I will continue on my line of questioning and speaking to the minutes of the meeting held on September 17 that have been tabled. So, going back to understanding that we're dealing with people who have, in traditional terms, there's men's business and there's women's business. It's not unusual for men to discuss what they perceive to be men's matters, women to discuss women's matters, is it?
Not at all.
No. I mean, I've been in attendance many years ago at a meeting where men decided to take situation into their own hands and go off and have their own little huddle. So if that's the case, then why has this been used against Mr Palmer in terms of his own conduct?
The process undertaken by Council, Senator, was that, first of all, a fact-finding exercise was undertaken and then a resolution was passed to set out what facts Council had determined occurred on and after the 18th of July and in media stories thereafter. It was not until after that fact-finding process that Council moved to consider whether any of those facts constitute a breach of the Code of Conduct, meeting rules or PGPAA Act, whether or not proven, and then consequences were dealt with later. If I go to some of the facts that Council found as true, Council found that there was nothing in the document that had been prepared by the then chair that was confidential or cultural men's business. All of the matters in that document could have been considered by female delegates as well as male delegates. There was no proper reason for the chair to tell all female delegates to leave. The closed men-only session was not a meeting of the full council because female delegates had been asked to leave without a proper reason, and the men in the session did not know that the closed men-only session would be to discuss the CEO. If men had known that, they would not have supported excluding women.
However, the intention of the chair himself was acting within his own understanding of cultural protocol. So you can't actually speak for the intentions of the chair. But you can certainly find after the fact it didn't work in your favour as the Central Land Council. So none of the men actually objected.
Senator Nampijinpa-Price, that was an imputation, not a question. So please go to your questions.
This goes to
in order to remain, making imputations is not within the standing orders. Please put questions without imputation. Thank you.
This goes to governance and conduct, and certainly they've impugned the chair. So, and as we've established, during council meetings, private discussions are had. You say minutes were not taken, and yet you have a recording of the closed meeting. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Who took this recording?
The chair called the closed session and asked all staff to leave, but didn't ask for the recording to be turned off. It was left on accidentally and it was accidentally recorded.
Oh, how convenient. So, accidentally. So, the chair thought that there was no recording taking place. Why was he not informed of the fact that there was a recording taking place? Because isn't it a breach to make a recording of a person or people without their knowledge if they in fact think that there's no recording taking place?
Senator, thank you for that question. The ordinary process for all council meetings is that they are recorded. That recording is known to council delegates who are in the room. It's only when the recording is specifically turned off that council delegates know that it's turned off. Otherwise, it is recorded.
So this recording doesn't come from somebody's mobile phone?
This recording comes from the recording equipment set up by the Central Land Council, not
So
from
why wasn't it
somebody's
switched
mobile phone.
off?
Because staff weren't asked to switch it off. Staff were told to leave the meeting.
That's a really good... Oh, that's amazing. No, that recording was taken without the chair's knowledge. He didn't think that there was any recording taking place during that closed meeting. There are minutes here where there's closed meetings. In your own minutes, a closed meeting has taken place and a recording is turned off. You know what the rules are. Goes back to procedural fairness.
Senator Nampijinpa-Price, return to a question.
I'm speaking specifically to procedural fairness.
Okay.
And it will highlight the implications of that. So, if it was determined before the 17th of September that the chair had breached the CLC Code of Conduct, meeting rules and the PGPA Act, how was this determined and by whom?
Senator, it was not determined before the 17th of September that the chair had breached anything. It may assist if I go through a timeline of events.
Please don't, because I would like to table a letter, an email, signed by the Deputy Chair, who is now the current Chair, Mr Warren Williams, that Mr Palmer had been found to have, and I quote, breached the Central Land Council's Code of Conduct, meeting rules and other governance rules. This email was sent to Ingerica Services Aboriginal Corporation on the 9th of August. That is well before the meeting of the 17th of September. In fact, the intention of the letter to Ingerica was to have Mr Palmer dismissed of his representative role on the Central Land Council, wasn't it?
Okay, Senator Thorpe, stop there. The Senator Nampijinpa-Price, sorry.
Two black women don't mean we take the same name or same mob.
Senator Nampijinpa-Price, those at the table have not yet seen the correspondence. It hasn't. I think you have sought to table it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, we need to be able to look at that to work out if it is suitable for tabling. But if, in the meantime, if you want to be able to provide it to witnesses and senators. Yes, Senator Sheldon.
This might be of assistance. That I know there was a question trying to be answered about the timelines of events, but the witness was shut down. When I have my chance to ask a question, or if there's an opportunity for the witness, if they wish to pursue giving the answer, either to my question or to another subsequent question by Senator Price, then I'll be asking for the details rather than just saying, I don't want them. So I want to know exactly what the details are that was going to be answered.
On the point of that, the witness offered to provide some information that wasn't sought by Senator Nampijinpa-Price. Senator Nampijinpa-Price said she didn't want that information. She wanted to continue with her questions. I think that's completely reasonable.
No, she asked a question and she said she didn't. Effectively said she didn't want the answer. That's what she was getting.
Not with the timeline of advice. Thank you.
Senators, let's continue.
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. You can pursue that question in your line of questioning. But
okay.
I would like to continue down my line of questioning. So, as I said, the intention of the letter was to have Mr Palmer dismissed of his representative role on the Central Land Council, wasn't it? Because evidently it is stated in the letter under next steps, please read all of the attached documents carefully and make up your own minds. It is up to Ngerica, Alice Springs outstations to decide whether Mr Palmer's conduct is acceptable for their representative on the Central Land Council.
Okay. Senator Nampijinpa-Price, these are very detailed questions that I suspect may be better put on notice. It is very difficult for me as chair to work out whether they are orderly or not.
I'm simply reading from the letter which is from the Central Land Council. They can answer the question because it's right there before them.
Yes. Ms O'Brien, was there anything in there that you're able to respond to, please?
Thank you, Senator. I'm happy to provide a high-level response, and if there's further detail needed, we can take it on notice. So this letter refers to a resolution of the Executive Committee. A second resolution of the Executive Committee had also been passed that made it very clear that the Central Land Council's Executive Committee did not have any power to make any decisions about the conduct of the chair. That was a matter for council. That second resolution also required referred the matter to council for consideration, but also in ensuring the democratic nature of the Central Land Council, referred the matter back to the group of people who had elected the chair. The letter itself makes it very clear that it's Ngerica's decision. It's not the Central Land Council's decision.
You've obviously read this letter, Miss O'Brien.
Yes.
It's pretty clear to me the underlying directive that why would the accusation be made if the determination hadn't been made? Why would that accusation be made if the determination wasn't made until a month later that this was in fact the case?
Senator Nampijinpa-Price, I'm confused by that question. Are you able to are you saying that it was predetermined? It seems an internal loop in relation to the way that you've asked that question, and I'm not following it. Ms O'Brien, I think you understand what's been put. So, if you...
Thank you, Senator Pratt. The Central Land Council is an elected council of 90 members. Of that, there is an executive committee of 11 members. That elected committee has some delegated powers to deal with certain matters, and it has powers. There are other matters over which it has no powers. Executive committee. It comes back to the timeline, and I really need to go through this timeline in order to be able to answer the questions.
Thank you, Ms O'Brien. I will ask you to go through that timeline because I think it would help me follow the evidence before the committee this afternoon.
Chair, it's
Chair.
my line of questioning that
Senator Nampijinpa-Price, you've had the call for some time.
It's not my fault if you're confused.
Senator Nampijinpa-Price, Senator Sheldon has also asked for this information.
Well,
so
can we not ask that during your time of questioning? I'd like to continue.
Senator Nampijinpa-Price, as chair, I have a question to put. It is the only one I've asked all day.
Is it possible to table the timeline so we can
Correct.
Study it?
Senator
That's a very good suggestion. I'll ask that question.
We can stay here all day if you want.
It is helpful for me to hear the timeline in order to understand the evidence that we've heard today. Ms O'Brien, if you're able to take us through it briefly and table anything else that's relevant.
Thank you, Chair. On the 16th to 18th of July this year, there was a council meeting at Wataka. Late in the afternoon of the 18th, was the closed meeting that Senator Price has referred to. On the 20th to the 23rd of July, there were media statements that had not been authorised by Council but were attributed to the Chair of the Central Land Council that referred to resolutions and decisions being made in that closed session of Council. In early August, the Central Land Council's Executive Committee met and considered the difference between what they had recalled from that closed session and also what had been reported in the media. They passed a resolution about their recollections, but also recognised that they didn't have any power to deal with the Chair's conduct. And so they thought it appropriate to refer it to the two bodies who do have that power to decide whether that is appropriate. There was no attempt at foreshadowing that decision. The Exec had made a call but recognised it did not have power. On the 9th of August, there were letters sent not only to Ingerica, as the Senator has tabled, but also to Mr Palmer himself. That letter was then explained to him, and the Executive Committee decided to call a council meeting in accordance with the Land Rights Act. That council meeting was scheduled for the 28th of August. However, before that council meeting was held, we received correspondence from a lawyer for Mr Palmer. That was on the 22nd of August. After that time, legal contact between Mr Palmer and the legal section of the Central Land Council ceased. On the 26th of August, there was a meeting of Region 1 delegates at which the delegates met with Mr Palmer. There may have been some staff support. There was no legal support or no legal representation at that meeting. On the 28th of August, there was a council meeting in Tennant Creek. Council determined not to make any decisions that day about Mr Palmer's conduct and instead allowed Mr Palmer time to get further legal advice. I presented at that meeting with the consent of Mr Palmer's lawyer, and Mr Palmer, as a member of my client, the Central Land Council, was of course entitled to hear all of that information. Then at the end of that meeting, that council meeting, the council delegates decided to call a further meeting in accordance with the Land Rights Act that was to be chaired by the Deputy Chair of the Central Land Council in order to consider council's the former Chair's conduct. And that meeting was the one held on the 17th of September. So back to Senator Price's question about this letter on the 9th of August. Senator Price might choose to read that that is trying to preempt an outcome. That was not the intention of Executive. Executive simply referred the matter to the group that had elected the Chair, elected the delegate, Mr Palmer, who was the Chair, to consider whether that was what appropriate conduct for their representative. It's a matter for them, and the letter makes it clear that it's their decision.
So the determination was made already.
Senator Price, yes, continue with your questions.
So how does this then demonstrate any kind of procedural fairness?
I reiterate, Senator, that Executive is a committee of 11 people. Executive has no power to make decisions in relation to the conduct of the Chair or consequences from that. That was referred to Council, which is a body of 90 people. Ultimately, the attendees at the meeting on the 17th where a decision was made, there were 65 council members, including Mr Palmer himself. So regardless of whether Executive is just one small subset of Council, and it's Council itself that makes that decision.
Is it correct to say that Ms Shaw and Mr Williams led the discussions during the meeting held in Tennant Creek on the 17th of September?
As Deputy Chair of the Land Council at that time, Mr Williams was required by the Land Rights Act to chair and to preside at that meeting. The chair, or the person presiding at a meeting, will always take an active role in that meeting.
Ms Shaw takes a pretty significant role
So do other council members, and I do note that Barbara Shaw is the elected, or was the elected representative for Region 1 on the Executive Committee, and therefore speaks not necessarily on behalf of all of those members, but is their representative in discussions. And this was a matter that particularly affected Region 1, given the conduct was the matter was discussed by one of the delegates from that region. They felt it particularly.
So, in weaponising the PGPA Act against Mr Palmer, were Mr Williams and Ms Shaw both in breach of Section 27 of the PGP Act? I mean, they both sought to gain their positions as Chair and Deputy Chair in leading the charge to have Mr Palmer dismissed. The removal of Mr Palmer works in their favour, doesn't it?
Senator, I don't accept the premise of that question that the PGPA Act was weaponised in any way.
Well, it's clearly stated in your minutes, the element of the PGPA Act that was supposedly determined that the former chair had supposedly breached.
That's not weaponising any legislation.
But it doesn't present any serious misconduct. And again, the CEO, the chair's responsibility is to question the entity. But apparently that's not allowed to happen in the Central Land Council, is it?
Senator Price. That's an imputation as well. Please put your question, and it's your last question. I need to rotate the call. We are now actually due to break for afternoon tea. I understand Senator Thorpe still has questions, and I'm keen to see how much longer the Coalition has questions for. We will be adjourning in 1 hour's time. We have 3 agencies still to appear.
Did the CEO have any contribution to the PGPA Act, the way in which it was used for this particular meeting?
Senator, I draw your attention to Council Resolution CM 2024.04.15 that's been tabled. It refers to breaches not only of the PGPA Act but also the Council's Code of Conduct and the Council meeting rules. Their obligations that are imposed on all delegates, the delegates are required to comply with those particular bits of legislation and council governance documents. In relation to the role of the CEO in particular, very early on in this piece, after the media came out on the media release in late July, the CEO determined that it was not appropriate for him to be involved in this matter, and he was not involved in making decisions about the conduct of these council meetings. He was invited by council to give a personal statement about how these matters had affected him, but he was not involved in the running of the meeting.
And it's also stated in the letter, Mr Palmer's conduct and that media coverage had caused damage to the CLC. And right at the end, probably defames the CLC CEO. But ultimately, despite the fact that the chairperson was impugned, despite his comments to the media not even mentioning the CEO, but his concerns for the people that he represents and the conduct of the Land Council failing those people, how can you suggest all these other matters they disregard?
Senator Thorpe. Senator Thorpe's waiting for the call. Senator Nampijinpur.
Yes, I've got 2 more questions.
Okay.
And then I'm done.
We're having an afternoon tea.
But in saying it hurts the CLC's reputation, makes it look like there's infighting at the CLC, and that the CLC can't do its job, suggest the CLC is responsible for things that are actually
Senator
the government's job.
This is not time for a
makes
parliamentary
it easier.
speech.
I'm reading the letter
yes,
that I've just tabled, Chair, and I'm about to get to my question. If you'll allow me, then we can move forward. Makes it easier for people outside the CLC to attack the CLC, causes confusion for CLC staff and CLC members, probably defames the CLC's CEO, and most importantly, takes time CLC members and staff away from working on the important priorities, but completely and utterly disregards what the actual Chair's intentions were in the first place, doesn't it?
Okay, you haven't left time for us to hear an answer to that question before breaking for afternoon tea in any case. If I know Senator Thorpe still has questions for the land councils, I'd like to ask the Coalition and Senator Thorpe how they wish to divide, if we break for 10 minutes, how you wish to divide the remaining 40 minutes of the afternoon before we adjourn at 5 o'clock. Thank you. We'll suspend for 10 minutes. Before I attribute the call to a senator, Ms O'Brien had some supplementary information to provide the committee to one of her answers to make sure that it's accurate. Ms O'Brien, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to add to two responses I've just given. The first was response to the suggestion that the process for the meeting on the 17th was manipulated for the benefit of certain people. I'd like to deny that and also refer to the minutes that have been tabled that show the total number of nominations for both the positions of Chair and Deputy Chair that show how many people stood for election. It could not have been rigged in any way or manipulated. The second addition I'd like to make is in relation to the letter to Ingerica. This letter was sent to Ingerica. Ingerica also responded to say that it did not while it did not condone any particular behaviour, it did not make a decision to remove Mr Palmer as the delegate for that region, and would instead leave the decision for Central Land Council's council to determine. So there was no predetermination by the Central Land Council that impacted on Ingerica's decision. They freely made their own decision. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms O'Brien. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. Just going back to the COVID money that NLC received, I've got some further questions about the information you provided at the last estimates about the COVID stimulus grants. You specifically excluded any information relating to the grants that were provided to Ms Scrimgeour and her family. So can I ask, sorry?
Excluded, did you say, sorry?
Yes, yes. So that pile of paper that my office received, out of all of that, there was nothing about the money that went to Ms Scrimgeour and her family. So can I ask why that was excluded from the information that was provided? Because you talked about open and transparent process, yet for some reason Ms Scrimgeour and her family's COVID stimulus money wasn't put into that information.
Your question, Senator, is you continue to say this was provided to Ms Scrimgeour. That's not correct. The identified 4 grants have family connections to Ms Scrimgeour, and we provided answers as to the 4 related family connections in our response to a question on notice. I'm not sure what information you're missing.
So I asked for detail about the stimulus money and where it went. So we're just trying to follow the money paper trail.
Yep.
Because the community is saying to me, a house has been brought, a boat's been brought, and I'm asking the questions here to make sure, that mob know where the stimulus money went. And if it did go to someone's house privately and someone's own boat that they're putting on social media with their beers, then I think, that shouldn't be happening, and that community need to know. So detail about the COVID stimulus grants that went to Ms Scrimgeour's family.
Mm-hmm. So our question on notice response was that there were 4 approved grants with family connections to Marion Scrimgeour. Marion Scrimgeour was not involved in the process of those grants. None of those grants were recommended or approved by Marion Scrimgeour. The Adai Aboriginal Corporation received $363,189.25, which was approved by our late chair. The Pandale Community, $281,276.21, approved by Joe Martin-Jard. Djini Ironstone Homeland, $140,414, approved by Joe Martin-Jard. And Dangala Chingabi, and I apologise for the pronunciation, Aboriginal Corporation, approved by Joe Martin-Jard. The dollar figure is missing off the sheet in front of me, but it was provided in our question or notice response.
So I'm asking for the details, so I understand that, and I thank you for providing that. However, last November I asked for detailed breakdown. Last year, detailed breakdown.
Okay.
So where'd it go?
All right. So
what's happening with the money? Like, just in terms of accountability.
Thank you,
For
Senator.
the whole scheme. So I asked for the whole scheme, like in terms of invoices and receipts, for the whole scheme. But this,
Senator Thorpe, I think Ms. Sharkin's trying to answer your question. Ms. Sharkin?
Yes. So, look, I apologise that was before my time and I don't have the information in front of me. I do uphold the integrity of transparency and good governance of the Northern Land Council, and if you would like those specifics and they weren't provided to you at that time, I'm happy to take that on notice and have that information provided to you.
That would be great, because there was no information, detailed information on those grants, and I understand it was before your time, but it was excluded or not provided as part of the whole lot of paperwork we did receive. So if you could take that on notice, that'd be great. So just in relation to the boat purchase, can you tell me which Aboriginal corporation received the boat?
One grant, thank you for the question, Senator. One grant was approved through the NT Indigenous Economic Stimulus Package Round 2 for the procurement of a boat to support sea and coastal management and surveillance activities. The grant was awarded to an Aboriginal corporation called Adalanga Tujingbi Aboriginal Corporation. Again, I apologise for the pronunciation. Not an individual. One of the directors of that Aboriginal corporation is an NLC executive member.
So there are two boats. So what about the other boat?
The information in front of me says that one grant was approved. So if you have further questions, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, I may need to defer to my CFO.
So was it... So how many grants then in total did Twin Hill Aboriginal Corporation apply for, and how many did it receive?
I don't have that information in front of me, Senator. I can take that on notice.
Thank you. Twin Hill Corporation have received an extension from Oric to submit its 2022 and 23 financials, which have still not been submitted. This question's probably for Oric, actually. But do you know why those haven't been submitted yet, why they're late?
I can't speak for Oric or
You'll be able
the
to put that to
corporation.
Oric shortly if we get time. Is that? Thank you, Senator Thorpe. In order
I
to
just
get
have one
to
more
Oric,
question on
one
this
more
one.
question.
So, just in relation to the new CEO, Mr. Dean, if I could table the documents of the new CEO, financial management ethical concerns at the New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council, CEO travel expenses under scrutiny. This is the new CEO of the Northern Land Council. A number of discrepancies in spending and so forth. Can you confirm whether all NLC Executive Council members involved in the recruitment of Mr. Dean were made aware of the allegations that Senator Price also mentioned?
It's difficult for me to speak on behalf of the Executive Council members, but to the extent of my knowledge throughout the process with an external recruitment agency engaged to support the Executive Council member with that process, a very thorough national search that was undertaken that resulted in the appointment of Mr. Dean. As I said, to the extent of my knowledge, they were aware of that.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Excuse me. Sorry, I missed that.
Excuse who? Sorry, Senator Thorpe. I'm chair, and
I didn't hear the witness. You started speaking whilst the witness was speaking.
No.
So if you could pay attention and wait till the witness finishes, then I can hear what the witness is saying.
Senator Thorpe,
can I ask the witness, please, to just repeat that last bit that you interrupted her on? Thank you. Sorry about that.
My apologies as
I didn't
Chair,
hear the
Ms.
last part of your
I had
comment.
thought you had finished your answer. Please restate the last part of your answer if you're able. Thank you.
To the extent of my knowledge, the executive were aware and comfortable that the what you've tabled here, Senator, is allegations.
That's okay. Okay. Great. There you go, Chair. Thank you.
Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
Thank you. I just would like to ask of the Central Land Council if you could please provide on notice the minutes of all Central Land Council meetings from August until now. Thank you. And one last question. Who drafted this letter to Ngerica? Well, who was involved in the drafting of this letter?
I'll have to take that one on notice too, Senator.
Okay. I'm going to be moving on to questions for the Office of Registrar of Indigenous Corporations now. Thank you to the Land Councils.
Thanks, Les. Yes, I want to sincerely thank all of the Land Councils for your appearance today. I hope your visit to our collective capital has been worthwhile, and we very much like to thank you for your appearance this afternoon. Thank you. I now welcome Ms. Tricia Stroud, Registrar of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Corporations. And if we might also, just to keep things efficient for the afternoon, if we can invite Mr. Dave Chalmers from Aboriginal Hostels.
Yes. Sorry, that's a yes.
As well as Aboriginal Investment NT. Depending on how many offices we have, yeah, if you can please sit as close to the front of the where witnesses sit, that would be great. Thank you very much. I'm pleased to welcome you, Ms. Stroud. We'll go directly to questions, if we may. Do you have anything you need to put on record as part of an opening statement?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Tricia Stroud, Registrar of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Corporations. Acknowledge we're on Ngunnawal country. I'm joined by Andrew Huey, Deputy Registrar, and Hannah Rowe, Regional Manager for the North. I have provided a statement. I'll leave it with the committee. Probably a couple of things that I would point out, only because they've been raised previously. Since the last hearing, we have released a new corporate plan. We have now commenced rollout of a new 2-day governance training program and returned to offering a cert for business governance. We have launched our new website. Probably the most two significant points I draw the committee's attention to is that in returning to our minor regulatory prosecution program, we have referred 29 medium and large size corporations for prosecution for failing to lodge reports for multiple years. So far there are 18 corporations that have had charges proven, another 10 before a court at the moment. And the final one is that we have commenced our new form of public reporting, moving away from an annual report to 3 reports a year. Our first report was released this week.
Thank you, Ms. Stroud. Now, I understand Senator Thorpe's put something in writing to you partially on notice, so some advance notice. So I'll let you put that question first, Senator Thorpe, and that way the remaining question time can go to the coalition. Senator Thorpe.
I tried to do that, but apparently I had to go through the committee to then go there, so it didn't happen.
Oh, right.
But basically, thank you. Twin Hill Aboriginal Corporation received an extension from Oric to submit its 22-23 financials, which have still not been submitted. Can you please provide a reason as to why Oric granted this extension?
Thank you, Senator. And my apologies. Hearing the question before, we've just done a quick look. I can take on notice and provide a more fuller briefing. Twin Hill Corporation is a medium-sized Tier 2 corporation, which means they're required to provide a general report and a financial report. They have provided their general report for 22-23. They weren't granted an extension for their financial report. That remains outstanding. We have recently issued a notice, compliance notice on the corporation to remedy some matters, and we're currently working with them with the focus on getting their financial report for 22-23 submitted.
Okay, that's it. Thank you. Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
Thank you. My first question, you probably want to take on notice.
My apologies, and again I apologise because we did a quick look on the system when I heard Twin Hill mentioned.
The committee.
They were granted an extension until the end of February 23 to lodge their financial report. So once they've lodged their financial report, they will be compliant.
Sorry, did you mean 23, 24, or
yes.
This coming February 25?
The 22-23 financial report has been granted an extension till the 28th of February.
So 28th of February 2025.
Yeah, my apologies.
Yeah, thank you.
So can I ask then why that extension was granted, and does it have anything to do with the NAAJA being involved, anti-corruption, like? So this organisation, it's COVID stimulus stuff, so now they haven't reported. They get an extension. Is it because there's an investigation going on?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I'm not aware of an investigation from the NAAJA. And again, I apologise to the committee hearing Twin Hill mentioned before in haste, trying to get into the system and find some information. I will, if you don't mind, I'll take on notice and provide a full briefing on all our regulatory interaction with Twin Hill, but most definitely I'm not aware of a NAAJA investigation.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, we haven't done this yet because it doesn't look like we need to.
Okay. Just to take this one on notice, but how many directors have been disqualified by Oric in the past 3 financial years? And can I have that broken down by year and which organisations they belong to? If you can take that one on notice for me, please. Since we last discussed the issue of the domestic violence offender sitting on the Tunganjira board, have Oric undertaken any action relating to that matter and any similar cases?
Yeah. Senator, I'll take on notice, but I can confirm that we've not disqualified any directors in the last 2 financial years. There are currently 5 disqualified officers on the register of disqualified officers on the Oric website. In terms of Tunganjira Aboriginal Corporation or any other corporation, we have not taken any regulatory action that pertains specifically to a director that sits on a board that has a domestic violence charges against them. And Senator, I'd just respectfully point out that under the CATSI Act, that is not an offence in of itself. It is where the corporations have additional rules in their rule book that require police checks or other particular characteristics that make someone a member be eligible to be a director.
Okay. You'll recall last estimates we had a discussion regarding director IDs. The deadline for all positions to have director ID was 30th of November last year, and in May 35.9% of positions had a director ID and 22.5% of all CATSI Act corporations had all directors with director IDs. So what are the numbers now?
Thank you, Senator. So currently there are 38% of director positions have a director ID. Again, noting that director positions take into account that some directors might have some individuals might have multiple director positions across corporations. However, there are nearly 25% of corporations registered under the CATSI Act that have all directors on their board have a director ID. And perhaps it's worth pointing out that there are some variances across the types of corporations, the size and the nature. and PBCs appear to be the highest performing with almost 60% of director ID compliance rates.
Okay. We also talked about how Oric's not aware of how many people there are in those positions. Has there been any action taken since February to remedy that?
In terms of correlating individuals to positions?
Yeah.
Senator, we are currently building our new client record management system. We expect that system to be built and implemented by about May next year. That will include our internal record keeping and client information system, as well as our portal where corporations use to lodge documents. At that and some work with ABRS, we are hoping to get closer to being able to have a better picture of individuals versus positions. Yep.
Okay, so we're looking at a time frame of that being in May 2025.
Yep. Apologies, Senator. Our current very dated system does not have the capacity to match individuals to director positions.
Okay. So, and you're suggesting that there wasn't any enforcement actions that were previously flagged. There's no enforcement actions taken since. Is that correct?
Sorry, Senator, I didn't hear that.
No enforcement actions had been taken
against for not having a director ID.
Yes.
Yep. No enforcement action taken to date.
Okay. Is there a so you haven't been able to really ascertain that position? How do you enforce these measures in case you don't know? Well, how do you enforce the measure to take on a director ID to apply to go through the appropriate steps to do so?
Senator, we continue to roll out a awareness and education campaign reminding directors any of our bulk communications and regular contact with corporations. We remind them of their obligations. We have updated some of our lodgement forms that require corporations to provide director IDs. Unfortunately, coming to our attention in terms of where there might be need for consideration of enforcement is usually limited to where there is complaints or where there is already other regulatory action or concerns on foot with the corporation, that we might at the same time uncover issues around director IDs and provide directions to directors about their IDs.
And have you received any complaints since we last held estimates with regard to that?
Senator, I'd have to take it on notice. Off the top of my head, we've received one complaint from an anonymous member of a corporation around a director of their corporation not having a director ID.
Can you tell me, have there been any complaints made to Oric about the activities of the Wiradjuri Traditional Owners Central West Aboriginal Corporation?
Thank you, Senator. The matter came to our attention through media inquiries. The corporation is a medium-sized corporation and is compliant with its CATSIAC obligations. They are not a corporation that's been subject to complaints. The complaints in the media go to the role of the corporation, which we have no regulatory powers to regulate in terms of them providing advice.
Okay. I'm going to put all other questions on notice for the interest of time. Questions.
This time slot. Can I ask, you talked about taking action in relation to non-reporting. What about in terms of breaches of the CATSI Act?
So, in terms of prosecutions,
yes.
Investigations and prosecutions.
Yes, so how many have you done in the last 12 months?
Would it be in the last 12 months? I'd have to defer to Mr Huey. In addition to the 29 referred for failure to lodge reports, there has been one corporation that was referred for prosecution and was prosecuted was charges proven for failing to hold an AGM.
I want to ask a question about, you mentioned about people making complaints. Why is it that can you actually act on just examples which would suggest that there are serious governance issues within an organisation, regardless of their size? Can you, as a regulator, go, you know what, it doesn't look right that there were 3 directors on a board, those same 3 directors are also the same members. Doesn't look right, doesn't pass any pub test for governance. We're talking taxpayers' monies here. I don't care if they were a private operator. We're talking government money. Surely you can act if you know of those things. No?
Yeah, so Senator, there are a number of breaches of the CATSI Act that we deal with in multiple ways. They can be through the issuing of a compliance notice, issuing of a request for documentation, the conduct of an examination. Where there is serious or systemic breaches of the CATSI Act that can come out of an examination or through referral of allegations, we can conduct an investigation. Corporations such as those that have minimum numbers, that in itself is not a breach of the CATSI Act if the corporation has been granted an exemption from Oric to have less than 5 members.
Okay. So if I was talking this morning about two organisations, the government has said that 4531 and 447 notices are about just general random assessments, but in fact they can also be on the basis of complaints received. My question to you is, have you received any complaints about KWY and Yadu Health?
Yep.
It's just a yes or no for both of those.
Yep.
That's not my real question.
Not for KWY. That was a rolling examination purely based on the fact that they'd never been examined before and they'd gone from a medium to a large corporation. Yadu was a targeted examination, which again, I have to be really clear, Senator, is still not an investigation. It is an examination of the books of the corporation to see that they are complying with the CATSI Act, and that examination came about from the referral of some matters from a funding body.
So if you have an organisation where not only is there enough evidence when you just do a simple Google search of these organisations that there are questions to be asked, what about in the case of, say, Yadu Health, where we've seen millions of dollars given to that organisation by the government very recently, and yet they've also got reports very recent this year that relate to a different regulator under the aged care standards where they've raised issues. So how is it that, or whose responsibility is it to act? You can't act. Can you act on that when those things are raised, or is that the responsibility of the government and their bureaucrats to make sure that when they know those reports and those things exist because they've been examined in an audit process, whose responsibility is it to act? Is it yours?
Senator, it's a shared responsibility. We rely on funding bodies and members and the public to alert us to concerns in a corporation and suspected governance failings. We also rely on funders, whether they're government or otherwise, to do their due diligence and make their own independent decisions of corporations. We also rely on referrals from other regulatory entities so that we can make a decision as to whether the matters identified are actually offences under the CATSI Act and matters that we would examine, investigate or take regulatory action on.
Because what I'm trying to understand here is why there are reports that are done, comprehensive reports, that the government no doubt has access to because you only have to do a Google search. There are questions that are raised in the media about these organisations, and yet nobody seems to be wanting to take responsibility for doing anything about asking those tough questions about how do we improve these organisations so that we actually improve outcomes for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. Because if we were serious about closing the gap, we would be closing the gulf in the governance of those organisations that actually have the task of closing the gap. I'm not talking about training. I'm talking about serious activity that is structured in a way that creates deception around governance and make sure that control is vested in a very small group to allow that to continue unabated.
Senator, I'm not sure I understand the question fully. Our powers are restricted to offences that are within the CATSI Act. So a corporation can be completely compliant under the CATSI Act, completely compliant with its rule book, but that doesn't mean that its service provision or its benefits to its clients are perfect. That's a matter for funding bodies, those that fund the services, to hold the corporation to account and make their own funding decisions about the quality of service that is being provided.
So what I'm hearing is it's not acceptable to say the regulator's done their bit. There's actually a responsibility, not just for the people who are funding, but governments, people who hold the purse strings. That's where the responsibility really sits. Thank you.
Little, and we'd like to thank Oric for your evidence today and appearing at Senate estimates. I'm now going to invite to the table both Mr David Chalmers of Aboriginal Hostels and Mr Andrew Werrow of Aboriginal Investment Corporation. I welcome you both to the committee, both your separate agencies, and thank you for indulging us by coming to the table together. I understand you have tabled opening statements. There is one opening statement. Are both agencies okay if I don't invite you for an opportunity to put one on the record verbally at this late hour?
That's fine, thanks, Senator.
Thank you. I'll go straight to questions then. Senator Nampijinpa Price.
Thank you, Chair. Go to the Northern Territory Aboriginal, well, no, you're now called the Aboriginal Investment Northern Territory, is that correct?
Aboriginal Investment Entity.
Okay. So have you submitted your strategic plan, did you submit your strategic plan by the 21st of August?
Yes. We have, Senator Price.
Great. Now, and you've subsequently rebranded. Why was there a rebranding, can I ask?
Senator Price, Chief Investment Officer Brian Wyborn, acting as CEO. Initially, with our previous title, it was often seen as cumbersome in the way it was structured, and we found that Aboriginal Investment NT was one that was a lot more palatable for us to utilise.
Okay. Was there a cost to that rebranding?
I'll need to take that one on notice.
Yeah, there would have been. We'll take it on notice.
Okay, thank you. So a week after the organisation officially launched its $500 million grant program, previous CEO Ellie Patera resigned after being in the role for 16 months. What were the reasons given for her resignation after being in what appeared to be such a short time?
Joy Kadona, traditional owner, Daly River, Malak Malak, Uwaja, through my mother. Ellie's mother got sick, as we was informed about, and I'm a board member, sorry. I'm a board member for Aboriginal Investment, and I'm nominated by the Northern Land Council to be represented the 7 regions of the Land Council. We were told that Ellie's mum was sick and she needed to give up her post in Darwin. That was a personal reason, and we had to accept it.
Okay. And Mr Wyborn, you're currently the acting CEO.
I am Senator Price, alongside Andrew Werrow as Chief Operating Officer.
And so there's obviously looking for a replacement permanent CEO. How will that? How long do you envision that will take? Is there already? Are you currently seeking?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Senator. It's Andrew Werrow. I'm acting co-CEO with Brian. The CEO selection process is almost complete, with the The actual preferred candidate is with the Minister for approval, and we would expect that to be done. I can't speak for the Minister, but it's actually, the selection process is finished, and we will be, we're waiting on the Minister to approve that.
Okay, thank you. Minister, how long do you think that process will take for that approval to take place?
It's very imminent.
Very imminent.
Price.
Okay.
Yep.
She said with a smile.
What has the staff turnover been in the last 12 months?
12 months I probably haven't got the numbers for, but I can give you the numbers since June, if that would help. But if you'd like me to give you the last year, I can take that on notice and provide that.
Yeah, if you've got some figures now, but otherwise the final figures I'm happy to take on notice.
Yeah, sure. At June we had 27 staff.
Mm-hmm.
We've had 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 resignations and people who wanted to move on. We've added 5, and we have 8 people in the pipeline coming on board, including the COO for me, the replacement for me, the CEO replacement. We have 5 grants roles in the pipeline at the moment.
Okay.
That'll take us up to 31.
Were exit interviews conducted for those outgoing staff at all?
Sorry, could you repeat the question? I couldn't.
Were there any exit interviews conducted with the outgoing staff?
Yes, some of them, yeah.
And what were their views on the organisation?
I'll need to take that one on notice, since I don't have the views. I didn't do the interviews, so I don't know.
Thank you. Did the organisation at any time employ Liam Patera, the nephew of the former CEO?
Yes, they did.
And what position was he employed in? And what was his prior relevant experience for that position?
He came in as a grants officer into the organisation. That recruitment, where the previous CEO, because she had a personal relationship, recused herself from the recruitment, and in accordance with our conflicts of interest policy. The role he applied for, there were 2 jobs in that team to actually do our grants process for the new grants we're putting out. We had 2 applicants out of 2 jobs. We offered both jobs to both candidates, one of which was Liam. The other person pulled out. They found something else they would rather do. I actually reviewed all the papers and I signed that recruitment off as an appropriate recruitment.
And what were Liam's prior relevant experience? My understanding is he was a pool maintenance person prior to coming to the job?
He'd also done the grants role, Senator, don't actually require a lot of qualifications. They require you to be able to follow a process. He had certain experience, I think, from call centres and places where you have to follow a process, but I can give you, that's as much as I know. I'd have to take any further on notice.
Did the organisation employ any other of the former CEO's friends or family?
Not that I'm aware of, not family, that's for sure.
And you, just to confirm, there was arrangements in place to deal with a potential conflict of interest?
Yes, indeed, Senator, that's true.
Can I have on notice all of the organisation's contracts and invoices with external suppliers and contractors for the past 12 months, please?
Yes, certainly.
That's all from me.
I've got a couple of questions about Commissioner Hostels.
Thank you, Senator Little.
Thank you. Be very quick. Under the Better Safer Central Australia plan, you received $3.5 million to construct up to 20 short-term beds. That was in January 2024. How many beds do you have right now available?
Well, we have 5 hostels. Dave Chalmers, CEO, AHL. Senator, we have 5 hostels in Alice Springs. The 20 additional beds are being built in the Alice Springs Visitor Centre. The Visitor Centre has 84 beds currently and will expand to 104 beds. The
question was, how many beds are available right now? You got the funding in January. How many are available right now under that program?
Well, there's... The funding was to add 20 additional beds.
Yep.
So
have you added 20 additional beds?
No. The construction hasn't started yet and will be complete by next year.
So 0?
That's correct.
Right. do you give up beds at all for visitors in order to, or do you intend to give up beds for visitors in order to add extra beds to your accommodation offering? Like, this says 20, but you're not a shelter. So, no. But is there an intention to do more in this space?
I'm not sure I understand the question, Senator. In the domestic violence space?
Yes.
We're not a specialist provider of those sort of services. Right. We do provide services, or we do have people who are escaping domestic violence stay with us. Right. And these beds are to expand the capacity for people to do it. But there are, like WASCA, services which specialise in looking after domestic violence victims, and
just
we work with them.
Sorry. Those rooms, do they, the ones that you're planning to build, you've got 0 now, are you planning to make them so that people who've got children actually have a space, so they're just not 20 beds, 20 people? Is there places for children as part of that build?
Yes, there are. So the construction will be 2 2-bedrooms and 4 4-bedrooms, so that those 4 bedrooms are family rooms designed for children as well.
Okay. What security upgrades do you have to do? Have you allocated security upgrades, given you're taking people in where they've got a immediate family violence, domestic violence history?
Generally speaking, all of our hostels look to provide a safe space, so we don't allow visitors. The access is by a card that our residents have so that they can access, but other people can't. We have night attendants and CCTV to provide security. So as far as I'm aware, there's no additional security planned for the visitor centre, but I'll pass to Mr Walsh.
If you can provide that on notice.
Sure.
Because this is a really important part. This is my last question.
Senator
Thank you. So what will you change? Somebody coming in with for domestic and family violence doesn't necessarily know who's already in your facility. So potentially, by people going to your facility, you've got people who've just experienced trauma being introduced to other trauma, because you don't know the relationship between people who are already in those hostels. So what I'm asking is, what will change to ensure the people who are escaping violence are not inadvertently exposed to more risks because you are a mixed-use facility?
Well, I'd answer that by saying we will work closely with service providers in Alice Springs in that regard. We will have people referred to us, so we won't be taking people directly. So we are humble accommodation providers. We provide a bed and 3 meals. We're not funded to provide wraparound services, so we need to work closely with the people who are specialists to make sure that we offer our residents that additional level of security.
Thank you. Just for the record, I was once on the board of AHL. So
thank you for that disclosure, Senator Little. It being 5 o'clock or a little after, I want to thank everyone for their participation in our cross-portfolio Indigenous Affairs Senate estimates for the Finance and Public Administration Committee. Thank you to everybody who's given evidence from all around the country. Thank you to those who were unable to give evidence today and nevertheless travelled to be with us. And I'd like to thank Hansard Broadcasting, the Secretariat, the Minister and her staff, my colleagues and our staff, and all the Senate attendants. Thank you very much, and have a good weekend.